starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Welcome to the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship alongside three-time IRONMAN World Champion Miranda Carfrae. I'm Michael Lovato, and today we are about to watch the second Ironman and the fourth race in the Ironman Pro Series here in the Woodlands. 2025 is off to a start, Miranda, and I am so excited. What about you?
This race is going to be incredible, Michael. We have some of the sport's biggest stars lining up today. I couldn't be more excited to bring you the action. We have 5,000 points up for grabs for the first pro male and pro woman today. That will go towards, obviously, the Ironman Pro Series. So that story is starting to build.
It is starting to build, and this race been going on since 2011. A lot of history here. It's really become an Ironman town, the Woodlands, just outside of Houston, of course, in the great state of Texas, in the USA. The North American Championship, I mean, it brought out the talent. While we have seen a couple of stars fall by the wayside, not make it here today, we are not missing for competition today.
Absolutely not. And as we look at the Roca weather, we have 68 degrees right now. That's 20 degrees Celsius. A little bit of fog. It is very muggy down there. We are hearing from our people on the ground. Really humid, oppressive conditions. So, yeah, I mean, the athletes are in for a battle, but, you know, that's what they signed up for in Texas.
That's right. I think most people know that. And if you come to this race and you're not expecting humidity and some degree of heat, then you're just off course. You're signing up for this race because either you perform well in the heat or you want to perform well in the heat. It can be a really good early season dry run for the Ironman World Championship if you're going to Kona, if you are hitting that women's race. So I like it when it's, you know, I don't like when you see this and there's uncharacteristically cool weather and you just feel a little bit, it doesn't feel right. Now, here in the studio, it's air conditioned, it's nice, so we have to imagine what those guys are feeling. But it really does factor in as kind of that fourth sport today, Rennie.
Absolutely. And now we have 2,600 athletes signed up to race today, along with the age groupers. I believe there's 62 pro men and about 25 pro women. So a big field, some superstars, as we've mentioned. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a barn burner out there today.
It is, and of the 18 races for the Ironman Pro Series, this is race number 4, but only the second Ironman. We're going to dive into what that means as we go throughout the day, and I know that really the question at hand is who takes home the big prize today. Winning the race is, I mean, I think still top priority, but then it keeps you racing all year long, so you have the chance to just keep adding to those points.
Absolutely, every second matters, and the athletes know that today, but we're going to go and take a look at the course maps for today's race.
That's right. Of course, we're kicking it off. Here it is looking down on Texas. And as I said, the Woodlands just northeast of Houston. And we dive in for this Roca swim. And guess what? It is one loop. We did say 76 degrees, wetsuit optional for the age groupers, pros not using them. But that one loop where you enter on one side and exit here at transition 1. It is a fast swim, but not easy.
Absolutely, and then we're out onto the Zoot bike course. It's 112 miles, of course, 180 kilometers. It'll be 2 loops. The athletes will navigate part of the Woodlands before entering northern Harris County. 2 loops on the Hardy Toll Road. The majority of the course will be closed to traffic. And it is a very, very fast and flat course, but the athletes may encounter some wind out there. We'll expect some pretty fast bike times today, Michael.
Yes, we will. And then as you come into that Ruby transition and get ready to do the favorite part, the Hoka Run course, 26.2 miles or 42.2K, right away you do the first of 3 laps where you will see tons of spectators. It takes place around Lake Woodlands and has a spectacular finish on Waterway Avenue, but it's spirited. There is so much action all over the state of Texas. People come running to this event to watch this Hoka Run course.
Yeah, this one is a real spectator-friendly race. The athletes love, you know, those 3-lap courses. There's just so many spectators out on there in the course, and it's needed on a race like this where it's hot and humid and a concrete run too. So the athletes definitely feel every bit of that 26.2-mile run.
They do, and going through that course, I didn't get to mention one of the famous spots of a Hippie Hollow where people get decked out and they have that tie-dye and the lights and banners, tons of noise there. But what's cool about it is you mentioned the concrete. That's an element not everyone realizes. It's a harder surface. It can really beat you up. Also, because it is flat, you think, oh, it should be very fast. But inside some of the elements of this course, you're in dense trees. It's very wooded, thus the name The Woodlands. But in that section, I mention it because it gets even more humid. You don't have any breeze. It can be very oppressive.
Very sticky.
Very sticky, yes, good word.
Yeah, that course. I've never raced here, but I've been down there and I've supported my husband raced there a long time ago. We have the pro athletes now on screen just doing their final preparations before race starts. Obviously, professionals will go off first, the pro men followed by the pro women 5 minutes later, and then the amateurs will take to the water. It's an in-water start here in the Woodlands. Professional males will not be wearing, and females will not be wearing wetsuits, but a wetsuit optional swim for the amateurs here today.
That's right, and one of the cool things that we did find out is that the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship in the Woodlands is now extended through 2030. So that's all the way back in 2011 when it started, and we've got, yes indeed, 5 more years. So this community embraces and loves the event. It is wonderful, and the action is just brewing and getting ready. It's going to be a fun day.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
And you can see the sun is just coming up over Lake Woodlands. Miranda Carfrey, I cannot wait to watch this race from start to finish with you and see how all of these powerhouse players come to this. Again, the second Ironman in the Ironman Pro Series. It's the 4th race. Of course, that means we had 2 70.3s. But Rennie, it's going to be a humid day. It's going to be a competitive day. It's going to be an exciting day.
And as we look at that flag, no wind down on course, which is great for the bike, maybe not so great for the run. But again, you know, early stages, obviously the athletes will be racing for 7 to 8 hours out there, the professionals. So lots of things can change in that time. But right now it looks like no wind. I'm sure it is very sticky down there, humid, for the athletes making their final preparations before the race start. We have, that's Gustav Eden on screen, along with some of the other professional males just making their final preparations, getting those speed suits on. You know, get a little help from your fellow competitor.
A little help from a friend. That's right. Everybody needs a little help with those tricky zippers. They're very technical. You can pull at them and they just undo themselves, but they don't go up easy. There's Rudy von Berg from USA. If you look at these athletes, you talk about that speed suit. When it's wetsuit optional or wetsuit is not allowed for the professionals. Christian Blumenfeld there on camera as well. Miranda, talk to us just a little bit about that. They're not neoprene, but they still wear them. What's the deal there?
Yeah, so those speed suits, the material is just a little bit faster than the race suit material. It doesn't look like Rudy's opting to wear a speed suit. So some of those race suits are good enough to be speed suits in the water as well. But some athletes will opt to wear the speed suit over the top of that race suit. And remember, these transitions are very long. So that's something the athletes will take into consideration as they, decide what to wear in the water.
There you go. You look at that Wahoo element giving us that official race time there, and it is 6:10, 6:11 now. Local time, it's that central daylight time in Texas here in the Woodlands. Remember, to orient, we are kicking off the North American Championship. It's a big part of this Ironman Pro Series. Men and women on the start line. Danielle Lewis there in the orange cap. Of course, once we get underway and once we introduce these athletes, you'll get to see what they look like, what they're wearing, and whatnot. But ultimately, there she is. I'm sorry, I was just jumping ahead as I now see her, Danielle Lewis, in the orange cap on screen there. Just pulled it off to redo. This is another fun thing to talk about, Miranda, where some of these athletes will wear 2 caps. Some of them have a very good strategy to accidentally lose the cap or appropriately maintain the cap. Just because the water's hotter, sometimes that cap feels better when it flies off. But you really don't want to lose your cap out there.
Yeah, you don't want to lose your cap because then we can't call you out for the viewers. That's Alice Alberts there, and of course Taylor Nibb standing, just scratching down right now. So pro women will go off 5 minutes behind the pro men. Pro men will start at 6:25 local time. Pro women 6:30 local time down in the Woodlands.
And a massive transition as you're looking overhead. What a great shot. You can tell, of course, that the sun is not still fully up. But let's jump right in and have a look at our players today, Rennie. And kicking it off, of course, here in bib number 2, this is Rudy von Berg, M2s. He was second at the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 in Oceanside. This guy is a competitor. Third, of course, last year at the Ironman World Champs in Kona.
And number 3 from Norway, that's Gustav Eden. He was, of course, third at the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, and he's a 2-time 70.3 world champ.
And there he is, number 4, Christian Blumenfeld, representing Norway. This guy, 21 and 22 Ironman World Champ winner there. So what a superstar. And he's also, Olympic gold medalist.
And M5, that's Leon Chevalier from France. He had 4 top 10 finishes at the Ironman World Champs. So a big competitor there.
And then from the USA, coming out here with bib number 6, there he is, Matthew Marquardt, third at the 2024 Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas. That's last year's event. He got 3rd place, and he's back for more this year.
And M7, that's Christian Hogenhag from Denmark. He was 9th at the Ironman World Champs in Kona last year.
Then we've got another American competitor, Trevor Foley in MA USA 2024. He was a 2-time Ironman 70.3 champ, Boulder and Maine. So he also has 1 Ironman Lake Placid. This American, look out, he's good.
And M9, Matt Hansen from the USA is a 3-time champ here. And last year he finished 5th in the Ironman Pro Series.
Yeah, what a stud. Still has that course record on the run, doesn't he?
Yep.
Here in M10, this is Robert Callan from Sweden, 4th at last year's Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas, and 7th last year in the Ironman Pro Series.
And M12 from Spain, that's Antonio Benito. Look out for this man. He can run. He was the 2024 Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz champion.
That's right. So that's just a little look in here of our top seeds, Miranda. We're also going to get in and have a look at some other players that are on that list, but let's segue to the women.
And F1, Miss Kat Matthews, the defending champion here, and this Ironman Pro Series champion from 2024. A big player today.
Gosh, she's ready to go. She could barely stand still. That's boding well for her. And here, Taylor Knibb in number 2, 3-time Ironman 70.3 world champion. That's right, 3 times. Also, she was Olympic silver medalist in Tokyo in 2020. What a star.
And F5, that's Alice Alberts from the USA. She was 5th last year here in Texas, and she finished 9 in the 2024 Ironman Pro Series.
Great smile, good energy there as we look to another American competitor here representing USA in F6. That is Danielle Lewis. She was 3rd at the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside and 6th last year in the Ironman Pro Series.
And bib number 7, that's Regan Holyoke from Australia. It's her first year racing as a professional, and she won her first Ironman in New Zealand just earlier this year.
That's a great way to start, isn't it? And
yeah.
Here, Haley Chura from USA, 2-time Ironman champion and a 6-time Ironman 70.3 champion. We love you too, Haley. She gave us the heart. Looks like she's got good energy. Watch for her to be one of the first out of the water.
And F9, that's Stephanie Clutterbuck from the United Kingdom. She was 11th at the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, and she won her age group at Lahti, Finland for the 70.3 World Champs.
There it is. Coming to you in number 10, of course, from France, this is Julie Yamolo, 4th at the 2024 Ironman Cozumel just last year, and then 6th at Ironman Hamburg, the European Championship. She looks ready to roll.
And from Canada, Tamara Jewett. Look out for this lady on the run. She's making her debut at the Ironman distance. So very interested to see how this day goes for this young woman.
Such a great runner and all-around athlete there, but I'm excited as you are. And here we have in number 12, Chloe Lane from Australia. She was 4th last year in the Ironman Pro Series, and then she also took 9th at the 2025 Isuzu Ironman South Africa just earlier this year. She looks fired up, ready to get some points and move up the ranks in that Pro Series.
Yeah, she's one that will likely move into maybe that top position. She will have the most amount of races. She's done Geelong, South Africa. She got a flat tire in South Africa, so that placing not great for her. But here we have a look at the pro standings as it stands right now.
That's right. Speaking of South Africa, Magnus Ditlev, he's got 5,000 points, taking out that Ironman title right away. What else are you seeing there aside from just a very international field?
Yeah, I mean, Jake Birtwistle, obviously 2 races there. What we're really interested in how many races these athletes have done. Still early in this Ironman Pro Series, this being the 4th and 2nd Ironman. But we'll look at the pro women's standings as well as it stands.
That's right. We can look at Anne Reichman from Germany, has the top spot there with 5,000 points. And then Marta Sanchez, 2nd at Isuzu Ironman South Africa. Chloe Lane, I'll take a look at her. She was 5th at, as you mentioned, 70.3 Geelong. And then a tie for 10th with Natalie Van Corviden and then Paula Finley. So remember, pros that are having a chance today to move up into the top 10. Let's talk about them. Kat Matthews, she's already first. Last year she was first, and then Taylor Knibb. We could see her. Both Kat Matthews and Taylor Knibb are doing their first Ironman Pro Series race today. Yep. Let me get that straight. And then currently 14th, Danielle Lewis could bump up, and then Regan Holyoke could also pop in there. So a lot of movement possible. And as I stammered through that, Miranda, what I'm trying to say too is that we have players. Kat Matthews won the title last year. She hasn't started her series off yet. And that's probably smart because it is still only April. And from April all the way to, November, where we have the Ironman 70.3 World Championships, that's a long season. And so to get going, we'll say a little bit later is not a bad deal. But looking at the pictures there, we see them wading into the water, still not seeing the sun up, Rennie. But we are seeing these athletes dive into that, balmy, nice temperature water for the Roka swim.
And this is the moment in the race where you think, did I pick the right tint goggles, right? Like the sun hasn't come up yet. Is the sun coming up anytime soon? Is the sun going going to be in my eyes on the way out. Yes, the athletes will start this swim as the sun rises, so it'll still be a little sort of twilight as they start the race. But yeah, it's a tricky decision to make pre-race. A lot of these athletes will have gone in and checked out the conditions the day before and made sure they made those right decisions. But athletes just hopping into Town Lake right now.
Oh my gosh, what a great point. Something that's often overlooked and then often regretted if you do pop up and that sun is in your face. But this body of water you're looking at here for the Roca swim, it's called Lake Woodlands, and it was built in the 1980s as a central piece of the master plan community. So they built it by, this is crazy, removing 750,000 cubic tons of dirt. That's a lot of dirt. And then they put in a 200-acre lake. It's 8 feet deep, and that's necessary in this climate to keep it healthy for fish. But inside that lake, in addition to these Ironman athletes, there's bass, catfish, and other fish, and you can actually keep the fish you catch here. So most lakes throughout the area and throughout Texas, you have to catch and release. You throw them back, but here you can keep them. So if you're watching the race and you got a fishing pole in there, you can take home maybe a catfish. But that's a fun stat. It really is a neat body of water in a really neat community.
Yeah, absolutely. And these athletes get to get in there and swim amongst those fish and sea life. That's not something I like to think about while I'm racing, but I think we are moments away from the national anthem, so we will watch for that, and it's coming to you now.
Just like we do at every Ironman with our national anthem. So if we will all just take a minute to pause, we have Tom Ziebart singing our national anthem for us.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Good luck, everybody.
And we also take this.
And there you go. What a beautiful rendition. Thank you, Tom Ziebart, one of our Ironman staff and announcers, and he's been involved in the sport since its inception. Great to hear, and a beautiful kickoff to the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. Miranda, we're here in the Woodlands, and we are watching the sunrise, and you'll see that it's overcast skies, which means it's not going to brighten up or lighten up very quickly. Those overcast skies also contributing, of course, to our humidity. But look at these notables. Some of our top athletes, you're seeing Rudy von Berg. He's in a yellow cap, and then you've got Gustav Eden in a green cap. Two caps in orange, Blumenfeld and Marquardt. That'd be Christian from Norway and Matthew Marquardt from USA. And also just have to point out Christian Hogenhaug wearing the purple swim cap representing Denmark.
Yes, and then in the pink cap, that's Antonio Benito. And we have Daniel Bakkegaard in green. We have Casper Storns in the pink as well. Willem Hirsch in purple. And we have Andrew Horsfall-Turner in yellow. So that's just some of our swim notables for this race to look out for in that front pack.
That's right. We just want to keep an eye and be able to grab some of those folks. That's not to say we aren't going to have amazing competitors surprising us throughout at various points throughout that Roka swim, but we like to be able to call out some of those players that will factor in later and during. So this is, again, now take a peek at that. Really looking quite dark. Don't worry. They have most likely, Rennie selected the proper tint on their goggles. We are at 6:24 a.m., 1 minute away from the kickoff here, and of course 1 lap of the Roka swim course here in Lake Woodlands. These athletes get right out and straight away before they do a turnaround, approximately a couple hundred meters out there before they do a nice big turnaround, almost a U-turn, Rennie, before they come back, and then they take a hard ride into a canal that takes them right to that Ruby transition.
Yeah, Town Green Park is where that finish is. And the athletes are off at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. And we will try to pick out who we can. We see some yellow caps right in the middle there. And we have a red cap on the side. But as they madly dash to get some space, to find some room for themselves, very hard to pick out those cap colors right now with that the sun not quite peaking up fully yet.
That's right, but here it is, 3.8 kilometers or 2.4 miles. It's a point-to-point swim. That's right, the Roka swim course. You get right after it here, and in the professional race, it is all arms, legs, bubbles, and you have to watch out, because if you're dropped right away, it's really hard to work up to that draft, to that comfortable zone sitting right behind the person in front of you. But at this point, it's really just that washing machine. It's that kind of quintessential Ironman image that you have, where it's just a battle, and it looks like, yeah, about as we expected. 5 or 6, actually 6 or 8 across there. Everybody just very densely packed to the front, and now you can see a little bit better that it is daylight. So it is daylight now, and we do have a little bit more visibility.
Absolutely. And Michael, talk us through a little bit about you know, that start and when the gun goes off. Are they sprinting? Do they try to find tempo right away? Like, what is that first 200 meters? What are you trying to do in that first 200 meters? There's a great point of contention here, because a lot of folks are absolutely flat out. Others are realizing that they don't want to go completely red line and go a little bit too far, too into the deep end. But definitely this is at that 95 to 100% of your max. You're going very strong on the professional level. Age group athletes, you want to keep in mind, you don't ever want to try and swim with someone that's faster than you. You don't want to try and go out too strong. It will set you up for a less than enjoyable day. It'll really hurt your chances to have a great swim, and then that can trickle on for the rest of the race. But when we're talking professionals, Rennie, it is all about an assertive, aggressive approach. Go very strong for 200 to 400 meters, I would say, at the least, and then settle into just a very, very strong up-tempo. What do you think? Yeah, and I exactly agree with you. As an age grouper, you kind of want to build into the Ironman swim, you know, unless you're, you know, a swimmer and you've swum your whole life, maybe you attack the swim a little bit different. But for the professionals, what they do is practice this. So they'll do a lot of swim sessions where they'll get in, hammer, you know, a hard 200, and then they'll settle in, and they're able to recover at that sort of tempo pace. They're able to like get rid of that lactate that maybe they built up a little bit in the first 200, settle in, and yeah, so it is important to find your own space and find that rhythm, but yeah, it's hard not to just go all out when that gun goes. So it's a lesson in patience, and also just in finding your rhythm. And as we look at the professional women here now lined up, they start 5 minutes behind the pro men, so they're about 1:45 out from the start, and you'll see athletes sort of kicking their legs a little bit, trying to get you know, the legs warmed up. They will have had a very short warm-up before this race start, so just now moments away from the start.
Moments away. Yeah, about 2 minutes, and we've got Kat Matthews there in the neon red. Look for Taylor Knibb, also in neon red. In yellow, we've got Reagan Holyoke from Australia. In pink, that's Haley Chura, great swimmer. Stephanie Clutterbuck, she's in pink as well. Julia Molo from France, she's in green. Chloe Lane and Rachel Zelinskas, both Chloe and Rachel in the violet or the purple cap. And of course, Teresa Adam from New Zealand, she's in yellow. So you won't have to memorize that. We'll try and use those colors to call them out when we see them. But nice. Am I surprised that the women are perfectly lined up and no one is creeping forward on that front line?
I mean,
Shouldn't be
this
too
one
surprised.
shouldn't be too surprised. I mean, these athletes, obviously, you know, they are very competitive, but, you know, everybody wants to have a fair race. And so, you know, that starts with lining up in between the buoys and being honest at that start line too.
Yeah, being honest, and you never really want to take an unfair advantage. These women are racing each other time after time, day after day throughout the year. They know each other very well, and I think best accountability is just that peer shaming, right? I mean, you would never want to do something the same, drafting or getting a head start or doing something you shouldn't. So they're also just very, you know, high integrity, very honest athletes. But here's the fun thing: we've got a lot of women here racing for a lot of money and a lot of points. Again, this is the second Ironman on the Ironman Pro Series circuit. It's the 4th race for 2025. The Woodlands is the host, and we've been racing here since 2011, Rennie, and gosh, we're going to be here at least another 5 years. But you're about to see, as we saw the men, our Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship kickoff, and there it is, arms a-flailing and feet kicking, white water. These women are off and running.
And I'm going to guess that middle yellow cap is Teresa Adam. She's from New Zealand, a very, very good swimmer. She raced already once this year, I believe, but Teresa, a very, very strong swimmer, very strong on the bike. She's had a rough couple of years, but won Ironman Cairns a few years back. But yeah, that is her leading out now, and we'll look for, I'm sure Taylor Nibb will be in there. She's in the red cap, right in the middle there, just on Teresa's feet. So that's a nice set of feet she's found immediately. And we have Chloe Lane and Rachel Zelinskis, who will be in purple. That's most likely Rachel on just the right, sort of coming up again beside Teresa Adam.
That's right, and you know what? Teresa Adam from New Zealand, she's actually won 4 Ironman. She won Cairns twice, and that one of them was the regional championship that year. She came on the scene strong, really just dominated that year, and she was the first time I saw her on the radar, but she's also won Western Australia, and she's won Ironman New Zealand. So the Kiwi, very good all around. I don't think she has much of a weakness, so you mentioned it, not the best couple years, but back in the mix for sure. And so another great shot, and I think as I look at this, one of the things that pops up is, even for the swim, I shouldn't say even, but the swim, the bike, the run, folks come out in mass to watch this race live. It is a really good spectator race, and I think part of that is because the state of Texas just has a ton of triathletes and Ironman athletes, and they will easily make that road trip over here to the Woodlands to get a look live, see their friends, the people they're big fans of. But it's really just an inspiring event here as we enter this race. So good stuff.
As we're looking at the pro men here now, so purple cap will be most likely Willem Hirsch. We also have Christian Hogenhaug in purple. We have a couple of red caps there, a yellow cap, most likely Rudy von Berg in that yellow there in the middle. Or actually, that could be Andrew. That's Rudy there in the second yellow cap. The first yellow cap would be Andrew Horsfall Turner. But again, a lot of our favorites. Let's look to see where Eden and Blumenfeld. Blumenfeld in the orange cap, Eden in the green. So we'll look to see most likely right sitting in that pack. I believe that is Canute with the American stripe on his shoulder in the red.
Yeah, and Ben Canute, another athlete, yes, like you said, the American flag, a great swimmer, very used to being at the front of any race he's in, be it a 70.3 in Ironman or even at the ITU or the short Olympic distance events. Ben Canute, a great all-arounder, but certainly a great swimmer, and so setting the tempo there. But in purple, looking at Christian Hogenhaug, really cranking it, looking fantastic, and you can see the way he just elevates ever so slightly to sight ahead or to look ahead. And folks that watch this race all the time, they know what I'm talking about. But if you are oh, sorry, that's Wilhelm Hirsch. Okay, thank you so much for correcting me. As we look at that, I'm gonna go ahead and make a couple mistakes like that, but try and minimize them. So, but as we look at that, when you see it elevate his head just a little bit, you want to keep that rhythm, keep your face down as much as possible, go straight, keep that body position. But ultimately, you're not in the pool. You have to look up ahead in the open water situation and just elevate, take that sight, follow the buoys, and make sure you're on track. And we will be watching him all the way through this. I'm excited to see if Wilhelm can keep the lead.
Meet me halfway. There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
We are right here where we left off. I'm Michael Lovato. This is Marinda Carfrey, and we're watching the first discipline of the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. Yes, the Roca swim, and you're looking at Wilhelm right there out front, like we said. Rennie, he's cranking it, but let's zip on back and take a look also at the women that are chasing, started 5 minutes behind.
Absolutely, and I believe that's Teresa Adam leading the charge here on the women's side in the violet cap. No, Rachel Zelinskis. It's either Rachel or Chloe Lane. Both of them have the purple caps on. And then in the pink, it could be Haley Chura or Stephanie Clutterbuck. So we are looking at 1 and 2 on screen right now. But in addition to the pro triathletes out there today, we have over 2,600 age group triathletes competing. Among them are a number of triathletes who use TriDot, the official training platform of Ironman, to get race ready. The TriDot athletes get the unique benefits of expert coaching and AI-powered training plans, including predictive race day splits to guide their strategy. TriDot athlete Lauren LeBlanc is racing her first Ironman today and has her sights set on Kona qualification. Let's hear a bit from Lauren about her strategy for nailing her race plan today.
My name is Lauren LeBlanc. I'm from Clarkston, Michigan. I'm racing Ironman Texas. I was looking for my first full and had heard some great things about Texas. And I also wanted something that would potentially allow me to qualify for Kona this year. Obviously, this is my first Ironman. So my biggest goal is just to finish and cross that line and become an Ironman. Second goal is to nab that Kona qualification and to have fun and enjoy it. TriDot has allowed me to get to this race healthy and fit. I trust the training for this race. In a way that I have still been able to maintain a full-time job and still be around for my family. I have 2 young little boys, and so it's allowed me to balance all of those things and still show up here ready to race. I have been with my coach through TriDot, Matt Summer, for the last 4 years. And we have been through, I've had some health issues the last couple of years, and he has been there with me every step of the way. And he has helped me adapt my training program from TriDot to account for various injuries and health-related issues to get me here at the start line feeling good. The nice thing is on their platform you can sort of raise and lower sort of your plan base, and so while I was injured and going through health issues, I went down to a more basic plan, but my coach still kind of was there for me emotionally. And then when I was ready to get back to full training, you know, the platform and the workouts picked up basically right where, not right where I left off, but where I needed to be for my fitness level. My RaceX predicted splits, my finish time is about a 10:53, I want to say, last time I looked. The swim is about a 1:18. The bike is estimated around 5:40, and then the run is estimated around 3:36, although I'm predicting my run will be slightly slower than that because I haven't done a recent run assessment due to some issues. The rest of my season will be dependent on how this goes. I obviously would love to get a spot for Kona, and if that happens, then you know, we'll take a couple-week break and kind of get into training and building for what would be sort of my premier race for the year. And otherwise, we'll plan on probably a couple half Ironmans later in the year if that doesn't work out.
Right on. And Lauren is carrying a GPS tracker today, and we'll be checking in on her progress to see how close her actual times are to her predicted splits. At the end of today's race, you can check Ironman and TriDot socials to see how she finished. And I wonder, will she get that Kona slot?
Big question, right? But we are back with the pro women. I believe that's Teresa Adam and Stephanie Clutterbuck leading. But if we pan back just slightly, there are a bunch of other skittle-colored caps. We just saw Taylor Knibb and Kat Matthews. That's the big storyline. Can Kat Matthews swim with Taylor Knibb? Taylor, I'm sure, would want to get rid of Kat, but Kat has made so much improvement in her swim lately that she's just right in the mix. And we're back at the pro men now.
Yeah, and that looks like nobody's getting rid of anybody. That is a massive pack. Everyone there, all those different colors, as you call them, Skittles. That is just madness. So those men are fighting it out, and you can see there's 2-3 abreast right there at the far left, right in the red cap. That's Ben Canute again with the USA Stars and Stripes on his sleeves, and then it looks actually like right behind you do have our pink cap as you kind of pop in there, and you've got our red cap. So naturally, that's going to be Antonio Benito, and then also we've got Casper Stornes from Norway. So, looking out for those. And gosh, they're all there, Rennie. They're all there.
They're all there. Casper, of course, led out the swim, I believe, in Oceanside just a few weeks ago. So either Casper or Antonio Benito Lopez, both in those pink caps. But yeah, the big questions are where is Christian Blumenfeld? Where is Gustav Eden? I believe they're all just sitting in there right now, and this is typical. The athletes sort of bunched up at the start, the first, 500, 600, 700 meters. I guess we're 11 minutes in, so they're probably coming up to 1,000 meters. It starts to spread out usually after that turn.
That's right, and they did both turns, so there's 2 buoys at the far end there. Here's the second one. So you both these turns, you head right back. So those couple 1,000 meters, you did 1,000, and then roughly, and then you do that maybe 25 meters across, and now you're heading back. There's a long outback section in Lake Woodlands, and then you're going to take a right turn. So really trying to cut that angle and hug that final right turn into the canal. Funny thing is, in that canal, there's actually a couple little islands, and you have to watch out that you get on the right side of that, just navigationally speaking. Most of these athletes, and I did just see, Rennie, in the pink cap, I saw that mustache. It's Antonio Benito. So left side of your screen, the men, we've got a lead out there with Ben Canute, also a mustache, and right behind him, Antonio Benito. I'll say thank you for putting that mustache on today. And then on the right side, the women, Teresa Adam, and that is a battle there. So what a great couple of shots there of our Roca swim course.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing the athletes sort of string out now. You'll see, the second athlete will try and get as close as possible to that lead athlete, maybe tapping the toes every so often, but really just taking advantage of the draft. And when you see the athletes sort of string out into one line, you know that the pace is on. And I think in the women's race, Teresa Adam is really putting the hammer down a little bit now. As we pan back, it's not a big gap to our other main contenders, but, this by the end might be a bit of a gap to, the Taylor Knibbs and also, I was going to say Chelsea Sodaro, but Chelsea Sodaro on my lips, but she had to pull out. She was down in the Woodlands, was planning to race this race here in Texas, but picked up a little bug from her daughter. Her 4-year-old, we know,
yes.
Those little ones, those sticky little children, they bring illnesses into the house, and she was unfortunately unable to start today. But we are in the opening kilometers of this race here in the Woodlands today.
That's right. A lot of action yet to unfold here. A lot coming. I can't wait to see if the American Ben Canute holds on to that lead, comes out of the water first, or if he gets upended by the Spaniard. And as we wait to see that action, we're also thinking about the women. Who is going to snag that first out of the water honor?
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship is brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries.
And we are here looking down at the lake woodlands here, and this is the Roka swim course, discipline number 3 of 3. So we are, sorry, number 1 of 3. Thank you very much. I'd like to get
skip
correct.
forward a little.
And we want to come back and just revisit, as we watch the men on camera there, Ben Canute out front, Antonio Benito has been bumped. He is no longer that second swimmer. He's in the pink cap, so we have 2 red caps. But we do want to just make mention, before we come back to the women, that we did call out a wrong name, and it actually is Rachel Zielinskis. So Rachel Zielinskis fans, and Rachel, sorry, we called you out incorrectly. We recognize you as the leader today, so we'll come back and see you on camera in a minute, Rachel, but wanted to make that note up front. And then look at that. There is a break. So as you look at that bunch of men on the bottom left part of your screen next to the boat, you're seeing the likes of Rudy Von Berg, some of these athletes on the left side of your screen there swimming along. Antonio Benito Lopez in there as well as Ben Canute. But they've broken away, Rennie.
Yeah, but it is a big pack, Michael. As we get closer, we'll be able to sort of make sure, you know, all of our key players are in there, or see which of the key players are in there. Obviously, we would expect that Trevor Foley, Matt Hansen would be in that second or third pack. Matt has made some hit and roads and had some great swims over the years. Trevor Foley's working on his swim as well. Our big names, obviously, Matt Hansen won this race 3 times, and Trevor Foley is a rising star in our sport. So we'll be keenly watching those splits as they get out, but we expect them to have dropped off and be in the second pack or third.
Gosh, that was a great shot. Before we jump to the women, those men were knocking it out, just beating each other up. And here we are again with the women. And so a nice, quick, close shot there, Rennie, as we zip in on the Roka swim course.
I believe that would be Stephanie Clutterbuck. Our other pearly pink is Haley Chura. I'm pretty sure that one is Stephanie. In that lead right now, we may have Rachel Zielinskis right ahead of her, but a nice close-up of Stephanie in the Roka.
There you go, and you can see off to the side there a professional man looks like getting scooped up there on the right a little bit. Some of the slower men. It's not uncommon to see that disparity amongst our best athletes. We'll just see great swimmers. 5 minutes, a woman can just gobble up that lead on a man pretty quickly. Speaking, if it sounded very personal when I said that, maybe back in my day I got gobbled up. But looking at these women, what a great quick turnover here on this stroke. A really nice open water swim stroke as she churns it out. And look, under that arch, we see that bunch of men crushing it. I mean, you cannot ask for more exciting action on a men's swim, because when we do get down on the water and look at them up close, you can see it is elbows, cheeks, and chins all rubbing up and bumping one another. It is a tough battle there for those fellows.
And when you're in the moment there, you're kind of like banging up amongst each other. You're trying to just find your own water. No one's trying to beat anyone else. Obviously, that just slows you down and the person next to you down. But you kind of are fighting for position. Maybe there's a set of feet that two athletes are trying to get onto. And obviously, you know, it is much easier. Not, you know, about 30% easier to sit right on those feet behind an athlete in front of you, so you do get a little bit of a draft effect. So there is a little bit of that fighting for feet or finding your space. But for the most part, these athletes are, you know, trying not to use too much aggression or energy, because it is a long day.
It is. This is such a great shot, a little arrowhead there. You can see the pointy end of that swim with Ben Canute, another red cap, and then you see jostling for position. A lot of folks like to be right on the hip. And this is Ben Canute square on camera there with that USA. Thank you for wearing that kit. I have to say it makes us look smarter. At least it makes us look smart, decent. When we look at this, no, but Rennie, we see these swimmers and we watch and we know some of the strokes, but generally speaking, those caps are essential for us to ID them. And then, look, a cap, as we mentioned, lost. That was Antonio Benito Lopez. You can recognize the mustache and that he's at the front. He was in the pearly or the light pink cap. 2 reds up front. This is a absolute battle. And also, you can see Matthew Marquardt in an orange cap. That's him there about 5'6" back, our American superstar.
And also, yeah, you see Rudy von Berg, the 2 yellow caps are Rudy von Berg and Andrew Horsfall Turner. So those 2 yellow caps are in there. Let's look for where Gustav Eden, is there a green cap in there? That's the question. And also Christian Blumenfeld will be in orange. There's an orange, a couple of oranges in there. I don't see the green on screen right now, but I hazard to guess he'd be in that front group as well.
I'm going to call out another guy in a red cap, bib number 62, Thomas Gordon from the USA. Watch out for him. A little inside tip I got. That man swam for Emory. He was a Division III top-level swimmer. So Tom Gordon, a young 27-year-old, training in Boulder, Colorado, but should be up there. I like to throw that name out there. Look for him as they round another buoy. The buoys are tight. When you come around that buoy, it really gets a little interesting. It's a good time to drop someone. Sorry, Rennie, on the right. What are you seeing?
Sorry, I was just going to say on the left, I was just looking for those green caps. I did see Gustav Eden, also Daniel Bakkegaard. We haven't really mentioned much about Daniel, one of our favorite athletes to follow, a character in our sport. Has changed coaches this year, coming into this race, looking for a great result as well. So Daniel Bakkegaard in that group, a lot of our favorites, and we are back with the women, and that is Rachel Zelinskas in the lead. Stephanie Clutterbuck right in her feet.
I think that might be Taylor Knibb. I think we've got a red cap. I don't think that's pink. I'm not sure. You and I, we should arm wrestle too, just to disagree a bit further. But we do know that up front we had number 2 Taylor Knibb, number 8 Haley Chura, and number 19 Rachel Zelinskas. When I look at Chura, she's in pink. To me, that's a red cap, but I also don't know colors very well. Either way, we know that now Rachel Zelinskas in front in that bib, number 19, and she is rocking it. Not sort of afraid to take the lead on the swim. And then who have we got here as we zoom in? My eyes, are they failing me?
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely could be Taylor Knibb. I don't know, is that pink or red? Pink or red? Like on camera, they look, it could be either.
That's right. And so we're going to have to check in with some of our folks on the water to get that clarity. And folks, we apologize as soon as we can identify properly, but we did get word from our spotters that we had number 2, number 9, number 19 and number 8 all together up front. So it won't be that long. And folks, if you're kind of struggling along with us and you want to get the data as soon as you can, remember that the Ironman.com tracker, the Ironman app, is where you will find that info, just like us.
And hearing from, I'm looking at my text.
Go for it.
We do think that that is Taylor Knibb. It looks like Taylor, and we called that cap out wrong. So most likely Taylor Knibb sitting in second. We will try and get a definite answer on that, but
it looks like
we feel pretty confident.
I think we're pretty. To me, it looks like that's her. And ultimately, too, we know that she is a front runner on the swim. We knew this is how she likes to race, and we also know some of the fun stuff we saw at the press conference. She is so fired up. She has loved the training. Taylor Knibb. It's not her first Ironman, obviously, but it's something that she's dabbling with a 3-time Ironman 70.3 championship title. To her credit, she is really someone that we have to watch out for across the board. But there it is, Rennie, that overhead shot of our men, and it has got to be uncomfortable in a good way to be in that cap. You're where you want to be, but you are just getting beat up, and you are going so fast.
And Michael, just looking at Ben Canute, happy to lead. Is he thinking, I'm feeling good, I may as well just take the reins here. I want to make some, separation, or make the men who are in this pack work very hard. Do you think he's surprised the pack's so big?
To the extent that he knows how big it is, I think he's probably surprised. But also, Ben is a front runner. He's a leader. When he's gotten second at the Ironman 70.3 World Champs, when he's gone after it, he gets away. He does a very strong swim bike combo. He's an exceptional runner, but he doesn't wait around or save the cards. He plays them early. So I think right now he's pushing the pace. He's trying to drop people. He's trying to make it hard for those that come with. But the person who surprised is me. That is a massive group of talent, and it is going to be a pretty crazy transition when they hit that spot. And it's a nice grassy, fairly large transition that they're going to navigate. But I think when we get there, it is going to be a traffic jam. People running left, right, and center, trying to get to their bikes, make quick work of that swim to bike transition. Once again, this is the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. You are watching the first bit. We are only 31 minutes into this race, and of course it will be just shy of 8 hours for the total show today, for the total race on these men. And the exciting thing is, this is the second Ironman on the Pro Ironman Series circuit. It's the 4th race for 2025. I mentioned that because it means things are just heating up. Those points on offer, that cash on offer, it is all there, and people are just staring at it. We're not going to know who wins for a long, long time.
Absolutely, just starting out the season right now, and a lot can happen between now and then. Of course, Kat Matthews winning Texas last year, also winning the overall, but Gregory Barnaby winning on the men's side, and I think that was a surprise. Even to him, that he won the overall series. So it's about being consistent all year long, putting in those great performances throughout the year. But again, this is just the start of the year, the start of the series. Race 4, of course, second Ironman event. A lot of racing to come, but we'll be watching keenly throughout the year, and some great points up for grabs here today.
Yes, every second matters, every race matters. And on the left, the men just setting the tempo. The paddle board that is leading along, getting dropped. Here we've gone straight to the women, a whole solitary shot there. Rachel Zelinskas in the purple cap up front, or violet if you will, and right on her toes, Taylor Knibb from the USA in the red cap. This is a fun little comparison here. You can look at Rachel with a slightly longer stroke, slightly longer reach, a little bit slower turnover, not much, and then Taylor Knibb very quick, staying in those bubbles. And I think what's important here is that she does keep that turnover quick. You want to grab all that water and just get carried along. Rennie, you said it, 30% savings. If that's true, she wants to be right there and save up that energy to use later in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And a little shout out to Julie Dibbins. She coaches Taylor Knibb in the water, so she'll be happy to see Taylor sitting pretty, doing all the right things. You want to save as much energy as possible, but you're sitting on the fastest woman's feet right now. Taylor out to a great start.
They both are, and I think you're right, because Taylor, another one who likes to run from the front, if you will, to be out there and pushing the pace, very pragmatic, very thoughtful athlete, very well guided from her run coach to her strength coach to the team around her, the swim coach you just mentioned, everything. She has a really great approach. Most of these women do, most of these professional athletes do have a good team, but I think what's neat is that she's coming in here still very young on the earlier earlier side of her career, great accomplishments, but watching Taylor tackle Ironman in this, a hot, long, humid, tough competition, it's really going to give her a chance to learn, grow, and explore kind of the Ironman distance.
And of course, this is only her second Ironman event. Her first, of course, Ironman World Champs in Kona. So similar conditions in that very hot non-wetsuit swim in Kona. Very different bike course. This one obviously being on the toll road. But this is her first time really focusing. Her first race of the year. When she was going into Kona, she had an Olympic cycle. She was without a coach, sort of in no man's land, sort of figuring things out. And, you know, she finished 4th at the World Champs. So very exciting young talent. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how she puts this race together with this being her major focus for the year.
There, you just said the word that's to me fascinating. When she did Kona, it was not the focus. You just made, so she's now focusing on this distance, and that's exciting. 4th place in Kona, 8:35 for the overall time. She was in the lead for the majority of the race. She was really, look, if you were surprised, you're not paying attention to her accolades and her accomplishments, but it was still impressive to go in there as a rookie and crush it like that and do so well. Of course, that we are talking about 2023, the last time the women did race in Kona. But back to the men, as you look, some of the notables on the left, are they in there? Yes, we've got Ben Canute right up front, getting a little tiny bit of distance. Oh, he's actually gotten popped. Thank you so much. That's him on the second position. Good call.
Yeah, I was just thinking that earlier. He was leading that whole big pack, knowing there's, I bet he took a little peek behind his shoulder and said, you know what, I might just sit in for a moment and let someone else take the lead. A red cap in the lead now. We'll try and get a name on that athlete.
Could be this Tom Gordon that we know should be up front there. A great swimmer, young upstart here, getting after it and trying to really race hard. But when you lead out of the water, how important is that? So depending on who it is, but what's the goal there? Get out of the water first and stay there? What are you doing up front?
I mean, if you're a great swimmer, you want to play your cards, right? Like, you want to make the other athletes work hard to stay with you, so you're taking some of the energy away from them. But also, some of these athletes will have bonuses on leading the swim. So, you know, there might be $1,000, might be $5,000. If they get out of the water first, they get that swim bonus from their swim sponsor. So that's, you know, one reason to lead. But also the other, I think, or secondary reason is if that's the card you have to play it. And the faster you make the swim, the harder you make it for athletes who maybe don't have that as their major or best leg. So, yeah, a couple of different reasons to push that swim. But yeah, definitely see Canute in second place right now. A number of red caps around him.
Yes.
Rudy von Berg is in yellow, and also Andrew Horsfall Turner in yellow as well. So just looking to see Antonio Benito. He is just beside that yellow cap with no cap. His cap has been discarded.
Yes, and they pull off. I mean, there's a lot of that. They fly right off. It's pretty easy. You know, everyone has a different size head, and all the caps are the same, so it's not uncommon to see that happen. And the pro men lead pack here, they're in that final canal, that final stretch of the Roca swim course, another buoy, another marker there. But you can tell that these men that have been battling since the beginning here in Lake Woodlands, they're closing out this Roca swim course. Of course, it is going to be an exciting battle as they hit solid ground. You can see jockeying for position there as we do have, that was Casper Stornes there in the pink. See him trying to jump around one of the athletes. He sees a break happening perhaps, or he sees a better position. So it's not uncommon to see that shuffling, but that was kind of a unique jump as we go over here to the women.
It looks like the Chase women's pack here.
That's right.
So we are with the women. Love to get a better view of how far ahead that front group is, but this is the Chase, so we believe this will have Kat Matthews and Regan Holyoke, Haley Chura, and Stephanie Clutterbuck in there. We have a lot of action coming up here today in the Woodlands.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
it's athletic. Ask for it. You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next. You are watching the closing meters of the Roca Swim here at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas, and Mirinda Carfrae is sitting to my side. I'm Michael Lovato. I'm calling some exciting action. I cannot even believe this massive pack, and the thing that they're doing that's really blowing my mind is they're still jostling for position. No one's settling. They're trying to get that ideal spot as they close out this 2.4-mile swim. Rennie, we are so early, but they are battling like it's the finish stretch.
You know, I can't remember seeing a pack this big in Texas. So it's certainly in recent years, it's been like 3 or 4 men in the lead, but there are so many talented athletes lining up here today. The Ironman Pro Series, I think, is just bringing the cream of the crop out to race an early season Ironman to sort of get those early Ironman Pro Series points. And when that happens, it just sort of fills in the gaps between the faster swimmers and maybe the second-tier swimmers. Now they're hanging on because they're just more feet, more opportunity to hop in and get with that lead. But we're hopping back, I think, to the women's race.
That's right. Yeah, there you go. You've gone back to Rachel Zielinskis.
Yep.
You can tell her long, fast stroke there as she leads out. So Zielinskis in front of Taylor Knibb, who has actually lost a couple, couple of strokes. She's kicking quite hard, but you can see she's angling a bit to the left. She's not right in the bubbles. Perhaps, I'll say perhaps, she's seeing a better line and has intentionally chosen to drift off the feet, but they're about to enter that canal, that right turn to close out the final section. What do you see?
And you see her now swimming back towards Rachel's feet. So she sort of came out to the side. Maybe she saw a better line. That's always risky because you never want to lose those feet. As soon as you hop off the feet, it is harder. Taylor will have to put in a little bit of a surge now to get back on those feet, break that rhythm. But yeah, you see her now swimming back onto the feet of Rachel Zielinskis.
There's our overhead shot of the men's lead pack, and you're looking down there at the athletes. A lot of jostling. We had Ben Canute for a long time leading the American Superstar, but some jostling now with a red cap. Most of our men there out in that color cap, but this is really just an exciting way to finish 3.8 kilometers of swimming, reminding everyone that this is about 76 degrees for a Fahrenheit temperature, which means they're not in wetsuits. The professionals, once it's above 74 degrees, they cannot be in wetsuits. And so they are in their speed suits or their skin suits, and those are covers to their race kit most often. We did see early Rudy Von Berg, the American, swimming with just a hydrodynamic race kit, so he won't do any changing in transition other than putting his helmet and shoes on. So all that's worth mentioning because it is a matter of seconds, a matter of moments in a big, long race like this, not just because the series counts the seconds, the Ironman Pro Series, but because it comes right down to it. How many times have we seen this race finish in a sprint?
We have a number of times, actually. For an Ironman, it seems crazy that it would come down to a sprint, but it does. And that might happen here today. It's just so many great athletes, you know, racing against each other head-to-head and not giving a second. This race is unique in that the athletes are swimming in a canal now, and the spectators can walk alongside, and you can see and pick out your favorite athletes. So a great view there of just the fans of the sport, you know, whether they've come to Texas just to watch. I mean, I'm a fan of the sport. If I wanted to see my favorites, that's where I'd be right now, walking alongside and watching the greats, the titans of our sport, go at it.
Absolutely. We're here in the studio looking at the action, but to be there on the shores, to walk alongside, like you said, is thrilling. And so folks have come from all over the country and certainly all over Texas to be there live on those shores. So under one more bridge, this Lake Woodlands wraps and twists throughout. It's a couple 100,000 acres here of water that they put here for this when they planned this community, built this community years ago. But the neat thing here is it really does feel like when you get into this venue, Rennie, that it was built for Ironman. I think that's why you see it established in 2011, extending the relationship all the way through 2030 at a minimum, is because it is an ideal Ironman community. So back to the race. It looks like it's going to be one of these red caps out of the water first. We'll see when they hit solid ground who that person is.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great overhead shot of the men, and you see, you know, there's two men in the center there fighting for those feet. As I mentioned earlier, that's Antonio Benito with no cap, and then I believe that's a red cap, so we don't have the name of that athlete, but just fighting for position, trying to get on those feet, because again, it's just a little easier when you're right on the feet of the athlete in front of you. It looks quite relaxing from up here. It doesn't look like, you know, too much stress going on, but I can tell you that's a lot of effort being put in by the athletes. Right now, they're sort of starting to think about getting into transition, starting to think about, okay, the next step, bringing maybe the legs in a little bit more, bringing some blood into their legs so that when they stand up, it's not such a shock to the system. But yeah, athletes are definitely now starting to sort of take stock of who's around them, how big is this pack, and we're about to see transition be blown up by this massive group of men.
That's right, blown up. And it feels like we did just pass the course record. John Flanagan, back in 2011, the inaugural year, holds that course record for the swim of 46:20, and we are now 46:57. So it will not be a course record day for the Roca swim, but that doesn't mean it isn't incredibly fast. It is. We are seeing still a little bit of separation and jostling for position.
And again, we don't know whether that swim was a wetsuit swim. You know, rarely are there professional athletes in wetsuits, but it does happen. You know, the cold front comes through. The lake here is 8 meters deep, so you know, it will heat up fairly quickly when the temperature is up. So still, I am sure, a very fast swim for these athletes in non-wetsuits.
It is. Course records are fun to talk about, but you said it. They change. Conditions change dramatically. Lakes heat and cool. Temperatures drop and rise. So certainly a lot to be said there, but it is fun to see those historical stats. Watching some of our highlighted folks, we're excited to see where they land when they hit that Ruby transition. Of course, Rudy Von Berg in yellow. Gustav Eden is in there. I mean, some serious talent. Christian Blumenfeld, Leon Chevalier, Matthew Marquardt. I'm just looking on the left side there of those folks as they come up on soon to be the finish of this one-lap Roca swim course. Rennie, if you had to pick, would you pick one of our favorites or a complete unknown dark horse?
We don't even have to do that because they are going to hop out.
I'm calling dark horse. You're
dark
right.
Horse,
we don't
I
have
think
to. Here they come running up those steps, Rennie. Let's look at the tracker. And, of course, we're going to quickly get the stats. But a red cap up onto solid ground under the Roca swim arch. And the clock stopping in the low 48 minutes. We're going to know exactly. And then how about that? We are seeing our splits for Andrea Salvesberg from Switzerland with Ben Canute. Thomas Gordon, the man we called out in bib 62, third place. Wilhelm Hirsch is next. Antonio Benito
Lopez from Spain, and then give it to us in position number 10, Rudy von Berg, Kastler Stornitz in 11th, and then we've got Gustav Eden in 14th. Wow, a lot of our players further down, but everyone together.
22 strong, it looks like, at this moment. So a lot of key players. Matthew Marquardt in there. He was one of the leaders for the swim last year here in Texas. So he's down in 17th, 22 seconds back from the lead. But that's sort of just the distance from first to last. And as we see the men, this transition is a long transition. The athletes will go into that change tent, pick up their stuff for the bike. They'll have to discard their swim skins. I bet Rudy von Berg is out quickly. He doesn't have to worry about taking off that swim skin. Most of the athletes have their kits up, but you'll see some athletes pulling up their race kits.
That's right. First out of the water, Wahoo Element Rival stops the clock at 48:26. That's Andreas Salvesberg from Switzerland. What a time. He's the first of a 25-person group because essentially, yes, the spread is wide, but the seconds don't show what we saw, which is a pack hitting solid ground together.
And one name that I look down and see, Robert Callan. Robert Callan, a phenomenal cyclist. So he is within reach of that front. He's 38 seconds back, but sort of, and when they get onto the bike too, seconds do matter. So it kind of that fills in, gaps from first to 25th. That is just a straight stream of men coming out of transition, and we're seeing it right now.
What a maneuver there in our Ruby transition zone for Ben Canute to jump under the rack, grab his bike, and pop out, quickly adjusting a miscalculation. But they are on the road, and we talk about these early steps, these early meters onto that Zoot bike course. You want to watch out. Not only can you not touch the bike, get on the bike until that mountain line, which they just crossed, but you also have to watch out because, look, shoes are not on. They are in the pedals. Feet are on top of the shoes. There is not a full connection there yet. Also, you're jittery. Your heart rate is up. You're amped. You are running through this, kind of trying to make that literal transition from swim to bike with that hardcore run and transition. But Rennie, you've got to keep your head up. Don't get stuck. Get too close to someone in the draft zone. Get your shoes on. Look down. Look up. It is a master class. You watch Ben Canute do it perfectly.
Absolutely, and but 25 men strong. I mean, I don't think we thought that would be the case here today. But yeah, we're seeing Ben Canute quickly get out onto that bike course, get his feet secured in his shoes. But you're right, you can't. You just have to keep your wits about you, right? Like, you come out, it's fast and furious. There's people around you. There's pressure. There's people yelling from the sidelines. You can't make a mistake. There is a little bit of grace given at the start of the bike that's Robert Callan on screen right now. So monster cyclist.
Monster. If ever the word monster was assigned to me when I was racing, I would have been so happy because you're just, that
in
means
the nicest possible way.
100%. It means I would be so happy. Strength, power, everything you want for Ironman. But back to that front, we had Ben Canute. He was already in fourth. That just shows you a quick transition like his, and he was still fourth out. So here's the jostling for position. Here's the overtaking early on. Here's where, as you said, there may be grace, but do not get in that draft zone and stay there, or do not exit from the rear. So Ben Canute just bumped to fifth as he got overtaken there, and he's still adjusting the shoes. This is the finer points of the triathlon. Age group or newbies, age group athletes, look at this and take notes. This is when you kind of fine tune it all, but with the head up, you maneuver left, right, take those turns as we come back to our Ruby transition.
Yeah, back to Ruby transition. That's number 51, Simon Shee.
He's an athlete out of Boulder. I've seen that man around town when I'm up there in Boulder. Simon Shee, a solid American professional athlete. Pretty good swim there, getting out close to the front.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And as we look here back into these early miles of the Zoot bike course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 athletes in front here, and Ben Canute being that fifth, it does take
take time to recognize how close they are or how close they aren't. Our camera angles will make it look like they are touching wheels, but they do have that 12-meter spacing. And if not, like you said, Rennie, the referees are allowing them to get out of town here and recognize that it is too dangerous to pass. Yes, Ben Canute trying to get around where that athlete swooped in far left. That wasn't really a blocking. That was more of just a logistical kind of, he's sliding around trying to find his space on the road. So I think it's important to say that right now there is no intentional draft or advantage taking. But there it is, Linders to Hirsch, Salvesberg, Horsfall, Turner, and Canute, the top 5 onto the road. That order is not the same. That was when they first hit that, we'll say 0.2 of a mile.
0.2 of a mile. And I'm looking down for the swim finish for some of our other favorites. I'm waiting for Trevor Foley. Waiting for Trevor Foley to hop out. We see Matt Hansen and Leon Chevalier around 3+ minutes down. Still waiting to see where Trevor Foley is. But again, one of the stronger bike riders in the field. We'll be checking back with him all day.
Well, Rennie, tell me about Trevor Foley, because this is a man that's also extremely quick on foot, right? But we don't see a huge resume yet for him.
No, a younger athlete, won Ironman Lake Placid last year, won a couple of 70.3 events, then sort of had 3 perfect scores for the Ironman Pro Series. Then he decided to go and race Ironman Frankfurt. Again, he had a condensed season because he was injured early in the year, really only started his season in May. He's able to start his season a lot earlier this year, so I'm sure he is hoping to get some valuable points on the board early in the year, but really a rising talent. One of the fastest cyclists in Kona last year, but wasn't able to run, so very interested to see how he puts his race together with a field like this, a world-class field.
Yeah, a staggering 4:03 in Kona. As we come back to Rachel Zelinska's first out of the water here, together with her swim partner, Taylor Knibb. But a long look there as Rachel Zelinska enters the water. There's actually a couple of the professional men that are closest to her. So Rachel Zelinska's, wow, she really did drop the hammer there on those closing miles. So I did say together with Taylor, but realistically she's overtaking, making up that 5-minute stagger and catching those professional men that swam slower than her. Rachel, what a show. As you see her grab a gel in transition, take a quick hit, and then she's going into her transition bag and taking advantage of this long run to get some stuff finished.
Yeah, and the Wahoo Element Rival swim time is 50:35 for Rachel Zelinska. That won't be a course record. I believe Lauren Brandon holds that. But still a very, very fast swim, and we will be now waiting to see where our other favorites. We see Haley Chura now hopping out of the water around almost a minute back from the lead 2. I'm sure they'll be starting to come out thick and fast now, but Taylor Knibb right where she wanted to be.
That's right. So 48:52 was Lauren Brandon's time back in 2017, so good call there. But you are seeing that Wahoo Element Rival saying 50:35 for Rachel Zelinska, and you mentioned it, conditions always change to make those comparisons a little tricky, but what a fun shot of the solitary figure of Rachel Zelinska's running to her bike, getting there ahead of everyone. And you can see the 2 clocks. Of course, our men started 5 minutes ahead, and they are 5 minutes down the road already, where the women are just hitting transition, keeping good. She's got her cap on. There's Rachel right there and finding her bike. She will then make that transition, drop the helmet. You are supposed to keep your helmet on. I'm sorry, you're just not going to drop the helmet. Hello there, put the helmet on. So you're supposed to get the helmet on before you even touch the bike, so it also saves you that time. But if I could just get my words straight. She's out onto now that Zoot bike course, and there is Taylor Knibb pulling the socks on, helmet clearly on, and she is getting everything set. Queued up the computer there, got her Wahoo rolling so that it will track her digits for her as she goes. What are you seeing there, Rennie?
Yeah, and Taylor always opts to put those socks on. Yep, you see, yep. The 2 bottles on the back, you forget. You got to make sure those. The other thing to be careful of is when you jump on your bike, a short course athlete is Taylor Knibb, it's a little more tricky to get the leg over the bottles onto the seat. So she may stop and jump over, or maybe she's practiced clearing those bottles to get onto her bike. But Haley Chura now on screen in the pink and yellow race. Always a favorite in North America. A wonderful swimmer, a wonderful person, but she is now, as you said, Michael, the helmet goes on, clips that helmet before she touches her bike. That is a rule. You cannot take your bike off until the helmet is buckled and you are off.
Great color coordination for the American there, who is out and away, starting her bike course onto that Zoot bike. And guess what? Haley Chura, she is someone that we've watched as first out of the water quite a bit. But remember, she has taken herself to 2 Ironman victories, one in Mont Tremblant, one in Brazil, and she has 5 Ironman 70.3 wins. She really bridged great as a top amateur who was really known for just a good swim to now a extremely talented all-arounder. She took some time off to go qualify for and run the Olympic trials for the marathon, became quite a great, as I said, specialist there for a bit, but an all-arounder, good attitude. You see that smile ever present and a beautiful color coordination.
Absolutely. She's you see her take the visor off in races like this, where there's this much humidity. You put your helmet on and it's just fog. So sometimes you need to take it off, let it air out a little bit before you put it back on. She's having trouble figuring out where to store it. Some of the helmets have magnets on top where you can place it on top there, but as we look down through the field, we have Stephanie Clutterbuck, we have Regan Holyoke, we have Teresa Adams. So Clutterbuck and Holyoke coming out of the water together around 2:15 back. Teresa Adam almost 3 minutes back in 6th, and we are still waiting to see where the defending champ, Kat Matthews, is.
Waiting to see what that deficit is as you watch Haley Chura. Not only did she coordinate the outfit with the bike, but the nails, I have to say, really well, attention to detail, and the shoes. I mean, you didn't overlook those fingernails. Well done, Haley. Just, I'll leave it, well, for now, because I'll come back to it when I see her later on the bike. But
I'm interested, I'm impressed, Michael, you noticed the nails, the bike. I mean, this is a man that has that notices what his woman is wearing. So I appreciate that. Shout out to you, Michael.
Oh,
we have Haley Chura on screen right now with the matching kit.
Yeah, just everything. Well done. I mean, you look like you feel good and you race good. So not to really incorrectly not throw in. I didn't use a single adverb there. It was all verbs.
That's Teresa Adams rolling out right now. So we'll go back to Teresa. She's in 6th place out onto the bike. She's by herself. Teresa historically leads a lot of the Ironman and 70.3 races. So a little bit off character for her in the swim. To be 3 minutes back, but that just kind of tells me that Rachel wasn't messing around.
Yes, and here we are with Rudy von Berg. So this man has really risen to the top across the board over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. He did kind of hit the scene winning an Ironman 70.3 European title, which is when people said, this guy's got some talent. But watching him across all distances and really excelling, like this is a flat course. He's also performed extremely well in Nice, and so he's very versatile. I think that's worth mentioning as we take a nice look at this men's pack and we try and hone in and grab those race numbers. Of course,
that's Hogenhaug.
Yeah, that's Christian Hogenhaug in number 7.
And William Hirsch was right ahead of him behind Rudy von Berg, so that 3 men there on screen right now, Hogenhaug.
And then notice also Blumenfeld in those front running, we think. We're going to kind of take a look at the tracker, but somewhere in the mix. But well done. We've got, of course, Von Berg, Wilhelm, and, of course, here Hogenhaug. These athletes, I want to call attention to something I saw. We zipped away from it too quickly, is the hydration on board. So I think really gone are the days of, hey, just carry 1 bottle with a bazillion calories. Gone are also the days of pick up everything on course. This is a good example. 2 bottles behind, 1 between the aero bars. Often there's a reservoir in the bike. People like to have what they're used to. They like to have those dense, higher carbohydrate mixes on board. There's a lot of movement or shift towards taking in really just a higher grams of carbohydrate per hour mix. People are doing well with that now, whereas I think it was a little bit of uncharted territory maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago. So it's cool to see Rennie, and I just want to point that out with Hogenhaug, where he's got 2 bottles on top of each other behind, and the bottle in the air bars. Really good attention to detail.
And there are some new rules around water bottles and placements. Actually, on screen right now, we have Kat Matthews. She is 5+ minutes behind Taylor Knibb. Now, I know she was hoping to swim a lot closer, but again, Kat Matthews, very strong on the bike, very strong on the run. She'll be working very hard to try and make up a little bit of ground on Taylor on this bike, but I'm sure Taylor will have other ideas.
Yes, and look at that. The Ruvi transition one, top 3 fastest times. We've got Linders in 2:08, Matt Hansen in 2:08 as well, and then Chevalier Leon from France in 2:10. Thanks to Ruvi for throwing up those times. It is the race within the race, so fun to see that. Pretty, quick times, but 2 minutes. That's a long transition.
It is a long transition. You saw the athletes run all the way out through the tent and then make their way. And again, when there's 2,600 age groupers in transition, it makes for quite a large area.
That it does. As we look at that gorgeous shot there of...
it's moody.
It is. It's a moody, yeah, well said. There's not... I think when you see that darker look, guess what it tells me? Here's Taylor Knibb on camera, the American athlete that just wants to get up front and get away. What I see, though, coming back to this, is now you see that very typical for this time of year in this part of Texas, southeast Texas, is you've got very, very dense, thick, humid air, and Taylor is just charging into it, right? This is heavy air, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, just looking at the Ruvi transition times for the women now, Rachel Zelinskas 2:30, Marie and Holyoke 2:30 as well, Haley Truitt 2:32. So again, Taylor opting to put those socks on in transition, a little bit slower transition for her, but she hit the front already, so.
That's her thing. It doesn't matter. And then again, a great look from the side as you watch her tucking the head down, getting that sort of turtle tuck to get the aerodynamics. Keeping the head down is what you're supposed to do. Arms look great. It's really hard to ever find fault in the woman who went to the Olympics for time trialing, for cycling, as well as for triathlon. That was in Paris earlier, end of last year. But Taylor Knibb, she looks great on the bike, very smooth, and she loves it. She just, right? She loves training. She loves racing. She loves pushing herself. And she was just tickled at the press conference. It's like, I'm excited to see, I'm just kind of going for it. I love the training, and I'm learning stuff and having fun. It's really good attitude.
I want to say, Taylor, I feel like she obviously went through a couple of Olympics. She had silver for the teams event in Paris just this past year. But Taylor has always had her eyes set on Ironman. This has been what she's wanted to do. She went through the Olympic cycles. Obviously, a younger athlete, had that opportunity. Also went and represented the USA for cycling. But this is what lights her up.
Yes.
The Ironman training.
Yes.
Kona.
Yes.
The opportunity to race on the Big Island. And just a phenomenal talent. I mean, I'd be a little bit scared if I was the other women that now she is focusing her whole year on this. But I mean, this race here as well is going to be telling. This is one that I think every woman who wants to win in Kona is watching Taylor and seeing what she does today.
Oh, well said. And I love that admission. I'd be scared too on the men's side if I were in there with her sights set on Ironman. But what was cool too is we just cut away. We had Taylor on the right. We had Christian Hogenhout on the left. We're looking at overheads now of the men, overheads of the men's race. But what you're seeing is Christian Hogenhaug pulling away a little bit, ever so slightly. He had 4 bottles, and this is just something that we'll cut back to. But watching between the air bars, 2 bottles from the air bars to the chest, behind 2 bottles. This is partly to create aerodynamics, but it's really partly to get that hydration and fueling on point.
And I think the more you can carry on a flatter course, the weight is not as much of a factor. But Christian Hogenhaug, he did this in Frankfurt. So he rode away from everyone. He put down a ridiculously fast bike split, and he's trying to do that again here today. The other thing if you have all of those water bottles on your bike, you don't have to slow down for the aid stations.
Good
and
point.
it's not like there's a big hill that they're going to be slow on anyway. These aid stations, these athletes really will have to be on the brakes to slow down to be able to safely get their nutrition on. So the longer you can go without having to slow down, that's another second that counts, right?
That's an awesome point, Rennie. I love that. And as we sit here and watch this, of course, the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship, we think a lot at stake here, and therefore Christian Hogenhaug really going for it, trying to get away. Another pass here as Rudy von Berg gets overtaken
by Christian Blumenfeld. So that was Christian going around Rudy von Berg there. Those men, I'm sure, will be watching each other all day, but Christian Blumenfeld not wanting to let Hogenhaug go.
Not wanting to say goodbye this early. And I think what is cool, what you mentioned about Taylor earlier and about right now, is that we are still 5-6 months away from Nice and from Kona. We are at a point where this is, you can really let it all hang out. You can explore, you can test, you can get into relatively similar conditions from a high humidity, mid 80s typically is very uncomfortable here. It's a lot like Kona. The terrain differs greatly, but the challenge is similar. So when you can come here and not only learn a lot on race day about your body and your equipment and your fueling, but you can also sort of just test yourself, figure out what are my limits, what do I need to work on, and everybody that watches, I think the race that isn't here, they're all taking notes. Ditlev, he's got his pen out, he's taking notes. The folks, right, they're looking at it because there's comparison to what's coming when we hit the big show, the next big show down the road.
I think you said the key word there, Michael, and that's test, right? Like beginning of the year, athletes have changed some things, maybe changed coaches, changed positions, changed bikes, and now they get to go and let it all hang out.
Yeah.
And under race conditions in a competitive field, you will get some honest answers of where you're at and what you need to do to make the steps for the men towards Nice in the world title, for the women towards Kona in that world title. So it's an exciting time in our sport right now with the Ironman Pro Series, and just the racing itself is just up another level, and we say it every year. But I mean, I don't think we've ever seen a race this competitive in Texas. I mean, this is just fun.
It is. It's super fun.
as fans of the sport.
That's exactly right. We're fans just like all of you that are watching, be it first time watching this event or you've seen every event ever aired. We are excited to see which of these athletes that are at the front remain at the front, because the questions are there on the men, on the women. Who is going to keep the lead they are setting and grabbing early on? There's Taylor Knibb. Let's see if she's in front for long.
This is where I wanna be,
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship is brought to you by Zoot Sports. the original triathlon brand delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. And by Hoka, Fly Human Fly. And Marinda Carfrae is sitting next to me. She's equally excited. I'm Michael Lovato, and we are watching Taylor Knibb do what Taylor Knibb does: ride fast and ride away from the other women in the race.
And you just saw her overtake a couple of the professional men. So obviously the women started 5 minutes behind. Around 62 men started here this morning, and 62 men, 26 women. Taylor now overtaking some of the men on the bike course. And this is going to be something she's going to have to navigate throughout this race, because she has that ability on the bike, and she just is going to catch men, pass men.
That's exactly right. I mean, again, I like to look at when we talked about her last Ironman, which was 2 years ago in Kona, a year and a half ago in Kona. She did 8:35 for the overall time. I think she was disappointed. She fell apart a little bit. 8:35. I mean, if you historically look back, that's getting top tens at most of the men's races for previous eras. And so I say that obviously the sport has gotten a lot quicker, but Taylor Knibb is that person that if you are an up and coming pro, or if you're a solid pro having an off day, or if you're just in there, you know, wow, you will get caught and passed by Taylor on the bike. She's just so strong. So back to the men who are on camera now. An exciting race, a lot of back and forth. So to lay it out there for you, this is how it has looked. We saw 25 men come out of the water together, and those 25 men have sort of stayed together. But we did see, as we watch number 21, Kieran Linders on camera right now. Young Kieran Linders there looking quite sharp, rocking his Ventum. When we talk about this, Rennie, what we're seeing is Christian Blumenfeld trying to get up there and catch up to Hogenhaug. We're seeing some jostling for position. We're seeing people that don't want to get drafting penalties, but more than anything, we're seeing people try and set a tone. As you get into the meat of the course after this early stage through the woodlands, they want to get out there and really start to distance themselves.
So in this opening miles of the bike, Michael, if there's a big pack like this and people are riding well above their race watts and it's just outrageous, do you go with it?
I mean, that's a question for, do these athletes go with it or do I go with it? So I don't have the choice. As we look at number 12, that was Antonio Benito. But to come back to your question, Gustav Iden here on camera, obviously, you know, you win the Ironman World Championship. You're going to have a target on your back at some point, even if you've had some ups and downs, some injuries. But let's just say Gustav is a threat if he's on the start line, because he doesn't, if he's hurt or untrained, he's just not going to show up. He shows up, he's a contender. Go for it.
I've got to say, I have never seen a water bottle mounted like this on the bike. And again, triathletes always coming up with new ways and aerodynamic ways or ways to store their nutrition. Obviously, our sport is unique in that we need the nutrition, different to cycling where it's a 40-kilometer bike ride, you know, in the international time trial championships and so forth. But I've never seen it stored that way, and I like it.
Yeah, I do too. And you know what's kind of cool? If you look at some of the gravel biking, where a lot of these bikes have those water bottle boss, the mounts on the frame right there, and then you could put a bag or you could put a bottle. Well, what he's done is he's taken this company, Giant, has put those two screw mounts there on the top tube at the front, and you can then add that water bottle in that raised position. So clever. I'm with you. I hadn't seen it exactly like that. Usually it's mounted to the stem or somewhere in the air bars. Pretty cool. As you have a great shot now looking down on these four athletes.
Women.
Yes.
So that's Taylor Knibb in the lead. I believe that two pro men trailing.
Correct, because she has this. So Taylor Knibb in the red in the front at the bottom of your screen there, women's race, and then the men that are sort of in that spot going, what do I do here, right? I mean, it's as you referenced, do I go with the watts if they're too high, or do I stay with my prescribed plan? Well, let's answer that question. It's really dependent on your training. I think most people are saying, all right, if I have to go a little bit or a lot too hard for an hour, it's as you said in the swim, we'll train for that. We will do an hour of very assertive or very aggressive threshold work or super threshold, above threshold work, and then settle into the rest of your long ride or your endurance ride. So I think the athletes are well prepared for it. They're exposed to it. They can handle it. It doesn't mean it goes easy. Sometimes you're riding that hard and it messes up your GI.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we saw maybe a little bit of that with Christian in Kona.
Yes.
You know, he went with Ditlev on the bike, and then all of a sudden, you know, he was obviously sort of doubled over and not able to keep his nutrition down. But yeah, I think it's a question you have to ask in the moment. I think early kilometers, for the most part, the athletes will go with it. And I think the contenders and a lot of the men in this race think they can win. If you think you can win, you kind of have to go with it in the moment.
That's right. That's right. You don't just let it go, Rennie. And here's the thing: when you said Christian Blumenfeld, it's exactly what I was thinking. Is what happens when you wreck your GI or gastrointestinal system. When you wreck that, it's hard to come back. So he salvaged, but in Kona, when you saw Christian vomiting all of the contents of his stomach, guess what? That is a combination of, we could call it pacing because you have to fuel, but it's going too hard while putting fuel in. So our bodies cannot do both very well. So you have to find that balance. How do you absorb nutrition while exerting a high effort? He got to the other side of that equation, and it went sideways. So I love when you bring that up, as we're back to Haley Chura, who looks incredible, not just, again, from the color coordination, but from a standpoint of she's doing her race, aerodynamic, power, great cadence. I like what I see here.
Yeah, and Haley Chura, I love this. She's still out there, still pushing, been racing for a long time. I remember racing her years ago in LA, and she's like, oh, I'm retired. You know, I'm just here racing because basically retired. I'm here. My friend lives here. I thought I'd come out and make a race of it. That was like 6 or 7 or 8 years ago. And she's still here in IRONMAN Texas racing and at the front of the race. So hats off to Haley Chura for still being out there, still having the desire and wanting to just push herself. And this is Gustav Eden. But we are going to take a look at a little bit of footage from the Norwegians pre-race.
Welcome to Texas, Houston.
Good to see you.
Oh, good.
Hugo. Are you?
Yeah.
Casper? How you doing? No. It's just like home, yeah?
Yeah, cloudy. High humidity. And green trees. We didn't have this car in the start though. We had to change cars because Christian is blessed with flat tires. We got a flat on the rental car as well. So hopefully all the bad luck with the flat tires is over now. In 86 seconds it will start raining.
Just humidity, just rain, not even sweating.
So if you were to put a time on Christian on his run, what do you think he's going to do?
2:31:15.
Is that with vomiting or without?
No, he's fixed his problems now.
I haven't puked since Kona. So hopefully I've sorted it out. I had like a camera coming down all the way down to my stomach and put some footage from how it was looking from the inside, and apparently it was looking very nice, but I had a little bit of sore from I don't know, so it should be sorted out now.
That's good.
I think if I do things right I can do it really well, so yeah, just need to be calm. It's going to be a long day, so yeah, still have a lot to learn. So yeah, but I'm excited. For me, it's getting the knee spot.
So what's more important, Pro Series points or winning this race?
win.
If
you
you
will
win,
get
you
a
get
lot of points.
Yeah. So yeah, well, like in terms of the Pro Series, like the order of the focus will be do it well in Nice, and then do it well in Marbella, and then the Pro Series. So if it's either doing it well in the Pro Series or failing here but winning in Nice, then I will go for winning Nice, going for the World Championship title.
All right, thank you to the Norwegians. That was a fighting chance presented by Hoka. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at IronmanTry and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel.
That was a really great feature, and they all are, where you get to see inside a little bit more personality, a little bit more behind the scenes, so really fun. And the thing that sticks with me on that one is just that camaraderie, that friendship they have. They can sort of beat each other up, but they also do that to themselves, which is neat to really kind of, I don't know, not take yourself too seriously, be a little bit self-deprecating, but also there's an immense confidence and belief with each one of those three athletes. So cool.
And I think just having a training partner like that, it's worth its weight in gold, right? Like the motivation, like the fun you have, right? Like being out there and sharing like tough moments and celebrating each other's victories. I mean, yes, they're fierce competitors on race day, but to be able to go and just spar with each other all year long. And again, not many people know what it's like to go through what these athletes go through in training and racing and in everyday life, but to be able to share that with a trusted training partner is just wonderful. So I had a few of those in my career, and shout out to those athletes. You know who you are.
That's right. It makes the day-to-day better, but it also gives you that belief. So really talk about, I mean, Casper not having won a world title. The other two, yes. When you train with them, when you do everything that they do, when you're side by side, stride for stride with them, day in, day out, you start to say, well, if he can, why can't I? And really you see this over history where the athletes that train together really elevate one another's belief. And looking to the right side there, you've got the women's race, Rachel Zelinskis we had earlier, and we see her again here, but knowing that Taylor Knibb out front, Rachel Zelinskis, these two women were really pushing the pace on the swim and now pushing the pace on the bike. And so is there a surprise for you there on that women's race, or is that how you thought it would play out?
Well, Rachel Zelinskis, we expected to be up the front. There are a couple of athletes I thought might be with this group. Taylor Knibb, a very strong swimmer, sort of expected her to be, around the front. What I was surprised with was, the 5:45 deficit for Kat Matthews. It's a fairly sizable deficit. We've seen Kat Matthews get out, right within reach of that front group, 20 seconds back or right in that front group before. But yeah, I think she'll be a little bit disappointed with that swim, but still a lot of racing to go.
A lot to go. There's Taylor Knibb on camera. We had the split screen. You were looking at Christian Hogenhow leading Christian Blumenfeld, but here now fully on camera, we've got Taylor Knibb in front with Rachel Zelinskis just seconds behind. And the question, Haley Chura, she lost about 2-3 minutes there. Will she catch up? Will Taylor ride away? We will see. Taylor's going for it.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
you know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
We are here with Taylor Knibb. I'm Michael Lovato, sitting with Marinda Carfrae, and we are watching the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. And yes, Taylor Knibb is ripping through the woodlands and chasing some big points, some big dollars, and some big lessons to try and improve and learn and get better at this Ironman distance. But Rennie, this is only our second Ironman for the Ironman Pro Series this year. It's our 4th race overall. We're just getting started. While there are some points on the board, it's just so early. So this is Taylor on the right with Christian Blumenfeld on the left.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of racing, obviously, to go the rest of this year. We had Kat Matthews win the series, $200,000 for that first place. Gregory Barnaby won the men's, and of course, Kat Matthews racing here in Texas and taking those 5,000 points last year. So looking to try and get as many points on the board again. But we have Miss Taylor Knibb in the lead right now, and it looks like at the moment holding around steady with Kat Matthews. Kat getting out around 5:45 behind Taylor,
Right,
so
yeah.
they're riding around the same for the opening miles of the course. So we have Christian Blumenfeld leading the men's race on the left. We had Christian Hogenhaag sort of go off the front a little bit, but Christian Blumenfeld says, no, 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 let me take the lead here. I'm here for it.
That's right. And I think this should go without saying. I'll say it anyway. Christian Blumenfeld, he, to me, feels like really a high-level favorite today for a lot of reasons. And part of it is he did have a very disappointing Kona, his last real go at this. He is such an incredible, capable athlete of winning at all levels, all distances. So I think he comes here with a lot of answered questions. Hey, what went wrong? Solved it. Hey, what do I need to do? Done it. And I think that he being at the front this early and just asserting himself, this really bodes well for a title, you know, going home in his back pocket. And that's obviously early to speculate, but I just feel good about his chances. Early season, great fitness, great positioning. He's actually behind Hogenhaug still, but either way, the two are together and breaking away slightly from the rest of that men's chase pack.
And Christian set up his year around the Ironman Pro Series. So he has Texas, he did Oceanside. He might need to go and replace that. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I think his biggest goal is Nice, to try and win a world title.
That's right, yes.
And Marbella.
Yeah, that's right. We over here on this side of the commentary booth call it Marbella.
Marbella.
But I'm just, you know, you're Aussie, you do a lot of things better than I do, but
No.
the Spanish will just get that going. So, no, that's cool. And what a fun season to then have that chance for the Ironman 70.3 World Champs in November, Nice in September. So with the men, the way that flops, right, they're going to be able to have a nice little recovery zone, get the body straight from long course to you know, medium course.
He basically has 5 races on his schedule. So you need 5 races. He has 5. He's also racing Ironman Frankfurt in July. So the 3 Ironmans locked in for him, and then you know, the 2 70.3s as well. So yeah.
Yes, and watch this. Let's talk a little bit about not only just the tight, compact form, but the aerodynamics and sort of precision of Christian Hogenhaug. I see a very tight front end. Obviously, the 2 bottles very closely in conjunction with his chest, with his torso. But the arms and just he's got that upward bend. I think it looks to me, from a standpoint of visually speaking, very aerodynamic and very compact. What do you see?
Absolutely, yeah. You see him sort of ducking behind his hands a little bit there, and again he's trying to minimize that frontal surface area. And again, these men will have done a lot of work in the wind tunnel, and as we look back, it looks like they're making a little bit of a gap. I'm not sure who that 3rd athlete is on screen, but we have Hogenhaug, Blumenfeld, question mark on the 3rd. We'll get that as we look back, but it looks like there's a little bit of a gap to that rest of that main pack. And again, it was around 25 strong at the start of the bike.
Now we are watching our women's chase pack, okay? So we did note that Taylor Knibb and Rachel Zielinskis are up the road, and now you can see Chura in the bright pink up front with Stephanie Clutterbach from a few meters back in second, and then third there on this picture, Reagan Holyoke. That's our top, that's 3, 4, and 5 of our top 5. So again, the women's chase pack, I love looking in the distance there. So Chura, Clutterbach, Holyoke, approximately at the last time check, 3 minutes behind Knibb and Zielinskis. So this is cool to see, and these women riding well together, very spaced out. But Rennie, I want to see the next group as well. Teresa Adam, Kat Matthews, Lisa Parader, those Alice Alberts. Really, I want to see Matthews and Teresa. So where are they? That's my question.
Yeah, and I think as we look at the time, Kat making up, you know, slight inroads at the last time we were able to see a split there through an earlier mile marker. But yeah, I want to see if that is it coming down. Like it looks to be coming down, but now they're out on the open toll road, and that changes things up. Like now the athletes can just let it rip, right? Like usually there's a tailwind one way, a headwind the other. We haven't received word if there is much wind just yet, but that might pick up throughout the day. And again, a pro male there in between Taylor Knibb and Rachel Zielinskis, kind of being caught by these pro women. Again, the men started around 5 minutes ahead of the pro women this morning at 6:25 local time. This women started at 6:30 local time. You see he's sort of letting Rachel come around, getting out of the way, which I respect.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Just he's not having a day that he's expected to have. So ultimately he's in there just sort of saying, hey, let me get out of the way. And he did that very appropriately. So as we come back here, and again, this is the group we were talking about there at the beginning. Now we've got Taylor coming to us with a little conversation. She's known to do that, Taylor, and it's really fun to see, pointing up ahead, talking about what's up the road, just having a little conversation. And folks, it's still early enough to be doing this. I mean, she's an hour and a half into what ultimately becomes an 8.5 to 9 hour race. I mean, there's plenty of time. She's still conserving, but I'm sure a lot of you folks are wondering how you can get in on the action, race a great event like this. And I tell you what, we go from one iconic race to another. I would encourage you not to miss Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid on July 20th with history, magic at every single turn. It's no wonder that Lake Placid has scored a top spot in the 2024 Athlete's Choice Most Recommended. That's their award. And as an Ironman Pro Series race destination, participants will also rub shoulders with some of these hot superstars in our pro fields for next level triathlon excitement. I tell you what, places are filling fast, so secure yours now. Register today, scan the QR code there on the screen, or go to Ironman.com to find your race.
Yeah, Lake Placid, another Ironman Pro Series race on the schedule. Trevor Foley won that one last year, and so did Danielle Lewis, both those athletes racing here today in the Woodlands. We are with the chase pack of the pro women's
Yes,
race
Clutterbach,
here.
Holyoke, and of course Chura. You can see now Chura the third in this. So just seconds ago she was up front. But watching these women bounce back and forth, we have Clutterbach, Holyoke, and Chura in this chase pack for the women. And there's that. So we start to get it, Rennie. We start to get a little bit of a look at this typical kind of Woodlands terrain where little rollers over little bridges. It's not dead pancake flat like maybe Ironman Florida, but it's still pretty flat with these little challenges intermixed.
Absolutely, and I think the biggest challenge at the start of the race for the athletes is just the technical aspect of, you know, coming out of transition, winding your way through downtown Woodlands before they get out onto the open roads where they can, as I said, just sort of let it rip, find their rhythm, and it's just a straight out and back 2 laps on that Hardy toll road before they head back into the transition area. So right now, athletes, all the men and women, are out on the toll road. We have Taylor Knibb on screen, charging at the start of the Zoot bike course. We have Rachel Zielinskis right behind her, and we have a lot of action coming up. We have Hogan Haag and Blumenfeld leading the men's race with a big group behind So much action coming up.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
And now we are an hour and 40 into the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. That is Daniel Bækkegård on camera. He is right into this Zoot bike course, Rennie, and he is pushing a nice pace. Looks great, smooth, very good.
Yeah, he's in 10th place right now, so we're going to be able to roll through and see who is where as we are on the opening miles of this bike course out on the Hardy Toll Road now. A big group of men. Again, Hogan Haag was leading the charge with Blumenfeld right on his wheel, but that is Danny B right on screen right now.
There you go, Bækkegård right on screen. And this is what you're seeing there, a nice look. That camera angle I kind of enjoy because it shows you that, yes, that men's pack is pretty well together, but there's good spacing. It's also showing you everybody is out of the air bars. It's not an easy bridge or overpass that you're crossing. And so kind of referencing again what we talked about earlier, it's not dead flat here. There is some change. It's good for the back. It's good for the body, I think, to be able to jump up out of the saddle, mix it up ever so slightly. This isn't, again, an Ironman Cozumel or a Florida where you get locked into the air bars and don't move.
I think some of that also is just making sure they're staying legal, right? Like, okay, I'm sort of coming a little bit closer, and again,
Sure.
a race ranger is in effect. You see Daniel's underneath his bottle there, that little box that will show, you know, a red light, a blue light, or an orange light, and that will reflect how far behind he is from the athlete in front. As you start to creep into that blue zone, that's close to the red, you know, usually 12 to 14 meters back, and that's kind of where the athletes want to sit. And I think when you see them sit up like that, they're just saying, okay, I want to make sure I'm staying legal here. It's a great opportunity to get out, rest my shoulders, stretch my back a little bit. Yes, it was a little bit of a rise, so you know, but generally speaking, the front athletes would have been in their bars, still charging hard. The athletes in the back just making sure they're staying legal.
And here's Wilhelm Hirsch, of course, on camera right now. A nice look at him up close. But our German competitor, who is rocking that green and yellow, kind of rocking the Aussie colors there by my estimate. But the German athlete has a good position, came out of the water in that top few, and out of the transition area very quickly as well, top 3, I believe. But now he's just in position to I think, really just continue to mind your business, take care of your fueling, keep
keep the watts in the right zone and you know, respond to the race around you. But if you're him, you don't make a big move and try and break it now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of the athletes, you'll see Rudy von Berg in there as well, some of the pre-race favorites, kind of just sitting in, biding their time. Again, it is a long day. You see athletes like Christian Blumenfeld, an aggressive racer. He'll go to the front and sort of really push. But yeah, the athletes right now, they're either sitting in, making sure they're doing everything right. Horsfall Turner, I believe, is this athlete.
Yeah, you're correct. That's right.
So a great swimmer, out with the front back again. But he is just sitting in there, minding his business, making sure he's sort of watching his watts. But again, he wants to stay with the group. So I don't think, you know, he'd ride above watts if he needed to. But I think a lot of sort of cat and mouse happening in this main pack.
You just what you talked about earlier, you can see he's tapping the brakes. So in the air bars, tapping that right brake, now up, tapping those brakes. And what he's doing is exactly as you stated, keeping himself in a position that is legal and not entering that 12-meter draft zone. Because the tricky thing here, folks, if you don't know this rule or if you haven't watched this race before, if you roll into that 12-meter draft zone, and let's say you're the 8th of 20 or you're the 3rd of 6, right? You have to pass everyone in front of you because all of those gaps you cannot slot in. So if you come inside that 12-meter zone, you have to commit and go around. And look, it'd be a tall order right there for him if he did accidentally pop into that zone. So feathering the brakes, being vigilant, being attentive is essential.
And Andreas Salzberg here on screen right now, M20.
Yeah.
He is, I guess that must be 6th place or 7th on screen right now. But again, yeah, I think right now, as I said, I think it's a little bit of cat and mouse, making sure they're staying legal, opening miles of the bike. Again, at some point, somebody will get impatient and make a break or try to mix things up. Sometimes when you get to the turnaround and you turn around and see, oh my gosh, there's still 25 men here. Let's break this up. Let's get some action going. So right now, everybody's sort of just sitting pretty.
Yeah, that's right. And the man you were discussing was our first out of the water, and now still in the main pack. But back to Taylor Knibb, the American competitor who has decided that it is time to tackle and truly focus on Ironman. 140.6 miles. She said, you know what, I'm getting serious. That 4th place in Kona, nice little teaser for me, but what I want to do is be better at this distance. So I'm going to focus on all of the aspects related to training long. And I think she's really embracing it. She looks great. Yes, she has company of Zelenskis, but we've seen this before too. Hey, let's stick around Taylor until you can't.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a matter of, that's a ticket to a sizable gap off the bike.
That's
so
right.
if Zelenskis is not well known for her running ability, obviously a phenomenal swimmer, led the swim out here this morning, phenomenal cyclist, a good runner, but not, to the level of sort of Kat Matthews or Taylor Knibb. So a great opportunity to just hang in there with Taylor and sort of try and get as close to the front or as far away from everybody else, I should say, as possible. But Kat Matthews, the athlete we're interested here on screen, thank you very much, on screen right now, she's around 5:30 back. She's 5:45 out of the swim. So sort of, making inroads ever so slightly.
Yes.
And again, that's really encouraging for Kat.
That's right. Keep herself in position as well as a goal close enough because she is such a phenomenal and trusts her run so much, where she has the depth in Ironman racing to really count on where Taylor may not yet. But I do want to say as well, when you talked about Zelenskis, she won Ironman Mont Tremblant, and she did that, and she also was able to. Her best run so far has been 3:06, which she did at Ironman Florida. But I think that I bring up just to validate your point. Running is not her weapon. Her weapon is the swim. And then obviously everybody in this field factors a little bit of that when they're racing. Renee, don't you think when you're in a pack, you're kind of estimating the people around you, in front of you, behind you? Who can you outrun? Who outruns you? Who outbikes you? Who doesn't? Who's here just to ride? You maybe hear from training that someone's got an injury and they're just going to test the bike and drop out. So all that plays into these athletes' heads.
A lot of calculating is going on, right? Like throughout the day, okay, where am I? Am I like pushing too hard sitting on Taylor's leg? Is this going to completely blow up my run, or am I still going to hold together a decent run, right? Like those are valid questions to ask yourself. Is it worth sticking with Taylor and am I going to be able to hold my run together enough? Yes, it's going to bring me away from a lot of the field. Again, Kat Matthews making a little bit of inroads on Taylor in the opening miles. I believe Kat is riding with Teresa Adam as well as Lisa Pertner right now. So those three women, but Kat in the front there. But back to our race leader, Taylor Knibb. Yeah, leading the charge here in the women's race. And this is what we expected.
It is. And as you watch Taylor and you think about Kat behind, Kat Matthews, 5 Ironman victories already to her credit. She's been winning them since 2020. So you can kind of average one a year, but she's done better than that. She has had obviously also some horrific setbacks that have stalled her progress. But last year being the Ironman Pro Series winner, it showed that she was consistent from start to finish of the season. And so I think that when you reference the women's race and say who is the one that I'm saying is a true favorite for the win, well, it's got to be Taylor Knibb on camera, a true favorite, because if she has a gap and can run what she's capable of, then boom, it's sort of going to be hard to catch her. The person that can do it, though, if I'm counting early and betting this at this point in the race, is Kat Matthews. Tenacious as they come and just driven to succeed. So a lot of questions to answer here. We are in the Zoot bike course, about an hour and 44 minutes in for the women of this beautiful race. Will Taylor stay in front and keep doing her favorite thing? We will find out.
It's just where I wanna be,
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
And we are here with Haley Chura, who has been consistently inside the top 5. Right now, she's in that chase pack, and she looks fantastic. She's riding along with good company in Stephanie Clutterbuck and Reagan Holyoke, those two athletes just behind her. So that makes Haley Chura 3rd place on the road for the women's race. And once again, we are on the Zoot bike course with a lot of action still to see. Marinda, we are watching, of course, the early stages. They're important, but you have to, it's really to play the cards right so you can have a good game later on.
Yeah, the athletes are around 20 miles into the race now, 31 kilometers-ish. But Haley Chura out of the water in 3rd, still on course in 3rd place. We had Clutterbuck and Holyoke catch up to her a little bit, so I believe they're still on her wheel, and she is riding in a group of 3. But of course, Taylor Knibb is still charging out front, and Rachel Zielinskis sitting in 2nd. Haley Chura, just a great picture of strength.
That's right. She looks great. Really nice, a little bit lower on the lower side for cadence. If you look at that, revolutions per minute, maybe she's pushing slower, but not inappropriately so. It looks very powerful. If you start to really kind of take apart the form, I think nice heel drive at the bottom of the pedal stroke. She's, you know, really just doing a nice, powerful job of riding these early miles. And yeah, certainly we also love, we talked about it earlier, great attitude, typically see her smiling, having a fun time out there, really just loves the sport and has been at the top of the sport for a lot of years, decade plus.
And just looking at her hydration situation, she had 2 bottles in the front, nothing on the back, which was surprising. A lot of the athletes opting for bottles in the back and the front. As you see with Taylor Knibb here, she has 2 bottles sitting up back and that one in the front there, which she'll be drinking from and switching out as she goes to make sure she continues that rolling buffet of nutrition.
That's right, and then she's also got that Aero bottle on the frame that probably has something special that you don't ultimately swap this out for anything other than maybe at special needs or special foods pickup. You would swap that, but it could have either, you honestly, a lot of things could be in there, but you could have a special mix that you want for the second half. You could have a more densely packed calorie mix in there. Often people will just hide their toolkit in there, but it's very aerodynamic.
Yeah, so Michael, tell us why would you put the bottle on the frame? You see some athletes with no bottles on the frame, some athletes with. Obviously gone are the days where we have the cylinder bottle or the traditional bottle on the frame. That's a no-no, but an Aero bottle, why would you have that on the frame?
Well, first off, I have to say well done using the proper geometrical term and say cylinder. I was going to say round bottle, which is stupid, so thank you very much. No, instead of that, you do have an aerodynamic bottle. So that bottle, it acts as a fairing. It gives you more surface area. So strictly speaking, you're giving yourself an advantage the same way you have that disc wheel. That side surface area is good. It makes smooth transition of the air around the bike, so you don't have that choppy, noisy kind of section there that we see on some bikes. So that's the reason really for that Aero bottle. And here, look, we just like that, we snap the fingers and we're with another athlete with the exact same setup there where you've got that Aero bottle. And so am I seeing number
7?
Yeah, there you go.
So that would be Regan Holyoke from Australia. She's sitting there. I believe that's Stephanie Clutterbuck. So I'm not sure if Haley had been dispatched from these two. I'm going to hazard a guess that may be the case, and Haley Chura might be in 5th place right now. Yes, that is correct. We're getting the nod. So yes, Regan Holyoke and Clutterbuck sitting in 3rd and 4th. And Haley Chura will be in 5th, and she's been dispatched from that group. And these 2 women did ride up to Haley. Haley was 3rd out of the water. They did catch up to Haley and now have ridden away.
There you go. So Clutterbuck here on camera right now with the green or the teal or the kind of bluish color shorts. I won't call it out. There she is on camera there, purple bike. So she looks great. That's right, Battle Braids. She was 11th place at the most recent endeavor there at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. She took that 11th. So solid. And here she is. She looks great, pushing along with good effort, good pace. Aerodynamics to me look spot on. In fact, I love the way the helmet's interacting with the upper back. She's got that Aero grip. She's got the nice Aero bars that look to be slotted right in. And I tell you what, this is beautiful work from Clutterbuck. And I want to just talk about how we focus so much on the professional race, but we want to also remember there are other aspects to our racing, not just the professional field. And importantly, last year, the Ironman Foundation gave over $1.5 million in grant funding to support community organizations where we race. And for this year's Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas, the foundation has made a charitable give back of $10,000 to the Woodlands community. Let's take a look at this.
My name is Audra Tassone. I'm the Executive Director for the Ironman Foundation. The Ironman Foundation is a charitable arm of the Ironman Group. Since 2003, the Ironman Foundation has given back over $60 million to over 10,000 nonprofit organizations. Last year, the Ironman Foundation gave back $1.5 million in volunteerism grants. And with those funds, we were able to give back bikes to kids, swim lessons, help with homeless shelters, kids in sports, and everything that you can think of. So please come race with the Ironman Foundation. We're happy to say that this year we are giving back $100,000 to the Woodlands community, which makes a total of $1.6 million. We have an auction open until April 28th, where we're auctioning off 3 World Championship entries, one to Kona, one to Nice, and the other one to 70.3 Marbella. What's included in all those packages outside of the entry is that there's VIP passes, there's a medaling package, there's VIP access to the welcome ceremony, banquet, the award ceremony, and best of all, you get to be part of the Ironman Foundation in giving back.
The annual Ironman World Championship auction bidding ends on April 28th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Head over to ironmanfoundation.org and place your bid to race the Ironman World Championship. Truly the experience of a lifetime and for a great cause. In addition to the auction, there's another way for you to donate. Please help the Ironman Foundation to make a lasting impact on Ironman race communities through the Text to Give drive in the United States. Text Ironman to 53555 to donate and leave your impact legacy today with the Ironman Foundation. We appreciate your support.
So good, so good. And really Racing for More gets you extra oomph when you are struggling, which is an unseen benefit or unknown benefit. Someone who's not struggling is Taylor Knibb. She has managed to put almost a minute or about 54 seconds on Rachel Zelinskis over the last time spread. So she's gone at about 41K, about 25.5 miles. She has now extended a lead there and is at almost a minute, 54 seconds in front. And just because I find it staggering, I'll note that she's riding 24.94 miles per hour as an average over that segment. So 40 kilometers an hour. That is, in short, she's cranking it, man, just flying through this Zoot bike course.
Absolutely. Now we have the awesome split screen. We have Taylor on the right and Christian Blumenfeld, Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo and Ironman World Champion from 2021 on the left here. Christian leading the men's race. He is really laying the hammer down today. We saw him last year in Frankfurt. Obviously, he's coming off of the Olympic Games. Kind of sit in and let the race sort of come to him. This time, it looks like he is like, you know what? I'm going to take the bull by the horns. I'm going to test out myself over the full 112-kilometer bike ride and just see, you know, what my fitness is like, how I handle the heat, how I handle pushing. I'm sure he has his watts dialed to a T. I'm going to push this amount of watts for this much time and see how that feels. And you see him sort of checking, looking behind and asking for, hey, time for you to come around. I think Gustav Eden is on his wheel actually, and they have separated themselves. The Norwegian train is rolling today, Michael.
Rolling, that's correct, and in full force. So I do want to make a correction. I believe I understated that charitable give back of the Ironman Foundation to the Woodlands community, and the amount is in fact $100,000, $100,000, not what I stated earlier. So a massive give back as we look again at our race. Gustav Eden coming around Christian Blumenfeld, and the fun thing there to me was that Christian looked at Gustav, looked down, and looked back like, what the heck? Wait, where's the you're here? Or where are the others? That was a great little look in to the psyche there of these two athletes.
What I love, though, is, you know, Gustav has had a couple of tough years. Obviously, he's won the Ironman World Championship, phenomenal couple of years, and then just a couple of really rough years. And this looks like he is back to his old self. And this is what we saw a couple of years ago. Christian and Gustav just ruining it for everybody else, winning all of the races. And now they're riding away from some of the best cyclists in the sport. And again, these two are some of the best runners in the sport. So this is very dangerous. Of course, the question is, you know, are they overbiking? I think not. Are they like sort of playing their cards right now and sort of testing the rest of the field? Rudy von Berg on screen right now. This is a time for him to decide, okay, those are the two men that I need to beat if I want to win this race. Do I, you know, go above and beyond what the watts that I want to ride right now to go with them? I think he's got a lot of questions. I bet he's sort of, I don't know, do I sit here? I'm in good company. Are they doing something foolish? Do they know something I don't know? Yeah, a lot of questions for Rudy von Berg right now.
There are, and just I want to kind of just still continue to talk a little bit about Gustav Iden. You said a couple of rough years, but some good highlights. I mean, he won the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Nice in 2019. Then he won it again 2 years later. He doesn't always necessarily stack together 3 great years. It's just an impressive last 6 years. Overall, the average, winning in Kona, winning 2 70.3 tells. So really great. And then back to the man on camera, Rudy von Berg. If it threw you off that we've got the camera on the other side, he's not racing the wrong way. No, he just looks great. This man also on a nice rise. Rudy von Berg, I think, still where we haven't seen the best of him, and we've also seen a lot of great races from him. So it's a nice combo, I think, for this man who lives and trains in Boulder, Colorado. He's very capable across all disciplines. Losing a bit of time, though, isn't he, Rennie? A little bit of a gap.
It does look like he is sort of dropping off that main group. And again, this is the main pack, I believe. It does look like there's a number of male athletes ahead of him. So right now, yeah, this is back to the lead 2 of Gustav and Christian, the Norwegian train off the front. And yeah, Rudy von Berg.
Yeah. Let's not forget he won this race as well. Rudy did 2 years ago. So Rudy von Berg, having won the race, also 4th at the World Championship 2 years ago. 3rd last year. That's the progression you want. 4th, 3rd, what's next? But back to the dynamic duo here of Gustav Iden in front of Christian Blumenfeld. They are trying to get away, it looks like.
I think so, yeah. And by the fact that Christian sort of checking his shoulder a couple of times, this is, I think, what they've rehearsed, what they talked about before the race. Wouldn't it be great if we could get off the front? Training partners, best friends, obviously fierce competitors as well. But yeah, they're trying to get off the front there and see what damage they can do to the rest of the field.
That's right. And now we're looking at Andrew Horsfall Turner on camera there.
And we have one of our pre-race favorites who unfortunately and defending champion, had to drop out. Ironman World Champion as well. Patrick Lange is calling in. Patrick, thanks for coming on with us today. We're so bummed to miss you. Used to seeing you here, tearing it up in the woodlands. How are you doing?
Yeah, thanks for having me on the show. It hurts to see my opponents go out there and riding along party now. And but you know what? It was the smart decision. So I have an inflammation on the tendon of the adductors. So I think I just overdid it a little bit in training. Of course, I wanted to be 100% fit and be able to race with the very best. And unfortunately that happens. That's also part of the sport, I guess. And of course it's a tough pill to swallow, but I'm back home now and working on the problem, and step by step I can see little improvements. And I'm looking forward to be fit and healthy for the next race. And for now, I just can sit this out and watch some beautiful racing unfold. I think we are about to see some spectacular racing.
I think you're right, Patrick. And here, this is Michael. We appreciate you being here. And I think all of these competitors, Patrick, have breathed a little sigh of relief when they heard you weren't there. They loved you racing, but you know what? You're the world champion. And so with that in mind, with these guys seeing you off the start list, is it change it? You've been in that position before. Does it change the approach? Or are these guys racing the same race they would if you were there?
I think you always look to who the strongest competitors are, and you obviously build your race tactics a little bit around it. So I think Miranda and I, we always had the perfect run on our hands, and this is how we played our game. And I think we are both pretty successful with it. So It might be that Christian and Gustav are taking a little bit more risks now on the bike because they might not be in the position to have to run to I think 234, 233 to get the win. So of course, yeah, you change your race tactics, and I think we see the both Norwegians now pushing the pace really hard on the bike. I think they trying to make the breakaway with Benito Lopez in this group. I think he's a super great runner, especially in the heat and humidity. I think there are a couple of names still in this chase group that they're like about to gap a little bit, I think, that they want to get rid of. So pushing the pace now and yeah, trying to get away a little bit.
And so, Patrick, who do you like right now? You know, you said maybe the Norwegians want to push the bike. It looks like some athletes have bridged back up to the Norwegians as we've been speaking. But do you think that is, yeah, who do you like? Who do you like in that front group right now?
Pressure question.
Who do I like?
Yeah. Well, who do you think is who do you think is
like
you know, playing their cards well? Of course. Who do you think is playing their cards well right now?
I would think it's a little bit too early to make a prediction right now. As we all know, and you especially, when it counts, it's 120 kilometers onwards, and this is where the big separations happen. I think this is the first time we will see, like in so many races, the separation. So it's an interesting situation right now because, like if you see Ben Canute right now, he's sitting so far back in the group, which is not smart. So you want to be sitting a little bit further forward because he is not in the driver's seat right now. So if they're deciding in the front, okay, we go with an attack, especially with a strong bike rider like Christian Hogenhaug. He can really push the pace so hard for half an hour or something, and until he realizes that the front goes, he's gone. So if he had to make all these passes, it's not really smart. So I really like Ben, and he's a great racer, aggressive racer. But if I would be him, I'd try to make my way a little bit more to the front of the field to see what's going on and see what happens. So yeah, I don't know how he's feeling, but that would be definitely something I would consider. So and in general, I think the Norwegians are in great shape. I've trained with them in the woodlands, so because I was there for 2 weeks after Oceanside, and they seem really relaxed and fit, and they doing their thing, and they're really focused, but also laid back and happy. So I think they're in a good state of mind, and I think for them the race is really important. So they're really aiming for it, and so if I would have to make a pick, is Christian. Definitely, and I love to see that Gustav is coming back because he had such a rough time over the last couple of years, and see him getting step by step back to his old strengths is amazing, I think, and he will be definitely a big competitor going into Nice, because also talking with him, he is absolutely gunning for that unique double, I'd say, because he was the 70.3 world champion in Nice, and having now the chance to be Ironman world champion also in Nice would be really unique and one of a lifetime chance. So I know he's really burning for it. And with him, I think it will be interesting to see how the run goes. That was his little question mark to say if his run fitness is still there. So we might also be seeing him pulling turns for Christian, knowing that he might not have the best marathon on his hands. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
Great answer and great analysis here from our 3-time Ironman World Champion, Patrick Lange, also a 2-time winner of this race here in Texas. Patrick, I'll throw another question at you, and this is simple. You own the course record here, 2:35 for the run. Blumenfeld just did a 1:07 off his flat tire in Oceanside. That seems pretty fast. What times could we expect to see? Give us a little prediction. Throw yourself out there. Are we going to see a sub 2:35, sub 2:40? What are we going to see today for our top couple runs today?
What are the conditions like? So how's the humidity?
Yes. It's humid.
It's hot.
Yes.
And not so windy, right?
Correct.
So because last year we had rough winds last year. Especially on Hardy, it was absolutely crazy. I had a 58:11 and I was spinning out on the way back. So
wow.
It was absolutely, it was wild. So it was wild. Yeah, I think we will see definitely I think if I would make a guess, it would be 2:33. Nice. for Christian. I think he's in really good shape, also run shape. He seems a little bit smaller also, and just laser sharp focus. So yeah, I think this run course record is likely to be broken. Is that the bottle hanging off his bike there?
That's a great, thank you first off for that answer. It's not easy to put yourself out there. I love that. A great analysis. And then a good question. You're back in the game. What is hanging off the back of his bike, Rennie?
I don't know. I can't. We'd have to have a side view angle, but certainly not aerodynamic.
Must be a bottle.
Here we go. We get to find out now.
It looks like
that's a loose bottle cage. Oh, shit.
Oh, the cage is loose. Yeah. Does he know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the athlete we're talking about, Christian Hogenhaug, on screen right now, and it looks like his bottle cage has come loose, and that bottle is sort of, he may have lost a bottle as well, but that one barely hanging on by a string there. That is not ideal for Christian Hogenhaug. Again, Patrick, we are chatting with on the Skype, and he is giving us all the insights. He's predicting a
I wonder if it's rubbing on the tire.
It doesn't look like it's touching his tire. It looks like it's over to the side of the tire. But nonetheless, one of our race favorites, Christian Hogenhaug, he led
He has enough power to push through.
It doesn't matter.
Christian is for him.
It's an equalizer.
He is a beast. Kinda. Yeah. Bless him. He's a good guy.
Yeah, and again, if that bottle does fall out, it will be unintentional littering, so you won't receive a penalty for that. But still, a lot of calories or whatever nutrition he has in there, and not a spot for him to put his. I guess he has a space in the front to replenish, but that's never a good sign for an athlete.
That's good stuff. So, Patrick, another quick question. Just we love having you on camera. We love watching you race. We love seeing you in. Are you focused fully on just getting healthy, or have you started to eye a new calendar event on the Ironman Pro Series we can expect to see you at?
I think the Pro Series is unrealistic at this point. We have to be how do I say, like, realistic about it, because the only chance I would have is because I'm racing Frankfurt, that's for sure, if I get healthy, and but I'm pretty confident. And the only race I could do 3 weeks later is Lake Placid, and I think this is just too early, and I don't want to put the Ironman World Championship in Nice at risk. I think if you make me choose between winning the Pro Series and winning a World Championship title, it would be always be winning the World Championship title. So I think every pro would decide like this, and this is the clear goal. So from this point onwards, I will only do what's best for Frankfurt and Nice, and will not focus on the Pro Series anymore. So yeah, I still have unfinished business at my home race in Frankfurt. Best place was third back then, and I really want to improve on that. And then all eyes on Nice, and it would be great to be able to fight for the fourth World Championship title. So that's the goal.
Fantastic. Great answer. I appreciate that. I like what you've said there, and we wish you all the best on those. Before we say goodbye and we thank you for your time, I'll just ask quickly if you'd give us a little insight on the women's race. Taylor Knibb, her second Ironman, do you see her taking this title, or is Kat Matthews or someone else going to be our victor today? What do you think?
First of all, I think Taylor isn't she amazing? Like
Yes.
This is such a strong effort, pulling away from the front, and it's just poetry in motion. I mean, look at her; it's amazing, amazing athlete, and yeah, so good for our sport. And I think she is really gunning for it. She took some yeah, some cuts, I'd say. Because she needed to be in Singapore as well for the other series, but she decided to go all in on Ironman, and this is also, I think, a good sign that we pros we really appreciate what Ironman is doing for us, and we appreciate the way the sport develops, and I think Taylor is on the forefront from it, and it's just great to see. And to answer your question, yes, I think she will win this race. She will. It's amazing to see that she is so young, and has like she does not have like loads of experience, but she just got all the watts.
Yeah.
So I think she really puts out. I would say she puts out a second or third group male professional group power. So she's super strong, and her run is also I think it's solid, and I think she will gather a lot of data points from this race. And then I think we will see an even improved performance from Taylor in Kona.
That's
what do you
awesome.
think?
Yeah, you know what? You said it better than I could. I agree with you 100%. And I think that was just well said, and I appreciate you putting that out there. You're awesome. We really love that you've been here with us as we are on camera with our chase group here, the women that you're looking at, Reagan and Stephanie, these two women chasing well. But Patrick, we just want to really thank you for your time. We know you'd rather be on the race course, but we really appreciate you spending time with us. It's a pleasure. Our three-time Ironman World Champion coming to us from Germany. You're awesome. We wish you the best in recovery, and we will see you at the next race.
Thank you so much. Talk to you soon, and yeah, enjoy great racing with very little advertising in between, I hope.
That's great.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. There you have it, Rennie. That's Patrick Longa. What a thoughtful bunch of answers. It's not easy to be put on the spot, not know the questions, but also to really just predict. And I think those are thoughtful answers and very well expressed as well. So thank you to Patrick. That's great. We are watching the women's race here at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship, the Zoot bike course. We're 2 hours and 17 minutes in, and we are watching Taylor Knibb push and push. Will she gain more time? That is the question.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. And Marinda, I have to tell you what, Taylor Knibb, she's got all the watts.
She's got all the watts. It came from the mouth of the three-time Ironman World Champ, Patrick Langer, and she has got all the watts, I can tell you. She is now around 220 up on Rachel Zelinskas, so Zelinskas wasn't able to hold Taylor's wheel anymore, which is not surprising at all. And then we have Clutterbuck, Holyoke, down at around 5:30 back, Pertner 6, and Kat Matthews slipping back a little bit now too to 6:12. So again, she's probably from the swim has only lost maybe 30 seconds from Taylor Knibb, so the second fastest moving in the race. But right now, we are going to go check back with our TriDot athlete, Lauren LeBlanc, to see how her predictive swim time compares to her actual swim time. And these are like race X swims. So, and let's see. Her predicted swim time was 1:18.10. She swam a 1:18.22.
What?
12 seconds off. So powered by a TriDot there. Pretty incredible. She is on the Zoot bike course now at the end of her race day Ironman, and TriDot will post Lauren's finish time along with her split times on social media. And Lauren continues to show us that anything is possible. Of course, she is trying to get that Kona slot here today.
In her first Ironman. That's, I mean, wow, that's impressive. Really good spread there. I'm scared of that software because I mean, like, that's good. That's I mean, in a good way. I love that. I think if I ever make a comeback, which isn't going to happen, I'm going to use it. That's cool, right? To know what you're doing, that's really awesome. So
I coach with TriDot, so I use the software myself, and yeah, I'm always continually surprised.
And you're a good coach. I mean, you're already smart. You know what you're doing, and that's good. That's just really cool.
It's insurance. It helps keep me on track. But love using that software. We are with Reagan Holyoke. Was flashed on screen for a moment there, but back to Taylor Knibb, who is riding away from the field again, plus 2 minutes to Rachel Zelinskas and Clutterbuck, Holyoke, Pertner, Matthews, all trailing 5+ minutes back.
Yeah, and look at the numbers, Rennie, from 31.6 miles to 34. So in 3 miles, she gained another 40 seconds. She's just putting time at every split, and the splits are really close. So it's impressive. Look at the bottom of that Zoot bike course graphic. You can see she's approaching the turnaround. That's turnaround number 1. It's a 2-lap bike course, and so they go out again for the second round. But she does have a great effort that she's pushing. Nice little side-by-side. You can compare both of these two have been noted by Patrick Longa and by others that they have incredible output power on the bike. And Christian Hogenhaug on the left, getting a little stretch, but he had that issue. What do you think how is that going to affect him? He's got his main bottle up front now, but he won't have a spare space anymore.
So as we were watching him before, that bottle was dangling from like a literal thread or, or a rubber band, and he was able to roll up to an aid station. I guess the motos told him that it was dangling and about to fall out, and he was able to discard legally the bottle in his front and replace it with that extra bottle. He may have lost the other bottle, so that's the question, right? Like, what was in those bottles, how much nutrition, and now he has to do the math. If he's lost one of them, is that like an hour and a half's worth of nutrition? How much was in there? How do I replace it? What was on course? Do I have a plan B? All of these things sort of have to come into play now for Christian Hogenhaug. Patrick said it, you know, even if that bottle was rubbing on his wheel, it doesn't matter. This man has so many watts to put out, and I believe he's sitting in the front right now. But yeah, he'll have to troubleshoot that loss in calories if he did in fact lose a bottle, which I think he did. He did have 2 at the start. Troubleshoot how to replace those calories, and he's going to have to take nutrition that maybe he's not used to taking or not his preferred nutrition from the course. So Christian Hogenhaug.
What do you suppose happens now as Gustav Eden rolls through? A couple words were spoken, and he does move to the front. Maybe that was why Christian was coasting a little bit, stretching a little bit, maybe wanting to see another athlete come and take the lead, so to speak. But Eden's doing it. He's not shying away from it.
No, Gustav definitely looking at the Gustav of old, but we're going to take a quick look at what all this means, the Pro Series points and money opportunities for these athletes. So today, the athletes are racing for maximum 5,000 points, and obviously that will diminish at 1 point per second as the athletes cross the finish line. Obviously, Ironman World Champs, higher points, 6,000 points for that. 70.3, obviously lesser as well, 3,000 to 2,500, and yeah, top 5 points.
Right. What a great explanation there, Rennie, of how this all works. And of course, all of those points convert to money. And so you are competing for this. A share of first place gets $200,000. And then that trickles all the way down. Really a good trickle. If you're 10th, you're getting 10 grand. This is bonus money on top of your prize money from the event. And then a good payday for 41 through 50 and 11 through 15. Wow. I mean, this is what I think pros for decades have been begging for. So kudos to Ironman and the Pro Series, where there is now each year $1.7 million on offer. It really is awesome, and it makes it more exciting, and it makes these pros really work super hard and follow these series. So great stuff, to be certain. Now we are watching on the right side of your screen, of course, a lot more of the same. Taylor Knibb just pushing away. And I think I said this earlier, we've got on the left side.
That's Andrew Horsfall-Turner on the left side of the screen. So we're getting word from our motos down on course that there's just tons of lead changes. So there's around 15 men in the front pack and a lot of lead changes happening right now. So athletes taking their turn to put their nose in the wind. Again, we're not actually sure how windy it is today. It doesn't look like there's much wind. Look, last year was crazy, as Patrick Lange mentioned earlier. He was spinning out with a massive chainring on the way back. So typically headwind on the way out, tailwind back, but today it looks like it's very calm. We have Gustav Eden leading, and that is Horsfall-Turner sitting in second right now.
And you know it, the wind can blow in this part of Texas relentlessly, coming off usually the southeast, coming from the bay there, the Gulf of Mexico, and that water. It's just a wicked time when the wind blows. It makes things a lot slower, and it also hurts the run. And so I think that was why Patrick gave us a very thoughtful answer, and he thinks that course record could be broken because you aren't getting as beat up by riding in hard headwinds. So I want to come back to just a little bit about Taylor Knibb, as we don't see her right now, but she is, we said it before, hey, you can hang around Taylor Knibb until you can't. And it's not a choice. She just starts to pull away, and what feels okay suddenly doesn't, and you've just lost time. So we saw that on the women's side. Watching the men now, as we've got, again, another change for the athletes. And each time they go by, Renee, you just get a little chit-chat, a little something. So looking great here as we watch these athletes, including that Andrea Salvesberg, our first out of the water, Salvesberg on camera now. And I'll say this, AG1, it's the official foundational nutritional supplement of the Global Ironman Series. AG1 provides nutritional support to athletes throughout the Ironman journey. At the 2024 Ironman World Championship in Kona, Matt Lieto had the pleasure to sit down with Tim O'Donnell at the AG1 booth to discuss several topics, including the importance of nutrition in your daily routine. Let's have a look.
Down here in the Ironman Expo with none other than second place finisher here, the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona. Tim O'Donnell, what's going on, man?
Hey, Matt, good to see you. Good to be back.
I know it's one thing like finding the right product, and it's the other thing integrating it in a daily life. I know for me, I'd use AG1 and I'll put it in a smoothie after a workout. What does that look like for you and your integration?
Yeah, for me, when I was really in the height of my training, it was a little more haphazard where I fit it in. You know, like you said, you're throwing it in the smoothie. You know, post-workout, you're in the car in between sessions, you're doing what you can. But now that my life is a little more normalized and my training's a little different, it's part of my daily routine in the morning. So I am up, first thing I do, I've got my AG1 in the fridge, chilling all night, and I'll hit it, and then I'll hit the ice bath, and then the rest of my day starts, whether it's, going for a workout or it's grabbing a coffee, everything starts out after that morning routine.
Awesome. And what have you noticed as an athlete, and obviously now athlete, but got a lot of kids you got to chase around? I know that's harder than being an athlete. What have you noticed as far as its impact on your daily life?
The biggest benefits for me are immune support and just energy, feeling good, feeling fresh. I used to be a guy that once I got out of bed, it's coffee. I need coffee just to even say hello to Rennie, right? But now I'm finding myself, it might be 10, 11 a.m. in the morning before I'm like, oh, you know what, I'll have a cup of coffee. So that really nice, steady, balanced energy, and of course, immune support. Now that 2 of our kids are in school, it's really important.
Yeah, so as an athlete, you always had to adapt. And I've known you for a long time. You changed your distances over a long period of time, your strength changed, and it seems like AG1 also has kind of adapts as the years go by. Tell us about that.
I love that you brought that up, Matt, because as athletes, you're always trying to redefine yourself. You're always trying to become the best version of yourself. And I think that's why I had such a long career in the sport, is because I was able to continually, roll around and find a new version of myself. And AG1's doing the same thing. They're always looking for the best formula. So as research comes out and they find out, new studies are coming out, they're tinkering with the formula, whether it's ratios or sources of their ingredients, to make sure you're really getting the best. It's all part of the process. It's ongoing. The package is the same, but what's in there is always getting better.
It is getting better, just like you, Tim. Good stuff there. But I would like to thank that dynamic duo, both Tim and Matt, and AG1. So, Rennie, I'm going to put you on the spot. How positive has it been adding AG1 into Tim's diet? Has that been super positive? Tell me the truth.
Yeah, no, he absolutely, he takes AG1 every single day. He has his morning routine, AG1, ice bath in the chili goat, and then he has his coffee a little bit after that and then goes on with his day. But yes, he, AG1 first thing.
That's why he was late.
He's always late.
Exactly. That's why he's late. That's why he's not here. No, good stuff. So we are looking here at 4th place. Christian Blumenfeld, 4th place at the moment. Remember, this is a dynamic race. A lot of lead changes, and that includes for the Norwegian on camera. But I think the only time we start to say, uh-oh, or wow, is if there's a big drop. Realistically, being in 4th or 1st or even 8th, he's still in a good position. Now, specifically when Langa came on and said, don't be sitting in the back. Don't be back there and not see a break happen. If you're Ben Canute and you miss that break, it's lights out. But for someone like Christian Blumenfeld, he's really in the spot he wants to be in, no question.
No question, yeah. I think sitting, you know, third, fourth, fifth wheel is a safe place to ride. Obviously, I think second, third wheel is probably the pole position or the best spot, right where Gustav is sitting right now. But yeah, I think when it's 15 strong, you know, the problem is that the athletes run into is that, like, how do I move up without getting a penalty? And it's hard to slot in if everyone's evenly spaced. So if you start to roll up to, you know, the athletes and think you're going to go 2 up, then all of a sudden now there's not really a space for me and I've got to keep going all the way to the front. And that's a big spend when you have to, like, pass all of the athletes. Of course, they have 25 seconds to pass the athlete in front of them and make each pass. And so there's a time limit on how quick you have to get past. So it's almost like you want to put down those watts and get around the athlete in front of you as quickly as possible.
There you go. Well said. And now we're watching another little opportunity to stand up, coast a bit, stretch the legs, get out of the saddle on another overpass here out on the tollway. And then remember, we just said Ben Canute's name. There he is. He's not at the back of this big bunch. He's right at the front. And that's where you typically will see him, just ready to always kind of counter or match any moves. But that's our large group of men, and I know
Ben Canute right in the middle of that group,
right
I think,
yeah.
yeah.
Thank you, that's great. Just what I was wondering, and there you can see kind of, 4 or 5 guys in front, and that's Blumenfeld. So with Canute right behind Blumenfeld, actually, yeah, I do see him in 5th now. Blumenfeld in 5th, Canute then being in 6th. So, gosh, this is, I think, really the state of affairs. And we looked at the start list, and you said 62 men came here to race, and this is not a case of 62 men that can't contend. It's probably 20 men that are really contending for those top 3 to 5 spots, and it's on. I think you can't make any errors. You've got to tend to all of it. Pay attention to the power. Get the hydration throughout. Make sure you have the calories that you need when you need them. Don't overdo it. Don't underdo it. Actually, that's a great question. If you had to pick between being sort of a little bit over or a little bit under, what's worse? What's better?
Calories, you mean? Or?
Yeah, calories.
Under. I think if you just creep over the line of too many calories, it just shuts down your stomach, and then it's basically the same as having no calories because your stomach stops processing the nutrition that's coming in. So it's a really fine balance, and figuring out how much and training your gut at threshold. It's really important to do those race rehearsal sessions where you have your race day nutrition on the go and tweak that. In the races, you learn a lot in races, but also in the training sessions leading into the race so that you're not overdoing it, because I think worse than bonking or running out of nutrition is overdoing the nutrition, because you have to wait for your stomach to clear. It's not like a quick fix. If you're bonking, you take a gel, almost instantly you feel better.
Okay.
If you've put too much in your stomach, you then have to, sip on water, be patient, let it clear, and it's just an awful feeling.
There you go. Well said. And I think, yes, I enjoy hearing that. Watching old Ben Canute here crank it out, rocking the US of A colors, red, white, and blue. We did catch up with Ben earlier this week. Let's have a listen.
First time here, so I think overall it's a pretty flat course, pretty straightforward. The biggest factor is always the wind and the heat, and we're going to get a warm day. It's not going to be absolutely scorching, but still enough to affect the race. So I think pacing, especially in a field like this, is going to be interesting, because I definitely think there's going to be some fireworks out there. It's a world-class field, so guys are going to be aggressive. We have a lot of strong swim bikers and a lot of strong bike runners, so guys are going to push off the front as well as be chasing from behind. So I think there's going to be a lot of risk taken, which will show up definitely in the back half of the marathon. Oceanside felt great to just be racing again. It feels like I was missing something last year just with how the racing was going, but right now the beginning of the season is just about putting benchmarks down, and it's kind of like an exploration. I know that I'm pretty darn fit for what I was able to accomplish over the winter, despite moving and everything, and we've been making a lot of good progress between aerodynamics, and I've been at altitude, so I'm really kind of in an unknown. Don't really know exactly where I am, but that's pretty exciting, because it could be first, could be 10th, but we're going to find out in a couple days.
There you go. Great answer from the American Ben Canute. I don't know. And I think that honestly, a lot of folks fall into that category at early season races. And to be fair, we're at the end of April, so it's not the earliest of season races, but really it's you haven't done this in a while. So even if you finished at Kona or Cozumel, you're 4, 5, 6 months down the road from there. And it is a question mark. And one of the most frustrating but also tantalizing aspects of Ironman is that you can do everything right and have an off day. You can do everything subpar, minimal, moderate, wrong, and have an incredible day. So it sometimes happens that we just don't know what shows up, which legs show up on race day, which set of circumstances am I unlucky or do I have the favor. So fun stuff to hear from Ben Canute.
And we have Gustav Eden there. You see him putting water all over his suit. That's a nice way to, when those suits are wet, the airflow over the top of them helps. It's kind of cooling. So making sure he's keeping that body temperature in check. But we are rolling along with the lead men. They've made the turn on the Hardy Toll Road. They're making their way back. Another loop out. A lot of action still to come here in the Woodlands.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship is brought to you by Qatar Airways, going places together. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And we are here, Rennie, with Gustav Eden. Yes, that's a two-time Ironman 70.3 world champion, and he's a one-time Ironman world champion, and he is in the mix today at this race. And we are, as you mentioned, through the turnaround and heading back. We haven't started lap 2 yet, but he is right into the mix, into the meat of this Zoot bike course.
Absolutely. He's in the main course, you might want to say, of this bike course. And this is where it starts to get interesting, Michael. This front pack around 15 men strong, but I hazard a guess that that will start to dwindle more and more as we get further into this bike. Rolling back to Taylor Knibb. She is rolling along very nicely in the women's race, leading right now and riding away from everybody. Fastest on course by a little bit. Rachel Zelinskas now around 3:30 back. So Rachel hung with Taylor for the first 20 miles-ish and then started to drop off. Again, not really probably a choice. Taylor Knibb just super strong, one of the strongest athletes on the bike, probably if not the strongest on the bike in our sport. But we are looking at our defending champion and the Ironman Pro Series champion, Kat Matthews from the UK. She is sitting right now in third place.
Yeah, she's in third place. She's 6 minutes, 43 seconds down from Taylor Knibb at the last time check. She's about to go through the other one. Remember, we have time checks very frequently here in the Woodlands. But Kath Matthews, I'm not too concerned here. Obviously, you don't want to lose a ton of time to the likes of Taylor Knibb, and she does have company with her, that those 3 women riding along with her.
So Lisa Pertner, Regan Hollyoak, and Stephanie Clutterbuck all riding behind Kat, but Kat caught up to that group, so she's rolling through.
She caught them, and they're hanging with her. And I think where you look at an athlete like Kat, she is so tenacious and so strong across all 3 disciplines that I look at a 6-minute deficit, and even if it extends, I feel like she's an athlete that can run down anyone in front of her at any time. We were watching it in Nice last year at the World Championship. We weren't sure if Laura Philipp was going to hold. You just didn't know. She looked great, but we also felt like you've got to believe in this young woman from Great Britain. So I think it's exciting. I think.
So Michael, the experience is on Kat's side,
That's right?
Like Taylor Knibb's second Ironman race, really an exciting talent that's come into the Ironman distance up from Olympic distance, but she hasn't got the experience that Kat has. Kat's pacing herself. She's riding. You know, obviously she knows that Taylor's up ahead, and she needs to sort of make inroads or limit the damage as much as possible. But Taylor Knibb has had historically some issues on the run. Has she sorted them out? The nutrition is the big one that comes to mind. She's had some nutrition issues where she's had to stop and use the porta potty a few times. Even in half distance races, in 70.3 distance races, she's had to use the porta potty. And each porta potty stop is 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of time to sort of give up to someone like Kat Matthews, who doesn't use the porta potty, has her nutrition dialed, and will put together a very fast run.
That's right, and you just you laid some good groundwork there, because I think almost Taylor, even with 3 Ironman 70.3 World Championship titles, almost every 70.3 she's stopped in the bathroom. So if it happens that often, I think she's good at it. She can get it done quickly, but also it does indicate that there's something just a tiny bit off. And sometimes the frustrating thing of our Ironman racing is that you can dial it and still have it come back. You don't always really fully say GI distress or tummy trouble is behind you. Either way, I love that is our discussion point. She's got 1 Ironman under her belt versus Kat's 5 wins. So great stuff, and we're going to see this battle continue to play out.
And speaking of Taylor Knibb in a 70.3 world title, she's also won California 70.3. And if the racing today has inspired you to pursue your own Ironman dreams in 2025, we've got some incredible races for you to add to your race calendar. Check out Ironman 70.3 Santa Cruz on September 7th, Casa Permanente Ironman California on October 19th, and Ironman 70.3 La Quinta on December 7th. Entries are open for all races now. Register today. Scan the QR code on the screen and go to ironman.com to find your race.
Couple of beautiful races there, 3 wonderful opportunities this fall. So look at this. We got a nice little split screen there as Taylor Knibb is on the left side leading the women's race, dragging along some professional men. I'm going to go ahead and say Patrick agreed with you and called out that some of these 2nd or 3rd pack professional men are on the same power output, same cycling ability as Taylor. And I would also say that it's fair to acknowledge that there's no disrespect there. That doesn't knock these men. Like, we all kind of expect there to be all levels in the professional field, men and women. When you're new, or when you're, even if you're at a point where you're slipping down the backside of your career, there's all levels of acceptable professional competition, and Taylor is just at a incredibly high level. So I guess I'd say that, when you look around and you see some men, hey, good, you know what, that's okay. So it's a testament to everyone in their moment.
And again, Taylor Knibb representing the United States in the individual time trial in Paris last year, as well as doing the triathlon and teams triathlon. She earned a silver medal. with her US team last year in Paris. So just all around phenomenal talent. And again, the best athlete on 2 wheels in the women's field at this point in time.
Yeah, period. Yeah, full stop. So here we are looking at the 2 women that we believe are the absolute contenders for the win today. The defending champion on the right, Kat Matthews. Yes, she won here last year en route to taking out the victory in the Ironman Pro Series. So she's on the right side of your screen. Left side, Taylor Knibb, the rookie, so to speak, although she's packed a ton of experience in her relatively short career. These 2 women doing battle. Many others that are still out there. We don't ever really see Danielle Lewis on the bike early on. We usually see her cycling in late and running even further, so look for her as well. Some serious talent, not on camera right now, but these 2 women really leading the way. Gosh, and Kat looks great, doesn't she? Really compact, really smooth. To talk about how good Taylor is on the bike, we don't want to overlook how strong and how impressive Kat is as well.
And just talking about Danielle Lewis, I just wanted to check down the tracker a little bit. Danielle Lewis is sitting in 13th place. She is around almost 1940 back from Taylor Knibb. Tamara Jewett, I should say, in 15th, a rookie, first Ironman race, a very strong runner as well. So Tamara and Danielle pretty close together, actually, so that's going to be an interesting run battle. We'll see those 2 women running through the field. But again, our women in the lead right now, Taylor Knibb, Rachel Zelinskis, Regan Hollyoak, Kat Matthews, then Regan, and Stephanie Clutterbuck.
Not easy. A lot of syllables. Here we are with Ben Canute. He made it easy on me. He's at the about a 20-meter gap to the folks in front of him. I think there's a little bit of intention behind that, where he will have that pride of saying, I'm strong enough. I don't need to even have anyone ever consider that I'm in a draft, not implying others don't. But there's definitely I think a source of pride that you'll see with Ben Canute and his cycling ability, where he's just going to be super firm on that bigger gap. Now he's closing it a touch, but so much you have to pay attention to. We've already seen from our spotters the number of athletes that have been handed the blue card or the 3-minute penalty. This year we're down to 3 minutes for the Ironman where you stand down, but we want to look at those rules. If you get into the 12-meter draft zone from the front of the wheel of the bicycle in front to your front wheel, if you're in that 12-meter zone, you are allowed 25 seconds to get out of that zone through the front. You have to zip on by. If you cannot zip out of that zone, you will get a drafting penalty. So the rules are there to keep it from becoming a draft race, keep it individual. And we mentioned this just as a way to inform across the board. There's some athletes that have gotten those penalties already. There's also some athletes that have dropped out already, having those off days. David Plez is one of them. We saw him get overtaken by Taylor early on, and he's now out. So a lot of exciting action unfolding here on the Zoot Bike course. We are only 2 hours and 55 minutes in. Will Christian Blumenfeld continue to impress? We shall see.
Welcome back to the Woodlands and the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. We are on the Zoot bike course, and that means we are in the middle approximately of 180 kilometers or 112 miles of cycling. You're looking at Ben Canute on camera right now, an American superstar who is in that front pack. That is the rest of the front pack. My name's Michael Avato, and I'm sitting here today with a 3-time Ironman World Champion, Miranda Carfrae. I love chatting with you about this race. Are you having fun? Is it everything you expected so far?
I think so. Yeah,
Okay,
I think for the most part, everything I expected and more.
And more.
Always, the athletes over-deliver. But we're looking at a 14-strong men's pack, so maybe
Wow.
didn't expect such a big men's pack, but I guess I should have with the caliber of athletes that showed up here in the Woodlands. But I'm just looking down a little bit, and our bike superstar Robert Callan is now 130 back from this main pack. So Robert's starting to make inroads. And again, Robert last year in Texas had a phenomenal bike ride. And you're seeing on that split screen on the right, you're seeing an athlete move up through the field now, and he has to be careful that he doesn't slot in a place where there's not room to slot in. It has to be more than 12 meters in between those athletes for him to be allowed to slot in there. And looks like he's doing everything legal. He saw a gap and an opportunity to move up a little bit. And as we were chatting to Patrick Lange a little bit earlier, you don't want to be 10th wheel, 11th wheel, 12th wheel. You want to be 5th wheel, 4th wheel, 3rd wheel, because there's less change in the speed or in the power output to counter the moves that are going on up front.
There you go, well said. Now we're looking at number 20, Andrea Salvesberg. He was our first out of the water, and he's still in the mix. So he's who we're looking at, came around, made a little move there. And it gets a little bit tricky because sometimes you feel really good when someone else feels okay, and so those little power surges, sometimes they're not really calculated, they just happen. But as we look at Salzburg there on camera, he looks smooth, he looked like he was working. One of the things I like to look at up close is you can see the perspiration dripping off his face, you can see a little bit of moisture building up on the visor. You can tell that even though we're moving at great rates of speed, it is humid. These athletes are really sweating. They're really feeling the early effects of this southeast Texas April climate, which is unforgiving.
And there's been a lot of rain around the area. You'll see the athletes now making that turn, and they'll head back out for their second lap. But yeah, so when it's so humid and when there's so much rain around down there, it just makes for humidity to go through the roof. And when that happens, athletes are just sweating profusely. And you see all of the athletes now halfway through, a little over halfway through that bike, and just trying to get the fluids in. Like you can't get enough. Like it's like a sieve, you know, you put the water in, it just pours right out. So it's very hard to make sure you get the right dose of salts and electrolytes, and obviously you need to keep getting those calories in, but it's very hard to maintain like a homeostasis when the water is just pouring out of you.
That's right, well said. And I think as I want to stay with that sweat loss and that humidity a little bit here, and just say one of the brutal effects of a high humidity environment is the sweat, which is meant to cool by evaporation. It doesn't work. It just literally doesn't work. You have the moisture just sits on you, so you sweat out. Instead of it evaporating and cooling your skin, it just sits there and continues to make it worse, wetter. And so whereas if in a dry climate, Arizona, St. George, Boulder, Colorado, some of these other Ironman events, you feel cooler. It does work, the sweat. So that's just a little extra side of what you said.
And also in a windier race too, you know, in Kona some years you will be sweating profusely, and then other years you're dry. And that sometimes can mess with the athlete too, because, you know, when you're dry, you're not getting that constant reminder that I'm dripping wet, I'm sweating a lot, I need to keep putting, you know, the hydration in. It's just that it's being evaporated or drying off quickly. You're still sweating.
Great point.
It's just being dissipated so quickly that you don't notice it as much.
That's a great point. And as we continue to watch Andre Salzberg navigate this lap traffic, or these athletes that are on the first of two loops, I want to mention just a little something that I saw. I'm going to put this in your ear and just make you think about this for a second. Is
that Casper Stornes. He's in 7th position. I feel like he's a dangerous kind of sleeper, if you will, in that he's that 3rd Norwegian. He's that training partner that I won't be surprised if we see him just knock a home run today, because he has been benefiting from the same training partner, the same friendship, the same dynamic, the same coaching, the same information, everything. And so he's the one where all of a sudden you go, wait, if Blumenfeld and Eden can do it, I can
do it too. I'm
So,
doing the same training.
Yeah.
My only question mark on Casper Stornes is Oceanside. In Oceanside, he biked very well. He's crushed it out of transition, but 7 kilometers in, he was walking. So I don't know if he miscalculated or got too excited and went out too fast. This is an Ironman, so double the distance. You have to be even more calculated and careful with your pacing. Yeah, so that just gives me pause with him.
I like that. That's a good pause, and that one is certainly very recent history. When we look at him further, sort of a little bit less proven at this distance, I vividly remember when he came on the scene and was winning over in Bahrain and Nice, and with 106 and 110 and 111, his run splits were just killer. But you just called it right out. He's got 1 Ironman start, Ironman Germany, DNF. So does he have it? Hey, today could be the day. I just want to point it out because the talent is there. The ability is there. So it'll be fun to watch as we get closer down the road to that run.
And on screen just now, that's Nick Thompson from Australia, and he is way up in that front group. Again, it'll be hard to sort of figure out where exactly he is, but he is in the top 3 to 5, or has been sitting around there. Daniel Bakkegaard was the athlete on screen a moment ago as well, sitting up in that top, 5 to 8, and sitting around there all day. So good to get some footage of the athletes that are kind of being quietly sitting in there, minding their own business, doing their thing, not being the aggressors so much as just sort of responding to what's going on up front.
I love it. And this 25-year-old, you just referenced Nick Thompson, he's got 2 Ironman 70.3 wins to his credit already, and then a whole host of Ironman top 10s and whatnot. So he's done well. He was 21st in Kona last year. That's a good step forward for a 25-year-old. But all around, he's a 47-minute swimmer. He's a 4-hour flat cyclist and a 250 runner if you take his bests. The dude should be one to watch, and pretty sweet little mustache there as well.
The mustache has come back. A lot of mustaches in the pro men's field today. I'm not sure if I'm a fan or not.
I have to be honest. I hate it, but I like the effort. And when I say hate it, that's a little strong.
You're a little strong.
I have a strong dislike.
Listen, I hate it.
Thank you. I appreciate what they're doing. And nonetheless, we can leave that behind as we come back to, again, what you said, the Aussie, 25 years old, Nick Thompson on camera. And it's fun. He looks really good. He's got a nice cadence, and I think he's rolling past some lap traffic, so it makes him look even faster. But he is in a good spot, and he's looking around.
A great spot. I think more than anything, as a 25-year-old, having some good results, but this opportunity to race with some of the best in the world, be around them, see what it feels like, see how they react to different scenarios. This is just such a great learning opportunity, regardless of the outcome. He blows up on the run, he does a great run, whatever. Right now, this is going to be something that he will take a lot of lessons from and learn from and use in the future. Again, at 25 years old, a lot of 15 years more of racing for this young man if he, is healthy and wants to do it for that long. So yeah, regardless of the outcome today, I think just a really great opportunity for him to go toe-to-toe with some of the best in our sport.
What a great point as we come back now to our leader, Taylor Knibb. Taylor, you can really just call her Taylor. That one is not unlike Taylor Swift. You just need one name to know who we're talking about, Tay-Tay. She's on camera. She looks good. One of the things that I've noted that I don't always see with the 27-year-old is a little bit less poker face, a little bit more kind of right now, some both sides. I've seen her show the effort. I've seen her show some wear and tear on the face, a little bit of gritting the teeth, and a little bit of effort. I've also seen the smiles. And so it's not that she's always sort of stone cold, but I do see a little bit of work. Like, she's going for it. It's not easy.
Yeah, and I heard a little interesting note that her coach said to her, Taylor, if you ever feel frustrated in the race, then you're going too hard.
Oh,
so that
wow.
was it,
Yeah.
the little tip, okay, you know, finding your pacing, right? Like
Yeah.
Taylor has only done one Ironman race. Of course, they've sort of given her guidelines on these are the sort of watts you want to push. I'm not sure. Some athletes ride by watts, some athletes ride by feeling, but frustration, certainly, if that's starting to build, you're either bonking.
Yes.
Or you're going too hard. So yeah, wise words from her coach to help her dial in the pace that's right for her for a 112-mile bike.
That's super cool. Yeah, that's super cool. I almost feel like if I were to look at the counterpoint to that, I can see her getting frustrated with it feeling too easy. Like,
Yes.
I wonder, you know what I
We
mean?
wanna
It's
go
almost
like,
oh, this is boring, but I don't think we have that today. I want to think about that advice because
it's boring, and I've got 4 minutes on my next competitor.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
she is that good,
can I go
right? You know,
harder?
yeah.
Yeah.
Can I push? Like,
Yeah.
you know, you have access to that. You know, as Patrick Langer put it, she has access to so many watts.
Yes.
And so, yeah, so finding that sweet spot and dialing yourself back and having the patience. And again, I think Taylor Knibb has an old head on those shoulders, and I say that. She's a smart athlete.
Yes.
She's a calculated athlete. She takes a lot of information into consideration before she even speaks. You can see her head going a million miles an hour. And so I think everything she does is very calculated. I mean, one of the only athletes on the start list who I can guarantee read the whole athlete handbook before the race. Right? Like, nobody does that. Taylor does that.
Yes,
So
yes.
she will leave no stone unturned and make no mistakes.
That's a lot like how you were, I know.
Yeah, right.
No, what's so awesome about that is, yeah, she is so analytical. She is so thought and process oriented. She is so in it, and it really does combine with just the natural abilities that she has and the incredible, very impressive work ethic. So she's got these three things at 27. You talk about potentially 15 more years of just dominance. If she wanted to, that could easily be her. As we come to Kat Matthews, such a fun, she's fun when you see her. She's fun to have on the start line and on the race course because she is so tenacious, never say die attitude, start to finish. Kat, and what's our split now from our last check?
It looks like Kat's still sitting around 6:30 from Taylor Knibb, and Zielinskis is now flowing back a little bit, but we are going to check out A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka, our Race Week series that takes you into the inner everyday lives of elite triathletes for an under-the-hood look at the athlete journey. This week, we caught up with the one and only Kat Matthews.
Hello, right. What else are we chatting about? How my watch says I'm peaking.
You got race shoes on? No. Oh, that's fine. It's fine. Easy.
Just the illegal non-carbons.
Oh, great. Yeah, great.
It's going to be a real battle. I've never beaten Taylor, but I'm confident I can really challenge her in this race. So I think it's really exciting. I hope she has the same confidence. The start of a new season this year is completely different. Everybody's had as in me, Taylor, Chelsea, no one's raced. So it's like 3.5 months of pure training. Chelsea much longer. So it's a whole new ball game, hopefully. And I think, I hope not to see Chelsea after the first half of the bike, because I think that I don't want the pressure of her running with me. Actually, I think the field just keeps growing every year. So, 23, 24, now 25, and it's just so many women. Kona's my sole focus. The Ironman World Championships this year, but the Pro Series is definitely a very close second. I think Texas, the Woodlands, I think it allows me to draw a little bit more emotion perhaps and heart into racing, which I definitely feel like I race a little bit, maybe too much so of my heart. And I need that drive, I need that emotion to really push myself. Feeling good, better than fine. I still haven't quite got control of my anxiety from last year around just spontaneous muscle tears, which sounds really dramatic, but it's not. Like, I haven't had any issues in months and months. So it's just one of those like pre-race, like crosses my mind, slight flare of anxiety, but I try and overcome that with like a few sort of harder efforts, just to be like, you're absolutely fine. So yeah.
Thanks, Kat Matthews, for a fighting chance, presented by Hoka. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Try and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel.
What a fun catch up. And just to let you know, we are 58.9 miles into this bike ride. That would be for Taylor Knibb. The other women a couple minutes behind, a couple miles behind, but that puts us at approximately, we're over halfway. We're approaching the back half of it, and we're approaching what really is the hard part. Everybody can get in there and knock out a pretty good 120 kilometers, 130 kilometers, 150. It's that final 30 to 50 to 60K, right? It is somewhere in that zone.
The last hour-ish.
Right, the last hour or hour and a half is where the glue comes undone. The athletes really start to see chinks in the armor. But Kat Matthews, I don't expect that with her.
Absolutely not. Yeah, so Kat Matthews is now heading back towards town. She will make that turn, and then she'll have to navigate this traffic for the age group athletes. But Kat Matthews is talking a lot about Chelsea Sodaro, and of course Chelsea was down in the Woodlands preparing for this race, had targeted this race, but picked up a little virus from her 4-year-old Sky, unfortunately, and wasn't able to start today. And of course, when you're sick, it's not worth risking your health to do an Ironman. So she's had to sit on the sidelines today, unfortunately.
That was a hard but super smart decision on her part to pull out. It's never easy. You've been planning this for a long time. You're ready to go. You're super fit. You're excited to try it out. But 100% the smart decision as we look at Kat Matthews. So realistically, I feel like, what are her chances? How close? She's not going to worry about Chelsea Sodaro. She's only worried about Taylor. What does it look like? What does she need if we're talking about just personal bests or personal efforts out there on the run? What's that time differential that's acceptable for Kat?
Well, let me ask you this. What has Kat run here before? Like I think 49. I feel like she's run a 2:49 here. She's going to need every bit of that. Best run split she's ever had here in the Woodlands. And possibly she's going to need Taylor to underperform on the run. Not possibly. She will need Taylor to underperform on the run and possibly have some porta potty breaks. But again, that is out of Kat Matthews' control right now. All she can do is focus on her race, what she is doing, dialing in her nutrition, doing everything right, and just see what happens and let the cards fall where they may on the run.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. It was 2:49. It was 2 years ago. Last year, she ran 3 hours flat, different conditions, different race scenario. She won it. She won here with that 2:49. And I like your answer there. But if we really look at that, I think you're spot on. I think it's got to be a 250. I think it's got to be just rolling. I will let everybody know that if you run a 250, that's about a 6 minute and 30-second per mile average. Just think about that for a second. If you're not a professional or elite athlete, that may just kind of boggle your mind, but 6 minutes and 30 seconds for the 250.
Around 4-minute kilometer pace, just over.
It'll tick over 4. Yeah, 4 minutes is about a 6:24 pace, I think, if you do that math.
And if you think about Kat, so I think she'll run every bit of that. Last year, she had that calf tear early in the year. She raced in Miami, tore her calf, went home, had to really back off the run training. She had to get that therapy on the calf and let it heal.
That's right.
She came to Texas, and it was a question mark. She didn't know how it was going to hold up. She didn't know if it would hold together for the marathon, and she definitely walked some aid stations. She was careful, calculated. Walked some aid stations, still ran a 3-hour marathon and won the race, but she was much more conservative. This year, I think, her, as she mentioned in the AFC, she's healthy. She hasn't had any reason, no issues with the calf. Feels super strong and ready, and she'll be able to push all day long. And so I certainly expect her to run right around that 250 mark.
There you go. Good summary as we look at Taylor Nib on the right side there. And then, of course, on the left, we've got Nick Thompson from Australia weaving around on the left side of this split screen. And then check the graphic of our Zoot bike course at the bottom. Yes, we are on the return trip. We do have another turnaround, so double out and back, double loop, but we are on the downward side of our course, 180 kilometers or 112 miles. Those of you just tuning in, you're watching the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship, and I, Michael Lovato, am sitting next to a 3-time Ironman World Champ, Mirinda Carfrae. She's got not only the experience here, but she's watched these races ever since she stopped racing. Mirinda, you've got to tell me, do you wish you were out there?
Nope.
Zero hesitation.
You know, I miss being fit, but this, I mean, yes, in the heat of the battle and in peak shape, there's nothing better than that feeling of just cruising along and pushing big watts, and not Taylor watts by any means, but like for me, big watts, and like getting ready for that run and the anticipation and all the rest of it. But I'm happily retired. I have my hands more than full with the kids, and right now it's just all about these athletes. Nick Thompson on camera on his second lap. More action to come in the woodlands.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
We are here at approximately 42 miles. I'm sorry, that's the 42 miles to go left in this 180 kilometer or 112 mile bike ride. That's Nick Thompson from Australia, and he is pushing away. So what a spot for a 25-year-old from Australia to just make a mark. He's going for it. I like that he's doing this because, you know what, realistically speaking, he's not the guy that is going to come in and win the race unless he's got an incredible breakthrough. But here's a AG1 supplemental stat. We're going to take a peek right now at those statistics. His last segment, 26.66 miles per hour. That's smoking fast on this course. And we're estimating him hitting at 3 hours and 20:55 for his next spot. But that's the stats at 68 miles. Nick Thompson, I mean, why not, right? He doesn't even need a visor. That's how fast he is. But he comes out here, and I like the gusto. I like the fact that you said it. He's racing toe-to-toe, shoulder-to-shoulder with the best in the world, and some of the best in the world. And he's decided now not just to sit and watch. He's gone away from them, and he said, I can ride this bike. Come get me.
Yes. catch me if you can. I think he's like, well, I'm going to take this opportunity while all the big guns are looking at each other. They're not looking at me, and see if I can create a little gap. And he has opened up a bit of a gap. It looks like 30-ish seconds. But we also should mention that there are some other names coming up into this front pack. We got Robert Callan now in this main group. We have also Cam Worth has made it into the front group, as well as Chevalier.
Yep,
so some of our pre-race favorites now in this front pack. And so, again, the front pack is starting to mix up again. So now there's 20 athletes within a minute, right? And Nick Thompson sitting about 30 seconds up the road. We have Hogan Haag and a couple of others just right behind him.
Okay, we just had a massive change at mile 71, though. Massive change. Nick Thompson, Christian Hogenhaug, that's 1 and 2. Callan is now in 3rd. Gustav Eden in 4th. Cameron Worth in 5th. Beckegaard in 6th. And Salvisberg in 7th, with Blumenfeld now falling to 8th. I say falling, like you said it, all these athletes within a minute, but guess what? The game has completely changed with the likes of Nick Thompson off the front, 27-second lead, but it is really an appropriate time and a good time to see these big moves, to see these big changes. But it's funny how the conversation that we were having in a snap of a fingers has changed to some different players and some different dynamics.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it's just a matter of, is Nick Thompson, Hogan Haag, Callan, Eden, are they going to get away? Because it's almost like there's that top 4, and again, Thompson, and then 30 seconds to Hogan Haag, Callan, Eden. Do they form a little pack and get away? Again, it's hard to say that because Cam Worth is already riding through the field, and he is the lead of the main pack of men, and that's 5th to 20th basically are riding together, and a lot of big names in there. Blumenfeld, Beckegaard included, Chevalier as well, moving up through the field. He was a long way down, well, a little ways down out of the water, but has made some inroads now. So some movement now, and as we said, this is sort of to be expected. It starts to get really interesting in the back half of the bike, always.
Always, that's right. And again, we are in a big championship race. This is the second Ironman of the Ironman Pro Series for 2025. It's the 4th race in that series. And so we are seeing people come in with big hopes, big aspirations. And let's not forget that there's also $175,000 prize purse for this event. The winner takes home $28,000. Second place is $17,500. So there's just a lot of reasons to race and to race big. When you're a 25-year-old of Australia and you've got some good results but nothing earth-shattering yet, this is the time to go for it. No one's marketing him. No one's saying I've got to keep up with Nick Thompson at this moment. So it's a really sneaky move to just get away. I love what he's doing.
Yeah, and as you said, around a 250 is what we've seen from Nick Thompson. That's not to say he could go a lot faster, and I'm sure he's worked very hard to continue to bring that run time down. But yeah, absolutely worth a crack. And if nothing else, some great airtime for all of your sponsors back in Australia or wherever they're located. So fantastic to see the young champ get off the front and show everyone who's boss for a moment.
That's right. Right now, he's boss. And then let's talk a little bit about the dynamics here as they do start to lap some people, and there is a little bit more opportunity to get mixed up. I mean, I guess it doesn't really change. You still have to be super vigilant. You still have to ride your power, but you also just have to keep that extra eye on getting around folks, making sure you don't hit a cone. This is an extremely well laid out, well run race course. So you're in good position. You still have to watch it as you start to dip in the calories. Maybe you just pay a little less attention. I think it's a really key time to just stay focused, stay attentive, and ride smart.
Yeah, absolutely. And back with the women's race leader, Taylor Knibb. She's sitting around 4:45 ahead of Rachel Zielinskis. And then Kat Matthews, sort of sitting around 6:30 back now. She drifted out to 6:45, kind of holding even or maybe making a little bit of inroads right now to Taylor Knibb, and Taylor passing age group athletes and some pros as well, pro men, I should say, as well. On her way through this bike course. The athletes are now making their way back out to the turnaround, and once they turn, they'll be just heading straight back to transition. But right now, around 100 kilometers plus in to the bike ride, 80 kilometers to go. Still a ways.
Still quite a ways, and gosh, she just continues to look great. She looks like she's at mile 5 from a standpoint of energy's good, rhythm is good. Nice little, I like that sort of rhythmic upper body movement, a little bit of head side to side. But if you think about it, the as much as we love that precision and those pistons just churning, it's also very efficient, not unlike a running form, to be able to kind of balance back and forth and counterbalance with that up and down of the legs and the side to side, slightly the shoulders. It's really a nice move or set of movements that I'm seeing with her. So I just think, yeah, it's fun. You can look at all aspects of her form and really make comment on it.
Yeah, and some athletes are just kind of rock solid. They don't move their shoulders much at all. Taylor finds a rhythm, right? And that's kind of how she gets that power out. You kind of find a rhythm. You want to find a rhythm on the swim, the bike, and the run, and you see her kind of, just lean back and forth and find that rhythm. And I can tell you she's putting down big watts. But Nick Thompson on screen right now. You're getting a good close-up of the young man. He's eyes on the prize, pushing, I'm sure, very big watts.
I think so too, and you can see the effort in his face a little breathing, not inappropriately so, but it does show a little bit on the face. Also taking the time to grab that Aero bottle, get whatever is in that one. You can see he's got 2 of the on-course water bottles with water on his rig. You can still see he has one of his own bottles tucked behind. And again, that Aero bottle from the frame that he just hit and took access to some calories and hydration out of that bottle. I think Nick's doing a great thing there, trying to get away and make a mark. So coming back here to the women's race, and we're trying to just zoom in on that. It looks like number 19.
17 or 19? 13.
38? I don't have any idea.
Lisa Pertier. So
yeah, thank you so much.
That's F13, Lisa Pertier. She's sitting in that group with Kat Matthews.
Yeah,
it's not really a group anymore. It looks like Regan Holyoke has been dispatched from Kat and Lisa. And again, Kat rode up to Regan and Lisa. Lisa now going with Kat. So they're sitting in sort of 3rd and 4th. Regan sort of slipping back around 40 seconds behind. So Lisa looking to go with Kat as much as possible right now and limit that deficit on from Taylor Knibb.
That's right. So the American Taylor Knibb on the left, the Austrian Lisa Pertier on the right there in front of Kat Matthews just a bit. And of course that missing link, that second place athlete is Rachel Zelinskas from the USA in second. So great to see, still continuing to see also just differences, changes back and forth. 1-2, we've got Taylor Knibb and Lisa, 1-2 on your screen again, first and third. So I just literally said that.
Rachel Zelinskas still sitting in second place. She's around 4:45. We expect Kat and Lisa Pertier to catch up to Rachel Zelinskas at some point. But right now, Zelinskas still holding steady in second. Of course, Rachel Zelinskas led the swim. Taylor Knibb was on her feet the whole swim. They get out of the water. And Taylor was able to get away from Rachel around 20 miles into the bike, and now Zelinskas riding her own race out kind of in no man's land in between Taylor and the Kat Matthews, Lisa Pertier group.
And Lisa Pertier from Austria on the right side there. She was obviously the winner last year of Ironman 70.3 in Cozumel. She's also just a solid athlete, has raced in Cozumel. Her Ironman there netted second place. So just a step off the top spot on the podium there. Wicked times there, though. She was able to put an 8:44 in Cozumel, closing out with a 3:03 run. So she's getting overtaken by Kat Matthews, the powerhouse athlete from Great Britain, the absolute superstar. She said, you know what, I did catch you, I did sit in, but I'm still going to go for it. I must minimize this gap between myself and Taylor up front. And, you know, the question is, will we see that drop? The last time split, Kat Matthews was 6:32 down from Taylor, and we are sitting here refreshing, waiting to get to that 105-kilometer mark to find out if it's changed. as we come back to this man, Leon Chevalier, first time on camera, and he is making big moves later here in the game.
And again, Leon Chevalier raced down in Ironman South Africa. He didn't really race to his ability down there. It seemed like he either was underdone or just maybe just not quite ready. That was, what, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago? But really looking like he's hitting his mark here today.
That's right, and we did get to catch up with Leon with our wonderful Fighting Chance series presented by Hoka, which is a race week series that pulls back the curtain and gives you just a look behind the scenes of these elite athletes. This week, yes, Leon was in the spotlight. Let's see what he said.
Really nice to be here, actually. I wasn't, yeah, sounds weird to say, but wasn't expecting it to be so nice. Lots of trees, I guess it's called the woodlands for a reason. Yeah, and obviously I raced 4 weeks ago in South Africa. It didn't go as planned, so I'm hoping to improve on that score. Shouldn't be too difficult as long as I'm healthy, in 2 days' time. Yeah, I guess the whole field is pretty strong. Like, I think there were 80 of us in that briefing room. Yeah, lots of different athlete profiles, you know, strong swimmers, bikers, runners. Yeah, it's good to be back with like the Norwegians, Rudy. We've had like a lot of battles, Rudy and I, last year. So yeah, I know, you know, I'm not here in my best shape, but hopefully I can, you know, stick with them and maybe play at the front of the race. I think the swim will be interesting. Should be like pan flat, no wetsuit. Be interesting to see how I fare. I did a really good swim back in South Africa, whereas wetsuit, pretty cold, very rough. So this will be like pretty much the opposite. So that'll be interesting to see if I can make that, you know, main group. And then I think the bike suits me, as in it's just mostly about aero and sticking to, the aero bars. And then the run, I think it's going to get pretty toasty, pretty humid. I didn't do so well on the run in Kona, but hopefully this time, you know, I don't put my head in an ice bucket and I can get to the finish line a bit quicker. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Leon. Great to hear from you here. And watching him on camera, he looks like he is just crushing it. And we always look about this point and just start to wonder, hey, what happened to so-and-so, or how did we miss this guy? And realistically, I didn't expect Nick Thompson. Robert Callan now in second place. He rolled through quite well. His miles per hour routinely higher than everyone else's. Christian Hogenhaug, third place. Gustav Eden recovered from any sort of mechanicals he was experiencing. He's right in the mix still in fourth. Cameron Worth in fifth. Ben Canute in sixth. Chevalier right there, we saw him on camera, in seventh. Blumenfeld, and then Antonio Benito ninth. It is on.
I know, every time I'm like, well, what about him? What about Daniel Baccagat? I mean, you know, so many phenomenal athletes as I look down. Rudy von Berg still sitting in there in that main chase, around 1 minute and 5 down, but with, you know, all the big names, Blumenfeld included there. Yeah, this race is going to be incredible. If we get 10 men getting off the bike together in transition, I mean, again, it's going to be interesting to see who like runs out, inserts their authority right away, who is more calculated and calm and runs through. Yeah, a lot of exciting racing coming up. Another athlete we were just chatting about, where's this athlete? Matthew Marquardt. Matthew Marquardt was leading this race, the whole race last year, and was in the front pack, and we haven't seen him at all. So I'm not sure what happened to Matthew Marquardt. If you have information on him, I'm sure the viewers would like to hear what happened. If he's having a bad day, if he had a mechanical, where is he? So yeah, love to be able to share if anyone can send that information our way.
Send it our way, and I'm not going to say this with any level of certainty, but I am not sure if we're going to see Nick Thompson hold this lead for much longer, because Worf is rolling about 1 mile per hour faster. He's now in fifth. Callan is in second, only 4 seconds back. You know, bounce around and Hogan. They're all there.
Big bikers.
They're all there. There's some big bikers, and Nick Thompson has had the guts and the ability to really push away and get in front. He might not have that lead for long, because there's still plenty of riding. Look at the bottom of your screen there. You'll see our Zoot bike course continues to unfold, and there is a lot of riding still to go.
But if you read those athletes, like Nick Thompson, Robert Callan, Christian Hogenhag, Cameron Worth, but Gustav Eden in that mix too. And then there's like a 40-second, 30-second gap to Christian Blumenfeld, and basically the next 15 men are sort of in that mix. So yeah, Gustav Eden riding very, very well.
Rennie, they're keeping us guessing, and it's really making us earn our keep up here. But we're back with Taylor Knibb, and you will see, wow, folks are really able to match her. Yes, those couple professional men are matching Taylor fairly well here, but no woman has been able to come close. 6+ minutes back is our second place. 4 minutes back for Rachel Zielinska, 6 minutes plus for Kat Matthews. But Taylor is just, and there it is, there's a little bit of work. You see that she's got a little bit of the grimace on right now. You can see she's working it, but appropriately so. I wonder if she's if she's frustrated, like you said on that commentary earlier.
Yeah, well, if she's frustrated, then she knows what to do, right, Michael? Her coach did tell her, I hear, that if you start to feel frustrated on the bike, then you're probably pushing a little too hard. Take your foot off the gas and, slow up a little bit and just sort of settle back into your rhythm. But, you know, she has a little bit of time to play with right now, sitting around 5.5 minutes up on second place, Rachel Zielinskis. Lisa and Kat around 7:10 back, and then Stephanie Clutterbuck falling back to around 8:30 with Regan Holyoke as well. So, Alice Albert's moving up into that top 7 now at 10:38 down.
Rennie, if you're getting excited like I am watching this hot and humid race here play out, this battle in these great warm conditions, I get excited, I get inspired. Probably many of you are as well. And if you want to vie for a World Championship slot, well, they are up for grabs at Ironman 70.3 Hawaii. Did you know that? There's another reason to race in Hawaii. That's right. This event has been on the Kohala Coast, and it's celebrating that 20th edition up there on May 31st. So what's a special event starting from the Waikoloa Beach Township gets an extra glow this year with the Race Week perks, cool limited edition swag, and of course stunning race throughout this tropical paradise. So slots are filling up. You should register today. Scan that QR code or go to Ironman.com to find your race. But do not miss Ironman 70.3 Hawaii. It is coming up May 31st. Get in on the action.
Yeah, great opportunity to race that 70.3. You do get to ride half of the Ironman course, so if you aren't able to qualify for Hawaii, which I know is many people's lifelong dream, you can race the 70.3 and get a good taste of what that feels like. And the man, Cam Worth from Australia, on screen right now, he is rolling through this field. Always a race favorite. He always has a lot to say, a character in our sport. But he definitely has put in a big bike leg to make it his way to the front.
That he has, and just getting a hit on that straw, taking some of that vital hydration along the way. We've made a lot of mention about the conditions here, and I think that they will be the only things slowing these athletes down is those conditions. It really is going to be man, woman against elements once we hit that humid environment, running around the Hoka Run course. It's 3 laps. It's densely wooded. It's very little winds, very high humidity, and you can see, Rennie, now that all the clouds have lifted. We're getting blue skies with more sunshine and more heat, and so that is really, as is typical for this time of year, very steamy in the morning and hot and steamy later. So,
and you're looking at that flag in the back there, Michael. Just what was on screen. Sorry to talk over you, but the wind is starting to pick up just a little bit, and usually, yes, the outbound bike, a little bit of a headwind. You come back, a nice tailwind. So the athletes will be treated to a tailwind as they head back in towards the transition area. But right now, heading into a slight headwind. Doesn't look like it was anything like what we had last year in terms of the amount of wind, but this will be welcome for the athletes, because when there's no wind in the woodlands, it is just so hot. It's like a little oven, and you know, the humidity just goes through the roof. The wind comes in, helps the athletes cool a little bit. But we were watching the bike leg of the Ironman in Texas in the woodlands. So much action still to come.
That's Taylor Knibb out of the saddle and riding hard as she has been doing for much of the day. She is in lap 2 of 2 here at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas. That is the soft and front tire of Gustav Iden. Yes, flattening as he goes, but guess what? He's not stopping. But you can see that is not, that's not
ideal.
That's not ideal. That's subpar. And you know what? It's gone flat. It is not just a squishy, like that is rim
riding on the
road.
rim. That feels awful.
It feels awful, but here's the other thing. What composure, again, from a 3-time world champion, from a guy that has been around the block. Yes, he's hating it, but he's not stopping and he's keeping that composure. Now, here's the thing. We're gonna see how quickly they can run this change. So everybody that's competing against Gustav will feel sorry for him. Also, they will be thinking, how far can I get down the road? The neutral support Rennie is rolling ahead, going to find a safe spot to pull over. Eden will meet him, and they will see what they can do to quickly swap that front wheel out. Of course, there is a little bit of action. So see, he got ahead. He jumped off the bike so he could be ready. He'll have the wheel off. Eden is down. Start your stopwatch. He's already got the skewer off, and he's getting the tools, because guess what? With the through axle, you've got to pull out an extra tool. It's not a quick release. And watch this mechanic go. He has done this a million times, and he's doing it as fast as he can. Wheel is out, and again, another disc wheel in, ready to go. This is textbook. He's got to set it in. Don't rush it. Make sure that rotor is set and the through axle back in, and he's cranking it in. Precision, Rennie. I love what I see. That was 30 seconds, obviously the stop-start, but what a turn, and he's giving him the push.
Yes.
That was beautiful, a pit stop, little gas and go, if you will.
That is wonderful. That's how we, this is professional sports, right? And I think triathlon is catching up to being able to do those mechanical changes in a timely manner. So now he's at the back of still the main group. Like he's in content, in reach when the group, he gives the smile, he's happy, he's got the wheel on. It feels a heck of a lot better, I can tell you now. And it's not the dish, the deeper dish wheel that he would prefer, but hey, it's better than a flat tire.
Yes.
And it was great that we were able to catch that action. I bet it was probably 20 seconds, 15 seconds.
Kudos.
Probably more like 20, 30 seconds that he had to stop on the side of the road. But yeah, well done to that mechanic. Under pressure. Under pressure with the camera in his face.
Under pressure, and guess who else gets kudos is Gustav, because he made that move. He got up to the front, was in 5th position, 3rd position. He was 17 seconds out of 1st. And then if you look at the math, all the way to Kieran Linder's set 103 down. So you can see right there, there's 45 seconds to play with. They used it all. He's in that hunt. He did not fall to that 19th spot with the next chase. Composure on the fly. We can't say enough about that move. What a great moment in our race. Here's Taylor Knibb.
Back to Taylor Knibb, and just going back to Gustav for a moment, he jinxed himself. He said that KB is bad luck with the flat tire in Oceanside, and then their rental car got a flat tire, so they had to change out their rental car earlier this week.
That's so funny.
As well. So yes, hopefully that's the 3rd flat tire for the Norwegians, and they won't have to deal with another the rest of the year. I'm gonna put that out there for them.
And you say that because we know in the sport things go in 3s, right? Those flats or whatever, the bad luck. And so I think you're right. We kind of chuckled ahead of time. We're like, he should stop saying flat in this interview because someone's going to get one. Well, all right, unlucky moment made good, and now we're back with our 2 top women, not 1st and 2nd right now, but still definitely the top 2 from a notable standpoint. These 2 women are absolutely the favorites here today. You've got on the left Taylor Knibb with on the right Kat Matthews, and we keep seeing that lead kind of extend ever so slightly. The last time check, Rennie, Kat Matthews was at 7:16 down from Taylor. She's not liking that.
The lap traffic. It's tough at this point in the race. Obviously, the athletes having to ride on the other side of that witch's hat. You call them cones here in the U.S. Down under, we call those witch's hats.
They're both accurate.
They're both accurate. More literal down there. And yeah, I mean, it's part of racing, right? Like your multi-lap course, you're going to have to deal with some lap traffic, and it's a matter of just making sure you stay safe. And it's a lot of yelling. I'm on your left. I'm coming around. Coming through, and it can come across as frustrated and angry, but it's more just like, I want you to be safe and I want me to be safe, and I just want you to get around as quickly as possible. And, you know, that's what we saw with Kat, sort of putting her hand out, like, do I go around the outside of the witch's hat right now, or do I stay and wait and have to brake? So, yeah, that's part of this race course.
Part of racing. And I think the frustrating part where she was a bit exasperated is that two age groupers should not ever be side by side and chit-chatting. And I think that rules dictate that if you are on the race course, you don't get to sort of sit side by side. It's not a training race. It's not a training day. So ultimately she was seeing that they were going too wide. And so it's just maybe a nod to everyone out there that's, you know, racing in the future. If you're watching this event, remember that two abreast is a big no-no here. It's not safe. It's not legal. So keep it in mind. But let's not harp on it too much. She managed it. She's a composed athlete, and here she is again, going back into the aero bars, so strong still. And Taylor on the left, Kat on the right. They both have unique, different styles to one another, but equally effective and just punishing paces out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, Kat Matthews sitting around 7 minutes back from Taylor Knibb. So Taylor Knibb really having it her own way right now. But again, Kat Matthews is going to run around at 250, maybe a little quicker. Taylor Knibb, who knows? She's an unknown quantity. Yes, can she run 250? Yeah, absolutely. Will she do it today? I don't know. I think she will at some point. But has she gotten that nutrition piece right? Has she gotten that important part right? And you know, can she lay down a performance like that today? That's the big question that will be answered soon enough.
That's right. Yeah, once again, thanks for being here with us. I'm Michael Lovato, joined with by Mirinda Carfrae, our 3-time Ironman World Champion. And the fun thing is we are calling the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. This is a race that's been going on since 2011, and we're going to be here at least through 2030. So this race has history, and today it has a lot at stake. It is our second race on the Ironman Pro Series schedule at the full distance, 4th race overall, but so much at stake. Also, $175,000 is being handed out today alone. Rennie, it is so exciting, and we're only, you know, not even 2/3 of the way through the race yet.
Absolutely. We have a lot of action coming up. Massive men's pack. I couldn't pick it right now. Who's going to have the goods on the run? Is it going to be Christian? Is it going to be Gustav? Is it going to be Antonio Benito Lopez? All of those guys are in the mix there. Is it going to be somebody else? It may well be.
That's right. Is it going to be a Rudy Von Berg or a Cam Wurf that we didn't really mention but has ridden an appropriate race? We just don't know. As we come to the women's race as well, we want to remind you that on camera is Taylor Knibb. She has been in front since really transition. She left, she got ahead right away, and she is typically in front like this, but she's doing what she does best, which is just focusing on her own race, pushing the pedals, getting the power, using all the watts, and I think hopefully tending to that fueling and to that hydration along the way. Of all the athletes, Rennie, that I've seen, I don't see just massive perspiration. I don't see her in distress. She doesn't look wet, bothered, hot, nothing. She looks just really cool and comfortable.
And again, the athletes right now are moving into a slight headwind, so you know some of that sweat might be dried. But we saw some close-ups of the men, and even Kat. You could see the sweat dripping off their chin. They're perspiring a lot. Taylor doesn't seem to be as much. What does that mean? Either she's not working as hard or she's just not a high sweater. And that's individual. Some athletes will sweat a lot and lose a lot of fluids and a lot of sodium. Some athletes will not. And a lot, you know, the science is there now for the athletes to go and get that tested. And they know, okay, I lose X amount of sodium per hour or fluids per hour, and I need to try and replace that in a hot environment like this. And it's almost impossible to replace the whole lot of you know that fluid that you're losing, but you want to do your best to replenish to the best that you can by the end of the bike, because on the run it's just much harder to take on the fluids.
That's right. Well said. And it is a ever-evolving equation, those nutritional sciences. But here's a great question for you to just ponder, Rennie. And we know that Taylor Knibb has run 3:05 in her one and only Ironman. And we know Kat Matthews has run 2:49. So is 16 minutes the magic spread? Is that what we need to see? Or is it less? Can't wait to find out.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship was brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Mortal Hydration, Thirst Quenchiest Hydration.
And we are watching the Australian Nick Thompson roll through lap traffic, coming home on the end of his second of 2 laps on the Zoot bike course. Nick Thompson, 25 years old. This Aussie has just taken the bull by the horns. I kept saying, oh, he's going to get passed by Hogan, Haug, and Werf and Chevalier, but none of that has happened. He's just rolling along so well. I guess maybe it has happened.
Maybe
I'm watching him just behind. But either way, he's still with it. He didn't get blown out when they came through. What an exciting race, and as you said very wisely earlier, he's in there rubbing shoulders and competing against some of the best in the business.
I think that's Robert Callan, Worth, Nick Thompson.
There
So
you go.
again, powerhouse bike riders here, and just a great place for Nick to be right now. He got that little break off the front. He had like a 30-second, and then some of the big guns came through, Worth and Callan on the bike. And now this might be a great partnership for him in the last, 45 minutes, an hour of riding to get a nice cushion on that next main group of men.
I think you're right, and just look at these splits too. The miles per hour, 33 miles per hour in that last segment for Cam Worth from Australia, 32.85, not too far off for Nick Thompson, and 32.86 for Robert Callan. And then it's just really impressive. Hogan Haug at 33 miles per hour in that last segment. And then it's so fast. These guys are all pushing so well. And remember, I said this before, 7th place right now, Kasper Stornes from Norway. He's our top Norwegian at the moment. But it is something that I want to keep an eye on as we progress throughout the day here.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now we have Cam Worth front and center on screen, riding behind Robert Callan, and then Taylor Knibb on the right-hand side, leading the women's race.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. And as I also like to do, I'll always point out when I'm completely wrong. Christian Blumenfeld just a tick ahead of Casper Stornes. They could be exchanging back and forth, but there's a couple 15 or 20 seconds separation between the two. Nonetheless, I'm still kind of calling him as someone that could surprise us all by getting on that podium with a really breakthrough Ironman run. But nonetheless, time will tell as we watch Cam Wurf. There you go. You can tell right there, Cam Wurf on the left at the back behind Robert Callan. He's probably got a little bit love having the company. He probably appreciated when he was just riding away from everyone, but now to have extra help and to have even faster times probably is a cool thing for Cam Wurf.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cam at the beginning of the year called out that, you know, I'm going to go and do every single Ironman Pro Series race, and then we saw him down in Geelong. He didn't have a phenomenal day there, but this is more Cameron Wurf-esque, like having the day where, you know, he swam solid. He's been swimming better and better, and knowing that's his weakness. But then to get out on the bike and put down the watts and have, you know, powerhouses like Robert Callan around him to create a great partnership, I think that just bodes well for him overall. And Cam Wurf, a great runner too. Maybe not a 2:35, but if he can have a little gap off the front,
yeah, he doesn't need to be.
That's going to be a really great opportunity for him to put together a great bike, a great run, and be in the mix.
Yeah, because he can run 2:45, he can run mid 2:40s. You do that off of a 4 flat or something, real low 4s. It's pretty competitive.
It puts you up the front of the race and in the mix, which is pretty exciting for Cam, who's been around the block a few times. Obviously, there's a rower for Australia, and then on the Ineos cycling team, and also obviously racing a bunch of triathlons around the world. I was chatting about how he was going to try and do every single Ironman Pro Series race, but then he sort of started looking at the calendar and realized, okay, I'm not going to be able to get to South Africa after, and then come all the way back to the US for Oceanside. So I think he made the right choice there, and now he doesn't have that Ironman from South Africa in his legs, and he can throw it all out there here in Ironman Texas.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that would be a tall order there to get all those done. But looking at his accomplishments, it is remarkable, Cam Wurf, that he was able to perform like that at those at all of those different disciplines. I mean, rowing, cycling, and then Ironman, and he has done so well. 2:44 is the fastest I've seen him run. That's exceptional. That's something that for a long time we weren't seeing those, and now it's obviously it's 2:30s we're talking about.
Yeah.
But Rennie, I think Cam Wurf, he's also a guy that he embraces the battle. Everybody kind of does, but he loves to fight and beat the best or be in the mix with the best. So pretty fun stuff there, Cam Wurf, and we're going to see. He may have one of his amazing runs today.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be wonderful to see. I think, to your point, he lives for this, right? Like, he lives for this battle. He lives for this moment. And this is the reason why he continues to show up day in, day out, and just, push forward. But we're going to listen to a sound bite from one of our pro females on screen right now, Regan Hollyoak.
It is a long way from home. No, I'm super stoked to be here. It's been really exciting. I've been here for a couple of weeks now, and the Texas hospitality has been great. So really, really excited for race day and ready to go. Yeah, so I've had a bit of a look at the course. We drove the bike course. It's on a tollway, so you can't ride it beforehand. And I've done a bit of a recon of the run course, which looks awesome. That's probably what I'm most excited about, is the run course. Very, very spectator friendly. There's some activations that look really, really exciting that I've heard about. So look, the course looks good. It's a bit flat for me, but I think the heat and humidity will play a big role on the day. So I think it's going to favour a smart racer, and patience is going to be key on the day. Yeah, I think heat's a really good leveler. So again, if you don't race smart, it's going to bite you in the bottom towards the end of the race. So I've done a fair bit of heat prep. I've been here for a couple of weeks already, so I'm really confident in managing the heat and humidity. So I think it's going to work out well for me on the day. Oh, I mean, this is the most amazing field that I think one of the most amazing fields that we're going to have all year. So I'm just really excited to race against all the girls. I have so much respect for everyone on the start line. I think there's a couple of clear favourites, but anything can happen on the day, and I'm there for it.
Great stuff there as we check in with Holyoke from Australia, and she looks fantastic. As you know, I think, and ultimately watching her roll along here in good position, Reagan Holyoke, great stuff, having been first place Ironman New Zealand. So ultimately, that was a big win earlier this year. She went under 9 hours, 8:51 on pretty rough course there. So great stuff.
And then started her Ironman Pro Series campaign down in Australia, her home country, in Geelong, and finished 4th there. A phenomenal bike, 2:14 on the bike there. So Regan, a rising star in our sport. Excited to see what this young woman can continue to do.
There you go. There you go. Back with Taylor Knibb, putting the head down, having a look. Well, actually just making herself more aero, but ultimately keeping that gaze forward and then dropping the head down, getting more aero is what she did. And so realistically, what do you think she needs to do in order to, so we don't really know. She's done one Ironman, she ran 3:05. Hey, that was pretty darn good, but she was sort of falling apart. Now, totally different story. 2 years later, year and a half later, Taylor Knibb focusing on this distance. Let's just throw it out there. Let's just, for fun, say that Kat Matthews is going to run a 2:50. Let's just say, all right, let's just put that there. And then Taylor, what do we think she's going to run? What do you think that is realistic in a range of 4 to 6 minutes? I mean, I can't make you say exactly, but is she going to run a 2:50 to 2:55 or a 2:55 to 3?
I think she's going to run a 2:50 to 2:55. I think she has the ability and the talent to run, as fast as Kat. Will she get it right today?
Yeah.
That's the bigger question. Whether she has her nutrition right. Again, she has a coach now. When we saw her in Kona a year and a half ago, she was coming off an Olympic cycle. She wasn't really focused. She had a very short build in. Yes, she had a lot of fitness and she was very strong, but dialing everything in for the Ironman is a completely different ballgame than Olympic distance racing.
Yeah.
And now she's had, another year under her belt, and then off season and a proper preparation into this. So I'm just excited to see what she can do, and it's an unknown quantity at this point, Michael.
Yes, it is. Unknown quantity. I think I'm with you. I think that she's realistically going to hit it out of the park at 2:50. She's going to be more like, hey, it was pretty good, but she maybe stopped 1 or 2 times for a 2:55 because it is a true focus. And you said it really well. She was always fit. She's always been ready. She doesn't ride short when she's training for these events. She doesn't win all these 70.3 titles just with no long runs or long rides. But the difference is, and this is where I get excited too, is that Taylor has well and true focused on Ironman. Focusing on an Ironman will enable her to be a totally different beast at this event. So as we come back to Robert Callan on camera, he is looking very strong. He looks very smooth, and he looks very aerodynamic, and I'm not surprised to see him in the lead here in front of Cam Worth and Nick Thompson from Australia, with Hogan Haug, Blumenfeld, and Benito Lopez rounding out that top 6, all within 13 seconds of one another at the last split. Brittany, I like to say this: 4 hours and 7 minutes into the race, it gets real about now. I mean, you've done 4 hours of exercise. If you haven't paced well or fueled up, it starts to show at this point. You start to get grumpy.
Yes. Yes, exactly. But there's 4 hours of exercise, and then there's 4 hours of your top end of what you can handle for over a long period of time. And yeah, you start to get like a little agitated. I'm so sick of sitting on this saddle. That little saddle sore that really wasn't anything now is really annoying me. I've got a little blister in my foot. My neck's starting to get sore. All those little things are starting to creep in now, and it's the athlete that can block all of that out, stay on the pace, and continue to make sure they're making good decisions. And so as you fatigue and as you tire in Ironman racing, the decision-making process becomes harder. Your mind's not as quick, your mind is not as sharp. And sometimes that's an indication of low calories, but generally it's about staying sharp, making sure you keep making the right decisions in the moment. And, of course, these athletes have all raced Ironmans before. They have no, stranger to being on the bike for 4, 5, 6 hours in training. But when you are racing the best of the best, you are on your upper end of what's comfortable. And some athletes may have stepped over that. I'm sure, a number of times on this bike. So now it's just a matter of just hold it together, be smart, and you know, start to think about how you're going to get off this bike and run a marathon.
I love it. Great stuff, Rennie. And focusing here on Robert Callan up front and looking at his ability and his needs off the front. We talk a lot about Taylor and what does she have to have in front of Kat Matthews. But when we really look at the man, Robert Callan, we start to say, what are his chances overall? What's his background? Well, guess what? He is a 29-year-old, 8-time Ironman finisher, and he was 23rd at the World Championships. He was 4th here last year. The guy can roll. I mean, he does a 254 run off of a 403 bike. That's pretty good. But what does he need in this race against this talent to really be competitive? I think he kind of needs a lot.
Absolutely, yeah. He needs a gap. He needs a gap, but he doesn't have a gap. I mean, Blumenfeld's basically in this group with him. Antonio Benito Lopez also in this group with him. Yeah. Phenomenal runner. But on the other hand, you want to put the watts down because you want to make the runners hurt. Yes. And that's another thing to consider. Like maybe he's not putting time into athletes like Blumenfeld and Lopez, Benito Lopez, but you're making them work harder, and so you're taking a little bit of maybe the sting out of that run for them, where it's for you, it's right in your wheelhouse. This is what you ride, and then you get off and you know your running ability off a bike like this, and it just allows maybe you to be a little bit further up the ranks at the end of the day. Maybe you're not winning, but maybe you're you're definitely better off at the end of the day with, you know, when we let the cards fall where they may.
Yes, that's it. Well said. And if I look back, one of the things that you mentioned Benito Lopez from Spain. I have register of him doing a 2:37 run off the bike, and so that's compared to the 2:54 for Callan. That's a massive difference. So that's just, again, what you just said in the numbers standpoint. When you really want to win this race or come top 3, you've got to be, if it's not sub 2:35 as Patrick Longa predicted, it is definitely sub 2:38. It's definitely sub 2:40. I mean, you have got to be moving along at essentially a 3:50 per kilometer or a 6 minute per mile. That's just mandatory to take this win. So let's just see. Those are all the numbers. We love to talk about it. We love to present it. And a reminder, this is a big event. Yes, indeed, the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. We're in the Woodlands for another great year, and we're going to be here for a long time watching this great race go on. It draws all the talent. It really does. 2,600 age group athletes, 62 professional men, 26 professional women. We're all here just vying for the glory, the dollars, and the challenge. It's a great day in southeast part of Texas.
And the men only have around 30 minutes left, maybe 35 minutes left on the bike. So we might see some race best splits here with the no wind, or maybe not. Michael, what do you think? Do you think it's faster if there's no wind, or faster if there's a screaming tailwind at some point?
I think that the calm conditions, it is a double-edged sword in that you will not have any cooling effect. When you have a tailwind on the bike, you're going a little faster, but you're just baking, right? If you have a little bit more wind, it kind of cools you. Overall, I think that the wind hurts the run generally, and what Patrick referenced, Alanga, our course record holder and defending champ, who's well, he's not defending now, he's last year's champ. Really, to come off the bike beat up, it takes some oomph out of your legs, and the wind beats you up. Even if you're a great cyclist, you have to work a little bit harder. So it may beat Callan up less than it beats up a weaker cyclist, but wind is hard. It's why when Kona is really windy, that's why it's so difficult. Because it punishes you 112 miles, and then you have to run a tough run. So I think that if it's calm today, we'll have pretty good run times. These machines are built to run in humidity, and we'll see a couple blow up, but we'll see a couple run really quick.
And just speaking of your course best times, Starkovitz was about under 4 hours. Again, courses change, but that was back in 2018. But last year, Matthew Marquardt, a little bit of a windier year. He rode a 4:03.22. So, more recent year to compare from. I think they'll be a little quicker than that this year.
Yeah, wow, so fast and cool to see. It's also fun to think back on some of these Ironman Texas events and think about these athletes that have broken through here or shown up here. Joe Skipper was another one. We saw him for the first time here running, and they, riding through this 404 or 408, 410, all those back before we were really hitting that territory. It's neat to see how folks come over from Europe to race this event, come from Australia, come long ways to get in and do battle. You and I talked about it, going back to the very first time this race went off. Your husband, Tim O'Donnell, a phenomenal athlete on all distances. He debuted here and got second place behind Spaniard and Echo Llanos. We see it. We see just great battles, people debuting, people breaking through. It to me is just an awesome event that has great history and a great future.
And just fun to kind of compare year to year.
Yeah.
And again, of course, has changed a little bit. Conditions are always different. So, what happened on,
yes,
last year was completely different to what's happening this year in terms of the weather, the screaming tailwind that they had last year and spinning out, not being able to push the watts because you couldn't ride 120 cadence on the way back to utilize your gears.
Right.
Today, that's not the case. They certainly have a little bit of a tailwind, but it is nothing like what we saw last year. So fun to compare and think about years past, but every year is different. And again, even the competition this year makes for a different race.
That's right, and I think it is the deepest we've seen at this event as far as the upper part of the men's field, the depth just overall. It's incredible, the talent that showed up today. And I also think that you can answer this as someone that's won multiple big races and set multiple course records. What's the important thing? Would you rather win a race or set a record?
Win a race.
Exactly.
Every time.
Right, every time. And so
records are nice for sure, but they're set to be broken, and you win a race that lasts a lifetime.
That can't
right?
go away.
Yeah,
Good point. Yeah, look at that. What a cool shot here. And this is when you look at the technology and you say, what on earth? If you saw this 5 or 6 years ago, you wouldn't even think it's possible, but extremely aerodynamic appearance there on that bike where you just have one joint coming up out of the stem and turning into an aero bar of sorts.
Just one bar. It looks like just one bar with his elbows completely together.
Yeah, it's just fantastic. So Robert Callan here, we're looking at those stats and noticing 33.6 miles per hour or 54 Ks an hour over that last segment. That is moving. 0% gradient and 13 meters of altitude above sea level. I should say that 13 meters is the variance over the course of that segment, but wow.
And his average Ironman bike split, just a average 3:59. So under or over today, Mike? What are you going to say?
I think he might break it. I think he might. Let's see. What are the odds? What are the stats? Let's run some numbers. Who's good at jock math? This is Robert Callan. He's in front of the Memorial Hermann Ironman North America Championship here in Texas. Incredible stuff. Robert Callan, will he hold the lead? Will he extend the lead? Does he have enough to get off and finish on the podium? Robert Callan, what have you got?
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with Feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
And here we are with Robert Callan up out of the saddle, just powering ahead. The question we left you with was, will he break 4 hours? Maybe. Will he have enough space between him and his competitors in transition to have a top finish? Maybe. Is he concerned with those around him, Randy? He looks back? Maybe. There's Cam Worth from Australia taking his turn at the front. And I think if these two actually did a little bit of back and forth, they probably could break free. Two incredible next level cyclists at the front of the race. So let's see if they work together and make a teammate. Team.
Make a team?
Make a team. team.
Yeah, I think that we're checking behind to see who was still attached to that group. But I think these two men just willing to see what they can do on the bike, do as much damage as possible to the men behind them, and just see what bike split they can come in on.
Let's see, and there's Cameron Worth from Australia up front. Big move there, and I think that we are curious. We are wondering if these two can break away. Will the damage be done to other athletes like Gustav Iden, who overcame a flat tire that he had to ride, and they got that changed very quickly? But this is, again, that section where you typically will see gaps be exposed or be expanded rather, and weaknesses be exposed. So are we going to see that? I think so. And then on top of that, you've got two big players at the front pushing the pace. It's starting to get good.
Absolutely. As we said, 20 to 30 minutes, 25 minutes-ish left for these men on the Zoot bike course, and things are starting to happen. Some cracks in the armor of some athletes. We saw Gustav sort of get a flat tire, and now he's around 2.5 minutes back from the front. But Cam Worth leading right now, Robert Callan on his feet. And as we check in with our Tri-Dot athlete, Lauren LeBlanc, she is cruising on the bike course right now, about halfway through the ride. She's tracking ahead of her Race X predicted bike split time of 5:47. If she holds the pace she's on right now, she'll finish in about 5:35. But this is her first Ironman, and pacing the ride can be tricky. So the Race X predicts that time, or that's the ideal time for her to ride. But if she rides ahead of that, that may impact the run, right? Like, it's triathlon, right? You got to get it all right. So we'll see. We'll keep checking back in with Lauren. But right now she's cruising along on the bike and looks to be maybe beat that bike time. But what will that mean for her run, right?
Great question. Yeah, plus or minus. So very cool stuff there, and we're still following. And Lauren LeBlanc, great to see that amazing split spotlight there from Tri-Dot. How about this? In our Ironman Pro Series, this is what it looks like. The top of the board, Magnus Ditlev has 5,000 points from his win in South Africa. And then, of course, as you scroll through some notables, we've got Jake Burschweiler in second, and then scrolling further down, really most likely we're going to see someone from outside the top 10 bump in today, throw some folks out of that top 10 and get going and strive, because 5,000 points on offer today, and then again every second you detract a point.
And on the women's side, we have Annie Reichman winning Ironman South Africa. She has 5,000 points maximum. Marta Sanchez finished second in South Africa, so she's sitting up in second. Chloe Lane has done two Ironman Pro Series events so far, South Africa and Geelong. She could take over first place if she had a strong performance today, because she will have those 3 scores. And then other pros that are racing today can move into the top 10. Kat Matthews, Taylor Knibb, Danielle Lewis, and Regan Hollyoak. So a lot of movement in that Ironman Pro Series to come today.
A lot of movement as we watch Cam Wurf refill a bottle. So he's taking some of his own fuel and pouring it into his front bottle and then sipping off a little bit of that that blue bottle. And then he knows you've got to ditch this stuff at the aid station or at a spot where you can appropriately discard trash. If you throw it outside of those zones, you could be called for intentional littering, which is a 3-minute penalty, same as drafting. But what do you think?
Yeah. Exactly. He must have been at some, doesn't look like it, aid station. We'll see what happens. Again, you will only get a penalty if a draft marshal or a marshal sees you discard. And in Cam Wurf's defense, he raced a lot of tour events and they throw their bottles wherever they want on the course, and they have sweepers come through and pick up those things. So, yes, we did see him make a little error in judgment and forget where he was for a moment.
Right. That's right. Like you said, no official, no penalty. We can all watch and kind of he can learn from this in the future. But it is funny. He is one of the athletes that has the experience at this distance, experience this race, and he is just on the exact course where I think at this point, if you're going to make a fueling error, it's late. He's still doing that. He's still taking bottles that he's prepared, that he knows what's inside. He knows the calorie count, the electrolyte count, and the grams of carbohydrate count. He's putting that in his front bottle, making sure he keeps sipping because, Rennie, we are dangerously close to the end of this bike, right? Of this bike ride, and 23 kilometers to go, 14 miles to go. That's for these guys 2 snaps of the fingers.
That's nothing. It does feel like a long way though.
That's right.
15 miles, sorry. Feels like a long way when you're already 4 hours and 25 into the race. But we are back with women's race leader, who has been leading since maybe first mile of the bike. She did take her time in transition and put her socks on, so she won't have to do that in T2. But Taylor Knibb really just has her foot on her competitors' throats right now and just cruising. 7:55 up on Kat Matthews, 8:07 up on Lisa Pertier. 8:09 Rachel Zielinska. So Zielinska's been swallowed up by Kat and Lisa. Clutterbuck, Alice Albert's down at 11:50 and change. Alice Albert's moving through the field slowly but steady. She was in 7th a moment ago, now up to 6th. Regan slipping down into 7th place.
Yes, and let's just for fun recount our math that we have run, and this is all speculative math going forward, but the truth is, in the past, the best we've seen in Taylor's running is she did a 3:05. Here, though, let's take a look at this stat. 24.9 miles per hour, 40 kilometers an hour, and average bike time 5:10. So that's what we're looking at there for Taylor Knibb. Very, very quick.
Average Ironman bike time from one Ironman, right? From Kona.
Yeah. And as we look at Taylor, she did a 3:05 when she raced in Kona a year and a half ago. She's a totally different athlete, focused on different elements of her training, but she did a 3:05. We know that is at least something she's capable of. And then as we look at Kat Matthews, last year, sure, she ran 3 hours here, but in 2023, she cooled it off in a 2:49. So if that spread is 16 minutes, and if you're just joining us, we're trying to calculate what gap does Taylor need to make sure she's comfortably running, not running scared. So 16 minutes, wow. I mean, that's if they did that. So we've already speculated that Taylor Knibb is going to run quicker, more in the territory of a 2:55 or below. So really, Kat has got to get cracking. She's at 8 minutes plus now. It's just under 8 minutes. It's going to be a battle, which we both know, or I'm sorry, we know both of them love. They love these battles.
Yeah, absolutely. You sign up to race Ironman or any sports for the competition and to put yourself up against the best in the world and see where you measure up, right? Like, how good can I be in this sport? And I think that's the driving force for the majority of the athletes. How do I measure up against the best women in the world, and what can I do? How fast can I run? We're looking at Hogenhaug right now, and I think he has some loose handlebars. So Another mechanical issue for Hogenhaug.
Well, the tricky thing...
really, you see the base bar. So that whole base bar is not secured correctly. You can see it sort of rocking back and forth. So he's holding onto the side. Just a rough
this is just
day.
Nightmare. And you know what? It's hard. It's a hard way to learn this lesson. But what happens is he traveled a long ways. He came here and had to tighten a lot of bolts. You had to put the right. You take the bike out of the bike box. You have to put a lot of things together. And obviously, we've already seen a major snafu on the back there with the 2 bottle cages that are mounted to the rear of his seat post. That has already failed, loosened, and he's since removed the part. The handlebar is a different story. You can't remove the parts. You need the parts. And sadly, he's got another loose bolt likely situation. Really pays to double, triple, quadruple check your bolts after travel. And so, Rennie, how that sort of pans out across the course of these last few miles. Christian Hogenhaug, one of our strongest athletes on the bike, he is still in a good spot. He is still rolling through in the top 5. Right? If he's in this group coming through, that's actually a really tight group on a tight turn there.
Yep.
But he's still in good position. Am I right?
Absolutely.
He just needs to be careful and hope that stays tight.
Yeah, I think if it gets any looser, like is the handlebar at risk of completely coming detached from the bike, and that is a very dangerous situation. So I think, he's hoping. Benito Lopez right there, very dangerous runner we saw on screen a moment ago, but that's Christian Hogenhaug. You see him holding his base bar and his aero bar, doing his best to hold basically his front end together. Just an awful position to be in, and especially when we're coming into the technical section of this bike ride where they're having to do those U-turns, and then there'll be some more technical sections as they come back into town. So close to the finish, yet really far away when your bike is falling apart.
Yeah, couldn't be any further away when you've got a loose bolt. As we watch that dynamic group roll through, and that last little player right there is our big threat, Christian Blumenfeld. These are all big threats at this point, but one of our pre-race highlights and favorites, the Norwegian Blumenfeld. He was the 6th of 6, and it's going to be really coming down to one of our favorite things, which is when a group of talented, well-prepared, well-trained athletes come off the bike together, and you start to see massive implosions and massive barriers broken. The best races are the ones like Mark, Alan, Dave, Scott running together side by side. 6 men that can all do it, starting the run together. It could be epic out there, Rennie.
Absolutely, yeah, we love to see them come into transition and then run shoulder to shoulder. And as I said earlier, does KB storm out of transition, try to assert his dominance immediately? Antonio Benito Lopez as well, one of the best runners in our sport. He's right there in amongst it, and it's a decision. Do I run out really hard, really hot, get to the front and just never look back, or do I build into the race? And there's going to be explosions. When it's hot like this, when there's the humidity's up, athletes have, either managed their nutrition well, they've managed their hydration and salts well. We see it time and time again. They get to 20 kilometers in, 30 kilometers into the run, to the marathon, and all of a sudden they're cramping and they're laying on the side of the road and they can't move another step, and it's super frustrating for that athlete. But that's part of the race and part of the puzzle.
That's right. So just to give you a recap, folks, Cameron Worf, Robert Callan, Nick Thompson, Christian Hogenhaug, Antonio Benito Lopez, Christian Blumenfeld, all together, separated by about 10 seconds. We have to get Rudy von Berg in there as well, was only another 9 seconds back. So that's our top 7. Casper Stornes in 8th, about 54 seconds back, with Wilhelm Hirsch as well, another 6 seconds back. That top 9, all within a minute. It's very close. This is pretty cool as you watch that, a little tandem action there. Blind athlete typically in there that we see riding the back position. Rennie, we've got a nice look here at Taylor Knibb on the right side. I know I'm getting inspired by these athletes out on course today.
Absolutely. And if you want to come over to North America and do some races, no matter what corner of the United States you look, you'll find an outstanding Ironman 70.3 race option ready to welcome you with a top-notch experience and unique local charm. This June, discover one of the best-kept racing secrets in Ironman 73.3 Coeur d'Alene. In August, Ironman 70.3 Louisville, Kentucky is truly one of a kind, famous for its blend of Midwestern values and Southern warmth and hospitality. And in September, come experience Ironman 70.3 Michigan, a highly awarded Athlete's Choice winning destination in multiple categories. Register today. Scan the QR code or visit ironman.com to find your race.
We are looking at Taylor Knibb on the right side of the camera, Nick Thompson there on the left side, the athlete that from Australia that went off and tried to get up front for a while, still very much in that front pack. And Taylor showing you that, yes, there are some hills out here, some overpasses, some lumps in the road as we see she has to power over this. It doesn't slow her down very much at all. But I think coming back to what we were talking about with Christian Hogenhaug and his mechanical, the bars coming loose, they have notified race radio has notified the tech support that he has this, and we're going to try and see if they can pop out there and tighten it up. But it could be a question of Christian saying, no, I can manage this, I'm going to get done and really be careful, versus the stoppage time that is going to be required to tighten up a handful of bolts. So we'll see what happens there, but Hogenhaug does have tech support aware of his situation. Little gap there is formed where those chasers of this front group of 6 or 8, yeah, they've pulled a little bit of space between them and those chasers.
Yeah, definitely making a little bit of room. But again, I think, you know, within a minute, it's still a marathon to run, right? Like, that doesn't really matter too much. I mean, if you're KB and you're in the front, yes, that's a danger. A couple of athletes like KB and Antonio Benito Lopez as well. Yeah, that it's dangerous that they're coming off the bike first. But having said that, you know, we've got Leon Chevalier, Daniel Backergaard, Ben Canute, Paul Schuster, Willem Hirsch, Casper Storns as well, an unknown quantity, and Rudy Volkberg just off the back of that group as well. So, yeah, a lot of racing to go, and who has the goods?
Who's got the goods? I tell you, one person that I think has the goods is Taylor Knibb. She looks like very little has changed in her riding style, her riding form, and the obvious power she's putting onto the pedals there on the right side of your screen, popping up out of the saddle. But Taylor just really impressive in what is only her second Ironman, and I say only, I mean, she's done a lot of top-level international racing. She's battled and beaten the best of the best, but today she's a rookie, and she sat at pre-race press conferences and talked about how excited she is to learn and experience and how much she loves Ironman training and how it's uncharted territory. We as fans and spectators of the sport are getting to see that.
That was Nick Thompson there, just taking that turn a little wide. And we mentioned earlier, this is the time in the race where minds start to wander a little bit. You're not as focused or as sharp as you were at the beginning, and you just took your attention away from, you know, what you were doing in that moment. And Nick just went a little wide, and he almost lost it into the side of the road there. But thankfully, he was able to correct himself and get back to business. No problemo.
No problem. Exactly, thankfully. But we keep watching here intently to see, as this is that closing segment, you get into this wooded section back into our race venue, realistically on the left side there. And Rennie, you start to see that change where it is this once planned community that is beautiful and has all these residences that are wonderful, and the lake that we started our swim in, or started our race in. You're getting back in there, and you're going to get on this race course for the Hoka Run, and you're going to see bike paths, and you're going to see some open roads and some spectators. You're going to see a lot of great support. That is coming up on that men's side. The women, a little bit more time to get there toward the end. We're watching Taylor Knibb at 4 hours and 33 minutes into this race. She's got about an 8-minute plus gap on Kat Matthews. Is that enough for her to be an Ironman champion for the first time? I just don't know, but I'm excited to find out.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship is brought to you by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by Nirvana, enhanced athlete event experiences powered by Nirvana. And right now, Taylor Knibb, powered by Taylor Knibb. I can't believe it. She is so strong, and it's fun to see because I think that we're going to see an absolute smasher here. She's going to come in very, very close, I think, if not in front of Kat Matthews' bike record. I think that it's very possible that we're going to see that go down today, but let's just wait and see. Rennie, what do you think? I mean, I'm sorry, Jocelyn McCauley has the bike course at 4:33, but I think that's in danger today, even on a different course. Jocelyn McCauley set that back in 2023, real similar course, about the same. So 4:33, is that going down here by Taylor Knibb?
I mean, yes.
Okay.
I mean, well, Jocelyn McCauley, again, no disrespect whatsoever to Jocelyn McCauley, a phenomenal triathlete, very strong cyclist. We've seen her time and time again put in just incredible bike splits. But Taylor Knibb is just in a league of her own, and I think also the conditions today play to her favor. So I think so. Yeah,
I think so too.
Yes.
I think so too. And again, we will continue to say course records don't matter, and then we'll talk about them.
And then we'll just continue.
Yeah, because it is fascinating and it is fun to measure a little bit of just what's happened before. It helps us also understand expectations. But I wouldn't be surprised if she's 4:30 flat, which is a 25 mile an hour average or a 40 kilometer an hour average. But Taylor Knibb, she looks like she's building steam. Remember earlier when I said her form looked exactly like it did at the beginning? Now it looks better. Now it looks faster. The turnover's up. The rhythm is coming up. She just looks like she's pushing and pushing faster and faster.
I just think Taylor is just rock solid from start to finish, right? Like if you showed us a picture of her at the start of the bike and at the end, maybe the difference would be she has a less water bottles, so you'd know it's the end, right? Or she's gone over a pothole and lost everything. But she looks the same. Like the rocking is the same, the head position is the same, the cadence is the same. You see some athletes as they get further and further into an Ironman on the bike, the cadence starts to drop. They start to grind a bigger gear. But Taylor just keeps, that cadence is still rocking and rolling. She is still rocking and rolling in her own little rhythm, and she just looks good. Like there's no big deal. I don't think she's frustrated at all.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. I think we would we would be completely off if we tried to guess random footage beginning or end the race. It's just because she's, when you say that too, what's interesting is tell us a little bit more about that. Typically, as you go, does the cadence be harder? It's harder to maintain. Your cadence drops naturally. Is that fairly typical?
Yeah, I think fairly typical. Athletes will generally just drop the cadence. So when there's a higher cadence, just more energy, right? Like you have more energy, and as you start to fatigue or tire, you might click it into a bigger gear, and you start to grind a little bit, and you're like just less laser focused, less snappy.
Yeah.
Right now she looks snappy still, right? Like she still looks like she's cruising along at that nice same cadence. And I'm sure she pays a lot of attention to her cadence as well as her watts and the time. And as I said, Taylor Knibb, a very calculated athlete, head firmly on her shoulders as she makes her decisions throughout the race. But I think she's, by the look of the way she's riding right now, I think she's paced this bike really well. She doesn't look tired. She doesn't look disturbed. She looks comfortable and in cruise control.
There you go. And to let you know, we're 4 hours and 44 minutes into this men's race, 4:39 for the women, alongside Marinda Carfrae. I'm Michael Lovato, and we are watching exciting action as it heats up on the Zoot bike course here at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas. Yes, it's the North American Championship. Yes, it's the fourth stop on our Ironman Pro Series. And yes, it is delivering exactly as we expected. Tons of action, unpredictable. Lead changes, flat tires, mechanicals, the works. We haven't seen anything that we expected. I mean, for me, I continue to be surprised. I guess the only thing I expected was Taylor to continue to gap everyone. But realistically, Rennie, they're keeping us guessing all day long, and they're getting close, these men, to getting off this bike. 2 miles to go, 2.2 miles to go, realistically, until they reach that Ruvi T2 transition 2, and they finish up and transition to that third discipline of 3.
And Michael, what are some things that the athletes might try to do at the closing miles of the bike to get ready for the run? Is it more mental, or do they do something physically to try and ready their bodies for that run?
And I think that's a great question. I think it's one that every athlete's going to answer it differently. To me, if I'm looking at how could an age group or a newer athlete improve and learn, I do think there's some tactics like, hey, think about what you're going to do. Go over it in your head. Tell yourself some of the moves you're going to make. When do you take the helmet off? When do you take your shoes out of your feet out of the shoes? Do you leave your shoes on the pedals? Go through all that stuff. A mental checklist, I think, is essential because you aren't always thinking fully clearly at the end of a race like this. So that's one, mentally, and then physically.
What about like nutrition? Will you grab a last gel on the bike right before you hop on the run, or is that something you do a little bit earlier?
Yeah, great question. And that's it. Physically, nutritionally speaking, I think there are some moves you can make. I personally would, as an athlete, want to have more fluid intake at the end, because when you jump off the bike, there's a notable change to your sweat rate because that cooling effect of the wind is gone. When you get in transition, you're just dripping sweat. And so it's something you can account for. Drink a little more fluid, get that on board while you're riding so that you're a little bit prepared for T2 and the run. And then you said gel specifically. That one is going to be absolutely dependent on how you train. If you're okay taking a gel now, so it's on board for your run, and you're not going to burp it up or vomit, then absolutely, I think it would help me. But from a standpoint of some athletes, they don't handle it as well. They want to ease into that, not get a cramp, for example, not get GI distress.
We have the two Aussies, Nick Thompson and Cam Worth, separating themselves just a touch from the next groups. You see Nick Thompson shaking his leg out there. Two Aussies getting off the bike together here in transition. Phenomenal ride from Nick Thompson.
A tie as well. I mean, you're going to see who got that foot across the mat, but at first I thought it was Worth, then I thought it was Thompson. Together, two Aussies, legend and a little legend, right? So, I mean, that's awesome. Right now, you've got this looking over the shoulder saying, who's with me? But we are well into the Ruvi transition to two Australians still wearing the helmet, getting ready to get to their bag. So they're going to grab a bag, go into a change tent. They can change to the extent they're comfortable. They can stay exactly as they are. I would bet socks and shoes are part of the equation, though, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Socks and shoes, nutrition, maybe a visor, sunglasses. Both of these men look really good. Cam maybe a little stiffer. Nick Thompson looks phenomenal running through transition. He looks calm, cool, and in contention. And look at that bike time, Michael. The Wahoo Element Bolt 3:53.32. Cam Worth lighting up the bike course here today in the Woodlands.
Well, give me a break, but I'll tell you what is even more notable, which that was so fast, but if I'm looking at the splits unofficially on the Ironman tracker, Nick went faster. No, just slower. I'm sorry, 3 minutes slower. Yeah, so 3:53, they got that right. Don't ever question the Wahoo Element. What am I even here for? And then Nick Thompson, though, 3:56. Robert Callan, 3:55. Antonio Benito, 3:57. Von Berg, 3:57. Blumenfeld, 3:57. Yes, the top 6 are all well under 4 hours, and they're all under those course records. Yes, Andrew Starkowitz held a couple of them in the past, the fastest times ever, but holy smokes, Rennie, this is really fast.
Really fast, and that just tells me it was a fast day.
Yeah.
But I think the competition today made for fast bike splits, and Cam Worth, having, a little bit behind out of the swim and just having to work so hard all day, pick everyone off. That played out perfectly for him to get out. And man, that's a fast bike. This is incredible. It's going to be a fast day.
I almost want to retract too my prediction on Taylor Knibb. She might be 4:25. So let's just come back to that as we watch Cam Worth first place onto the Hoka run course. This is probably an ideal situation for him. This is an ideal race scenario. Sure, he's got company, but it's Nick Thompson. It's not someone he maybe was threatened by or worried about. If he can run anywhere near that 2:44, he's going to be on the podium. But that 2:44 was his personal best prior to today. This man, Cam Worth, is in a great position to just have a fun battle out there on the streets and paths of the Woodlands. Hot, humid, heating up and probably becoming a little bit less humid. But wow, what a race do we have on our hands here today.
Yeah, just looking down, it was Nick Thompson second, Robert Callan came into transition third, Antonio Benito fourth, fifth and sixth, Rudy Von Berg and Christian Blumenfeld. They're the 3 that I'm going to be watching coming out of transition. There's going to be a lot of jockeying for position in these 3, like who asserts themselves, who goes out hot, who takes the bull by its horn, so to speak. I think that's the race, 4, 5, 6.
I think you're exactly right. 4, 5, and 6. I mean, we're watching Blumenfeld, Benito, and Von Berg. Geez, those. I mean, who could say who's going to be fastest? I have to keep an eye on early steps of Robert Callan. He lost a ton of time in transition, a little bit slower, which could indicate that he was struggling. It could indicate that he was just taking his time, maybe bathroom break. But either way, I think that Callan was sort of, we don't like to see him lose time in there heading into the run. But folks, take a look at this. That canal on the left, yes, that's a part of this Woodlands, Lake Woodlands. And then along this open road or open path, this is what it's all about. A little turnaround. You get to see where your competition is, and you head back toward the bulk of these spectators and fans, and it does get wild, absolutely wild. And that's not even counting Hippie Hollow. That's all of it, right? There's just people out here you're going to see here coming soon.
That was KB on screen there, and then Benito Lopez, and then that's Rudy Von Berg. So 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now. KB had a real quick transition. He was out 30 seconds behind Worth. Rudy was more like 47 seconds behind Cam out of transition. So Rudy a little bit slower, making sure he had everything taken care of in transition. But KB busted out of there.
He's going to go for it. So we talked about this a little bit and we said, do you go out fast? Do you hold back? And I think this is a tricky section. You come back off the path, you hit that grassy section, you get right up onto the road. I shouldn't say it's tricky, but it gives you a little bit of variance to your stride rate. It gets you a little bit of challenge, right? So it's off kilter. See that where he's going to come in, overhead shot, and he's going to hang a hard left up between those cones. So I mentioned this because when we talked about Christian Blumenfeld, what he's going to do, if he knows that Benito is an incredible runner. He knows he's done 2:37. These guys are well matched. He doesn't want to get into a late day battle. He wants to assert himself early. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And if you watched Ironman Frankfurt, KB went out ridiculously hot. He ended up paying for it a little bit. He had some GI distress, had to make a porta potty stop, lost a bit of his nutrition, throwing up.
Yeah.
But he went out super hot. He was on pace for like a sub 2:30 at the half. So I think that's just how he's wired.
You know where he did that too? His first Ironman ever, Ironman Cozumel. Hot, humid, flat, a lot like this. He went out in a 1:14 and change, almost 1:15. And we thought, well, I guess that's going to be, a world record. And he did have this incredible debut, but he went out so fast, slowed. But he was able to do a 1:14. I think it was a 1:14 and a 1:22, like right 2:36. He just went out so well because it was assertive but sustainable.
Absolutely, and we have Nick Thompson now running up onto the shoulder of Cam Worth. So still Australians Cam Worth and Nick Thompson running together now at the lead of the race, but there is danger behind.
Yeah, danger behind. The two Aussies together, Cam probably said, oh, you know what, he's still here. Maybe I shouldn't have done it that hard. They both look over the shoulders here. Cam Worth fading out to the side. He does look like he's in a bit of distress out there. He doesn't look super comfortable. But ultimately, if I just kind of close the loop, my memory is actually now that on that Cozumel race, it was 1:20 and 1:14 high. So ultimately a 2:35. So it wasn't a lot of fall off. Either way, he does go out hard, as you said.
Yeah, I think just all those years of racing Olympic distance and short course racing, it's hard to slow yourself down. You're used to like charging out of transition at 2:45 kilometer pace and slowing down to 3:05, which is very fast. More like 3:30 would feel like a walk in the park. So you may as well bank it while you have it.
How funny. Smoke them while you got them. Yeah. Now we've got these two trying to find that little dose of shade to get a little respite from the heat. It sort of works. Most of the time here in the woodlands, the humidity of the shade is worse than the humidity of the sun. So you're still going to feel hot in there. And I say this with fondness and admiration. I love these conditions for our athletes, and I love these conditions just generally speaking. There we've got Taylor again, looking smooth, right?
Yep, Taylor's still looking smooth on the right there, making her way back towards town. And I don't know, are you guessing a 4:25? I'm guessing a 4:22.
Ooh, wow. Yeah, I say 4:25, but only I haven't any true calculations to back that.
Zero,
I just am
that's
thinking,
a complete
yes,
guess.
because 30 minutes behind would actually be, slow, right, for Taylor, but it was off of Cam Worth. So, I mean, somewhere in that zone, yeah, it's going to be incredible. It's going to be sub 4:33 for sure. So on the left, you've got the leaders today out on the Hoka Run course. They are tackling those early miles with quite a bit of strength. Two Aussies, stride for stride. The young 25-year-old in front and Cam Worth behind. A veteran of our sport now, a veteran of Ironman racing. He's a veteran of everything, and I mean, perhaps he's going to find a new professional sport after he's done with this one and blow us all away with that. Yeah.
And just going back to the women's race, Taylor Knibb leading, of course, but we have Kat Matthews kind of lingering. She was at the last time check around 7:25 back. Now she's 7 minutes back. She has ridden away from Lisa Pertier, now is 2 minutes ahead of Lisa. So all the women. We've got Taylor Knibb, then Kat 7 minutes back, then Lisa 9 minutes back, and then Rachel Zelinskas riding with Lisa at that 9 minutes. Alice Alberts down in 5th now. She's moved up past Stephanie Clutterbuck, and she is 11:49 back, and Stephanie at 12:38 back in 6th place. So this is going to be an interesting marathon because on paper, Kat's run 15 minutes faster than Taylor. Taylor's only got one race that she's, one Ironman or one marathon off the bike to compare. So again, we think Taylor is going to run around 2:55, maybe better. But what's Kat going to do? And is Taylor able to do that? Does Taylor have to take a few porta potty breaks?
So as we watch these two men on camera, actually now we've got four. So take a look. We've got Antonio Benito Lopez on the red kit with white kit for Christian Blumenfeld. The two men chasing the Aussies up front. So Nick Thompson in blue, Cam Wurf in white with orange, and then the Spaniard in the BMC kit, red kit. He is rolling through, dropping the Olympic champion, the former world champ, Christian Blumenfeld, just ever so slightly. But this, folks, is what we were talking about when you have this kind of talent at the front pushing each other's buttons. Things get good, and they get good quickly. We're about to have a lead change. Rennie, the Aussie, looks left. He sees the man from Spain, and then he says, oh, there he is, KB coming through as well. This spells trouble for everyone in the field. The Norwegian, the Spaniard, off to the races.
Yeah, you see Cam Wurf always has a few words to share amongst the other athletes. Cam and KB having a few words to one another would have been nice to get in and see, what they had to say. But I'm sure it was sort of either encouragement or maybe the opposite.
Here's
there's a lot of respect amongst all of the athletes.
There
Michael.
is. And the fun thing about Cam Wurf is he's vocal, he's a trash talker, but in good spirit. It's not mean trash talk. It's fun. It's good spirited. It's respectful. It's really a great character that is in our sport, that of Cam Wurf. And so here's what I just love, though. Don't let it slip by. We just kind of called it, right? We were like, there they go, off to the races. But guess what? Now it is a single file line of four men. Each of those two Aussies jumped up the pace. They did not get past. They said, we're going with you. So while the lead changed, they just said, all right, I guess we're running this fast now.
I guess we have to.
And that is so awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, they were running at a pace they thought was appropriate. Everyone, for the most part, runs out of transition a little hot, but they were running at that pace and saw these two, and that's the win. Right? Like, okay, I want to give my chance a shot at staying on the podium, or hanging on to these two men as long as possible is going to get me as close to them as possible at the end. Let's see how long we can hang on. And again, Nick Thompson, 25 years old. What a great opportunity to just learn from and be with, some of the best in the sport.
Yes, and so a fun little stat of these two Aussies. This is a staggering number, but Cam Wurf has now completed 37 Ironmans. So that's just in quick work. He's 37 Ironmans. The man behind him, the Aussie Nick Thompson, has 5 finishes to his credit. But just something to think about when you talk about the 41-year-old in white and orange and the blue kit there on the 25-year-old. So 16 years difference and 32 Ironmans difference. So it's just a fun little stat, as now we see those two starting to have that elastic snap right in front of us. Who could hold the pace of Antonio Benito Lopez for long? Only Christian Blumenfeld, it appears. Rennie, this is, I think, a very defining part of the course. You run through, you've got a lot of twists and turns, and you're hitting an aid station, and those volunteers, which are so important to this race, they all direct us to the left. As they roll out now, it gets extremely hot. This is a section where if there were ever a breeze, it is completely hidden. And right now, the battle is a 2-man race. Can the Spaniard hold off the Norwegian, or is it the other way around? This race is just beginning. Who will remain in front?
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
I'm Michael Lovato, joined by Marinda Carfrae, and we are watching one of the most exciting battles here at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. Taylor Knibb, in her second Ironman, Marinda is riding away from everyone, including the defending champion from Great Britain, Kat Matthews. She's got a couple more minutes to ride. I mean, let's just be honest. She's got a nice bit of riding left, but she's incredibly impressive today.
Absolutely, but as I look at the splits, Taylor Knibb, yes, has a good gap. I don't know if she's taken her foot off the gas a little bit, but or Kat Matthews is starting to crank it up, because Kat's now at 6:48 back. The last time we checked, it was 7 minutes. The last time before that, it was over 7 minutes. So Kat Matthews taking back every little second, and that's going to be important when we come to the marathon.
Great point, and about 90 miles in, it was almost 8 minutes. So, you know, you're spot on. I sort of flair for the drama there, but you're right. 6:25. So Kat Matthews, never say die. It's kind of her middle name, or it's at least her slogan. But now back onto the Hoka Run course, and if you're watching this, I think I have to kind of agree with what Patrick Longa said when he came on the show earlier, unfortunately having to withdraw, not getting to race, but he's analyzing with us, and he said, hey, you know what, I think Christian Blumenfeld looks a little dangerous in his run form, a little dangerous in his physical fitness. A couple weeks ago, Rennie, after a flat tire in Oceanside, Blumenfeld ran a 1:07, right? So we know his running is in great form. He's at the front of the race. He's running with one of the best runners in the sport. Blumenfeld, he just looks so smooth. And he said, hey, you know what? All my GI problems, I figured it out.
He did say that.
He did say that.
Whether that's true or not, I think remains to be seen. But yeah, I think right now he's settling in. You know, he sees, obviously, Benito Lopez. It's impossible to ignore the fact that that man can run very fast as well. So now he has a battle on his hands, and it's just a matter of, okay, do we get through the first half together and then try to make some moves, see if he's still hanging in? I mean, KB looks phenomenal, and Patrick Langer was saying earlier he got to train a little bit with them a few weeks ago when he first went to the Woodlands, because he was planning on racing and then decided he had to change those plans, but he's a little lighter than he has been, I think, as well, which, I mean, it bodes well for a hot race, and it bodes well for a marathon.
It all plays into the equation for sure. All the numbers that go in, you know, come out the other side. So I think you're right. And what I think as well, if you look at the two, there's just a levity on that side-on-side shot of the two. There's a levity in the footfall, in the form of Christian Blumenfeld. He has that just super quick contact time on the ground. His efficiency looks just over the top for me. That's not even picking apart Benito Lopez. He looks great too, but if I had to go out on a limb and definitively give an answer, I'm going to say Blumenfeld takes it home. But watch this, gets the fluid in the mouth, some water, drops it, goes quickly for the mortal hydration. Morton's probably already in his pocket, but he grabs what he needs there. This is essential, Rennie, in my view, because you're so early, you may not actually feel like you need it, but your body does.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it's as humid and hot as it is, it's so important just to slow down, you know, ever so slightly. You didn't see, he didn't break stride in that aid station, but he definitely hit every single cup he could manage. He was taking 2 cups, 1 cup, every single person he took. Whatever they got, I'm taking. You're selling it, I'm taking it. And so I think that is just telling for the conditions here in Texas. It's a tough marathon when it's this hot.
That it is. And on the right side, the woman who is approaching that marathon first is Taylor Knibb. And this is what we are really excited about, to just sort of tease this front, the next few minutes here. Rennie, Kat Matthews chiseling back time at the end of the bike, doing what she does, which is exploit that tenacity and that experience. So she's coming in and she's going to say, all right, if you're going to run a 2:53 or a 2:55, I'm going to run a 2:48. So we're close. Or you're 3, my 2:53, whatever. What those numbers are, she's saying it is going to be a battle, and I'm going to keep you guessing all the way to the finish line.
I'm just grinning ear to ear, because this is setting up, I mean, on the men's side, we already have it playing out, a phenomenal marathon battle happening. Yes, the first 2 men. We have some other players down the field, and who knows what KB has up his sleeve for us today. The women's side, this is setting up for an amazing showdown between the two titans in Taylor Knibb and Kat Matthews. But as we look at the Ruvi transition to 3 fastest male times, KB out in 1:53, Cam Worth 2:02, and Gustav Eden in 2:11 out of transition.
Well, KB's already taken another victory there, already getting a win. So here's what I noticed, and we'll get back to it in a minute. But I think my body language read on the 2 men in front is that Benito Lopez is working harder, and I don't think he wants to. I think now he's coming up, but I think that what I see is Blumenfeld is doing that out hard. And now I've said that, and just like they like to do, he put those words right back in my face, and Antonio Benito Lopez takes the lead, asserts himself.
But it almost looked like KB was like, hey, he's looking across at him. It's almost like he's talking. He's talking to him. He's like, hey, how you you want to take the lead? Like, how you feeling? Let's run this first half. I don't know. Like, what does he say?
And then he goes in front again.
Right?
This is a game. Maybe he's just like, hey, you know what? I want you to know how easy this is for me. I can have a conversation.
Yes.
How are you?
True. Yes.
How are you?
That gets on the athlete's mind, right? If you're chatting with them, like, such a great day. How fast did we ride? That was incredible, right? He's like, I can't speak. So
he could even look over and say, we got to take it easy. Keep taking it easy. This is good. Let's go conservative.
Take it easy.
And then suddenly you've gotten right into his head, and you thought, this is easy? I feel like we're running flat out.
When are we going to start racing?
Yeah,
right?
when does the race? Or let's keep holding back until the halfway point. Uh-oh. Great stuff. And now on the left, you're back with the Aussie duo. That's Nick Thompson in front on the blue kit, and then with the white and orange, that is Cam Worth. He did have a little snafu, got bumped off his bike in his training, and has some damaged ribs to the extent we don't know how much that's bothering him. He's tough as nails. He'd be the guy just, chewing on a block of wood, kind of getting through it. But those two Aussies in 3rd and 4th, and on the right side, the closing miles of the Zoot bike course. Yes, look at the graphic. You see very little unshaded on that topography there at the end on that bottom graphic. That means Taylor Knibb is about to roll right into transition 2, and she's going to show us her cards. Are they good? Are they bad? Are they excellent? We'll see in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, the transition 2 is always the judgment zone. Isn't that what Didi likes to call it? Judgment zone, as the athletes hop off the bike. They've been in that crouched over position, short hip flexors. All of a sudden they got to stand up, and the quads are generally screaming at you at that point. You hit the ground and you're like, oh yeah, that's right, I just rode 112 miles and now I got to be ready for a marathon. So always telling is that run off the bike into transition.
And now we're back with a beautiful overhead shot of Christian Blumenfeld in white on the front side, on the right, over the green, the orange. Sorry, it's called red. The red kit of Antonio Benito Lopez. Those two, I still think, even though they're coming through very well matched and it's still early, I still feel like Christian has a little bit of control in his stride that just looks more intentional. He looks just a little bit more, even behind at this point, he just looks a little bit more managed, whereas Benito Lopez kind of looks like, ouch, I've got to push this to stay in the game. Let's see, because we've said this before, looks don't count. What counts is speed, pure getting to the finish line. So 2 evenly matched athletes right now running down the road of this Hoka run course.
And you see KB looking around a little bit. That tells me he's kind of like, all right, I'm just kind of here. I'm just going to sit around here. I'm not in pain. Like when you see the athlete just looking directly forward, they're laser focused. They're like in the hurt locker to some degree, right? Like they're on the limit. KB just he's like, okay, I'm just out doing my usual long, hard run on a Saturday instead of Sunday this week. Yeah, he definitely looks in control. And I love that he's slowing down ever so slightly through the aid stations to get that nutrition and not, letting Antonio go up the road just a little bit, like get a few stride lengths on him because he's confident that he has the legs to bridge back up every time.
Yes. Yes, he has looked at his watch quite a bit, the GPS, and that could be checking in at what he's seeing pace-wise. It could be heart rate. It could just be curiosity. Either way, I don't think it's dictating what he's doing. He's running what feels right, and he's just really sort of feel-oriented, I think, at any rate. But this is a shaded section, and we're in that bike path section. This, again, can feel pretty oppressive where there's just not any breeze to speak of. You are sort of shaded, which makes it almost more humid. You don't really get that sun burning off that humidity that it will out on the open road. I guess every section of this race has its own unique challenge. Well, that with the exception of Hippie Hollow. That's where just everybody feels good.
Absolutely. And looking back at the women, Kat bringing that time down again. Now she's 6:16 back, so maybe around 6 minutes through transition. Again, Taylor will have a quick transition because she already has her socks on. So we're looking at like a 6+ minute deficit from Kat to Taylor. These opening few miles are going to be really telling, I think, because I think Kat will go out at a pretty hot pace, but I think Taylor might be a little bit more conservative. Again, Taylor said before the race, Taylor's a winner, make no mistake. She wants to win this race, but she did say, my main goal is to get that Kona qualification, which I'm pretty sure she's going to get that. But, just making sure she holds it all together. Again, she's still learning the distance. So pacing is a big thing, like how hot can I go out? How many matches can I burn? I obviously have a nice buffer right now. I don't know if it's more or less than she was hoping or thinking. I think less than she was thinking.
Well,
and she's going to have to put together a good marathon to win.
I think so. Both of them have to do that. Both of these two women, Kat Matthews to win it's got to put together a great marathon. Taylor Knibb to win it, great marathon. Now, if I look at it and say, this is only the second time that Taylor has covered 112 miles at effort. That's not to say the training hasn't exceeded it, but it does show. Right now, she's a little bit more of that exposed, get me off the bike, where Kat Matthews is a little bit more of that charging in, finishing strong like she knows, delivering herself for a good transition. It is going to be a matter of moments before they come off the bike. Here's one of these final few turns. We're going to see that staggering bike time of Taylor Knibb. I think we're going to see a fantastic bike time as well from Kat Matthews. But, Miranda, here's the thing. There is so much that can happen in 26.2 miles, right? Good and bad. They can both, and all within the same race. You can have a great section and a bad section, and then flip-flop it and still end up on a good foot.
Yeah, absolutely. You can, get out and start and feel fantastic, and then all of a sudden you're cramping. And all right, now troubleshooting that, then maybe not knowing if you're going to finish, and then all of a sudden the cramps go away. You troubleshoot that, back up to running at pace, and the day is great again. So yes, a whole lifetime of things can go on in a marathon. It feels like it sometimes anyway.
Oh, you're spot on. Yes, and I think that's kind of cool. You said one little catchphrase I love when it comes to Ironman. It's that problem solving, and the better you problem solve, and the more quickly you do it, the better you tend to be as a racer. Or as a finisher. If you're just going for that first sub 17, you still need to problem solve, and it's sometimes it's second nature. You figure it out right away. Sometimes it takes a while, but recognizing that all the good stuff doesn't last forever, and the bad stuff either. So really well said. As Taylor starts to undo the shoes and put her foot on top of that cycling cleat, it is almost time to really put her in that judgment zone. Check how she looks right away. See how she transitions. Is there a bathroom break, a full change, a light change, no change, all that stuff. How she tackles this Hoka run course that's coming up.
I just can't wait to see what that bike split is. I'm looking at the time. I can't remember what she swam now. It's like I have amnesia. It's
yes.
This is going to be a very fast bike split, we know, but how fast?
How fast? She's rolling in there 5 miles. What did she do that last 5 miles in? And that's not what you want to see. Just, again, getting off the bike. And here's what I'll say as we will watch that on replay. this is what happens at the end when there's fatigue, there's central fatigue, and there is an incredible amount of strain and wear and tear on the body, and just little errors, little things cause big errors. So I hope she's okay and didn't ding anything up.
And what happened there was Taylor has done transition a million times. She went into autopilot and just swung her foot around the back of her bike, which she normally would do every time, but she's got those bottles that were sticking up super high, right? Like, then she doesn't normally have the bottles that high behind her saddle, and I think she just forgot momentarily. Again, you go into autopilot, okay, I know transition, I swing my leg around, and she collected the bottles in the back, and that caused her to sort of, to have a little tumble, and you know, she popped right up. She's gonna be sore tomorrow from it, but holy moly. Wahoo Element Bolt bike time 4:19:46 by Taylor Knibb. That is ridiculous.
That's amazing. And first off, acknowledging that you predicted 4:22, so you win over my 4:25 second. Under 4:20, this is absolutely staggering. What a time. The first off the bike, thanks to the Wahoo Element Bolt. They tracked this data for us, and mercy, she's incredibly quick today across the course of the bike. Great analysis, Rennie. The things that are different. So it's like, you know what, had the presence, she's never done that. She's never done that before. That is right. This bottle cage behind this seat after this bike ride, she's never had to swing the leg over. And so it was a little less of what I said, where that central fatigue or that brain power was low. It was really more just didn't know, you know, oops, I hadn't done that yet. And she also looked to be running fine. She didn't bang, she may have banged something up, but she's not limping. So I'm happy to see that.
She'll feel it tomorrow, right? Like, she, you know, I think in the race, like in the moment, it would have hurt and been shocking. There'll be a little bit of an adrenaline rush immediately, but she'll go through the race. You won't even notice that had happened at all. And then tomorrow she'll be like, oh yeah, that really hurts now.
Yeah.
And she'll be, you know, in getting massage and physio for the next 2 months, probably trying to work those kinks out.
Yeah, that's right. And I am just so impressed by the stats here for her second Ironman ever. But this, again, shows you when we talked about her being in the league of her own, Taylor Knibb. Oops, and we just saw Benito Lopez drop his, looked like a water bottle or a gel container. Did you see that just in the red kit below?
No, that's Taylor.
Oh, that
Sorry,
is
yeah,
Taylor.
that's still
So,
Taylor.
yeah, good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, even worse. So she dropped hers, and she did double back. I got confused seeing the white kit, so thanks for correcting. But Taylor just dropped that kit, quickly turned around and grabbed it, that bottle. Essential to do that. Don't ever make the mistake of saying that's wasted time. You've got to get that bottle or whatever dropped.
No, certainly on the run. On the bike, questionable. I think if it's early in the bike and you accidentally eject a bottle, then I don't know, you may or may not go back. I would probably go back. But on the run, absolutely circle back, get that nutrition back in your pocket and continue on. It really takes no time at all, and totally worth it when you're in the back half of that marathon wishing you still had that gel packet that you need to get through the marathon.
And so here we can look at two fairly uncharted territory for Taylor. She's running for the second time a marathon off the bike, and the Hoka Run Course here in Texas, as we discussed, is fairly unforgiving. 3 laps, she runs through a lot of spectator interaction, may or may not help her. She's pretty laser focused, but you can see the kit damp. That means hot, sweaty, pouring water on herself. You can see every aspect, every element of that kit is damp. So watching Taylor and recognizing how this is that point where we need to get it exactly right. Don't overhydrate, don't overfuel, but certainly don't underhydrate or underfuel to the point where cramps from either occasion will come and bite you in the buns.
And again, looking at Taylor's stride here, she looks great.
Yeah.
She doesn't, you know, there's, again, no limp or anything from that small little tumble she took at the end of the bike there. She looks like she's finding her rhythm. And again, that's Julie Dibbins there. Julie coaches a lot of, Taylor likes to talk a lot in races. She had some words to say to Julie.
She had some things to say. She even threw the hands up.
So Julie does all of Taylor's swimming. So her swim coach, and sometimes goes down and helps her at races. So Taylor has someone on the ground to help with splits and so forth.
I wonder if we can get in and hear what they have to say on the way back, since we know she's going to pass Julie again. We can maybe try and quiet up and see if they have some more dialogue. Okay, so she basically gave back splits. And then I talked over her follow-up answer, but Julie was absolutely giving her the splits back. So great to have a reliable source of real-time splits. Invaluable. Anyone can do that if they're stationary. So notice that Julie was standing there with a watch, getting those splits, sharing them, how far back everyone is. And now Taylor making that hard left turn uphill. What a crew of guidance counselors in her corner, right? From swimming to running to
Dan
overall.
Dan Lorang looks after her biker. And here's Kat Matthews. We'll see what the clock is as she comes into transition. She looks fast and furious. Look at that turnover. She knows there is a sizable deficit, but it's within reach, right? Like, this is an exciting race for women, for Kat, right? And holy moly, Kat is a 4:20. So Taylor rode 4:19, 46.
22 seconds.
22 seconds separating. That is amazing. I mean, Taylor Knibb, we expect to blow it out of the water on the bike. Kat Matthews just rode a 4:20 on this course.
And we have to also kind of walk it back and say, look, she's only 5:46 down now, right? So that's how close she made it. But also Kat Matthews, when we said earlier that Taylor Knibb has all the watts and is a league of her own, she's only put 22 seconds on. Essentially, that's the same time. So right now, the only lead that Taylor has is from her swim. Now, the run is where it all counts. They are going into this. We'll see how quickly Kat can transition. But you better believe that this next 2:40 to 3 hours. This next segment is going to be the most exciting for these two. We're going to see if that lead shrinks, if it grows, if it does both.
Absolutely. But you saw the urgency in Kat in that. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone go that quickly through transition. Like, she was just like, take my bike. I've got to go. I've got business to do. This is within the realms of another championship for me. Obviously, Taylor Knibb is a bit of an unknown quantity on the run, but we have a race on our hands here, and I cannot wait to see what happens in an hour, an hour and a half. Where are we at? Are they shoulder to shoulder? Like, is it coming down to a sprint finish situation? I think that is a possibility.
I think you're right. When we do get a lot of sprint finishes in this race,
Texas, yes.
We really do. And I'll say this: if I just had to close that loop, I've seen that kind of urgency before in transition, and it was from you. We come off the bike and they say, "Here's the deficit," and you say, "Watch this, hold my Gatorade." But nonetheless, as we look at Taylor, wow, look at the turnover. So she's taking splits, she's looking at the watch, adjusting things, but she does look fantastic. Shoulders are relaxed. She's got a great turnover, real quick contact time with the ground. I mean, I can't get enough of that. That looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah, she absolutely looks great. She's striding out nicely, finding that rhythm. And that's what it's all about right now in the early stages of the run. You're sort of shaking that bike off and just trying to dial in your pace a little bit, take stock of the situation. How am I feeling? Is my stomach settled? How is this pace sustainable for the full marathon? So a lot of systems checks going on in the early miles of a marathon off the bike. But Taylor at this point looks really good. Kat too, we're getting overhead view of her right now. And she, again, looks great. Kat always looks really great running. What are the splits? Like, who's going quicker in the opening miles? And we'll see that in a moment. But we certainly have a phenomenal race on our hands. I'm not sure.
You know what else? We saw Kat Matthews take 3 seconds back. I mean, it doesn't sound like much, but she took 3 seconds back in that opening, in that transition. So she left the run, she left the Ruby transition area starting the run at 5:43 down. She entered at 5:46. So you're right. She grabbed it and went for it. But Taylor was obviously quite good. I think much to do with the socks, but that she put on before the bike. But it is. Here, thank you so much. We have to wait. We don't get to rush to the end of this one. We get to wait and watch a very fun race. As we saw Petterer come off from Austria. Lisa Petterer, she is off the bike and looking pretty darn good as well in the transition zone.
Yeah, we'll get some image of that for you guys shortly. But she is off and in T2 right now. We'll see her bike split is 4:23. Zelinskis also off the bike now at 4:30. These a fast day to say the least, Michael.
Very fast day. So many men under 4 hours, and now so many women under 4:30, under 4:25. Taylor Knibb has a 5:43 lead on Kat Matthews. Will she hold on to that lead on this marathon?
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And we are back here on the Hoka Run course with Spaniard Antonio Benito Lopez grabbing water, cooling himself off. And yes, he has lost contact with Christian Blumenfeld. He did manage to dump that trash straight into the bin, which is certainly worth bonus points. But Mirinda, the twofer, the double, the battle has sort of seen a little bit of a pause. As you can see, a labored run form, a little bit tougher, right?
Yeah, 7 miles in now, you saw that mile marker that Antonio Benito Lopez just went past, and you could see KB off in the distance. So KB has made a move. I think he decided that he was sick of hanging around, and now he wanted to start to really race.
That's right. And that's what I think we saw them chatting. It did seem very kind of foreshadowing there. Hey, you know what? I feel pretty good. How you feeling? This is going to be hot. This is going to be fun. Whatever he said. But either way, no more chit chat. Christian Blumenfeld has gone off. I think that 107 that he ran off the flat tire in Oceanside really did tell us that this guy's in his ultimate or sort of peak shape. Because guess what's also hard? To run when you're out of it. Like, he ran 107 with no hopes of winning due to his flat. So anyway, referencing that, he's in great shape. He's shown it today. Let's not count this Spanish athlete out yet, because he's still a fantastic runner with a great will to win.
Absolutely, and just looking down the field there, Rudy von Berg sitting in 5th, making his inroads on Nick Thompson and Cam Wirth. So moving actually up through those two men as we speak. So Rudy von Berg certainly well in this race, but right now watching the Spanish athlete Antonio Benito Lopez, who has been dropped by the man KB, Christian Blumenfeld.
Yeah, and the splits just show me that Von Berg actually has just passed Nick Thompson and is now in 3rd. It just happened as you were wrapping your update. So real-time Ironman tracker updates. On the right side, Taylor Knibb in 1st place. On the left side, we've got Antonio Benito Lopez in 2nd place. The last split had an entire minute between Blumenfeld and Lopez. Wow, that was that took very little time to really blow up. I think that aid station really cost some time to the second place runner.
Yeah, and it's a question of whether Benito Lopez slowed down or KB just put his foot on the accelerator. I think KB might have put his foot on the accelerator.
A little bit of both, maybe.
Juice.
Yeah, look at him now. There he is, our first place runner on the Hoka Run course right now, pushing along. He's still got 31 kilometers to go, or 19 miles to go, but he looks unfazed. This is some of the most beautiful, classic, controlled Blumenfeld running that we've seen. This is picture perfect. He's got that ever so slight forward lean, chest is forward, legs kicking back quite far, just a very little contact time. Arm carriage is beautiful. Everything here looks smooth, and it's really easy to call it out.
Yeah, and that nice forward lean allows him to kind of fall forward, so the momentum just keeps bringing him further forward. And so you see athletes running like that. They're using their forward lean as momentum to continue to sort of fall forward, even on the flat. But yeah, beautiful picture of him showing textbook fast running.
Textbook running, and it's such a subtle difference too. The like chest push or that slight, I think that slight lean or that slight inclination versus you often will see triathletes with a forced bend at the waist, where they're really struggling from tight hip flexors and they've really overbiked and they're really bent. It's a different thing, but it's a beautiful thing to watch here with KB on the front of the race, and we're gonna wait and see what his next split is. Everyone's refreshing with me, but on the other side, here comes Kat Matthews. What a deal. She is flying, and we're gonna check out those splits. Rennie, look at her go. She's not holding back.
Not holding back. So at 0.7 kilometers in, she was 5:30 behind Taylor. Now at 1.7 kilometers, so 1K, she took like almost 30 seconds out of Taylor in 1 kilometer. She is moving.
Wow. So, yes, 5:09 was the split difference at a mile. So that 30 seconds in a mile. And, you know, that could be overcooking. But guess what? I think if she runs up next to Taylor, we suddenly, who also does look on the right side like a little bit slower, a little bit more back in the heels, a little bit less. She looks great, but I feel like a little bit less dominant to the form you see with Kat Matthews. So this is really kind of a cool part. I think if I go to the who's going to predict who coming out on top right now, Kat Matthews looks to be closing that gap. She could theoretically be up next to Taylor within half the race on the foot race.
Yeah, I think the question that I pose is Taylor being conservative.
Yeah, hope so.
Kat is certainly not being conservative. Kat is going out hot. She wants to win this race, and she's going to lay it out there and try to run faster than she's ever run here before, I believe.
Yeah.
But Taylor, I think, is hesitant to lay it all out there just yet. And I think this is going to be interesting to see. You know, she doesn't know, right? Like, she had those splits at the opening off the bike. She didn't know what Kat looked like or how Kat was going to run off the bike. And so I think if she starts to hear these splits coming down as quickly as they are, she might change her mind at the pace she wants to hold, right?
Yeah, and you know, yes, absolutely. I think you're spot on, and I think when we look at the experience level tied, so Kat Matthews has the experience. She also has already established an emotional connection with winning this race. She's done it twice. She feels like a hometown favorite. She feels like there's continuity there. She's going boom, 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 and so, you know, people know her now. They're going to root for her, and she loves that. And so there's that extra. See that she already goes and asks for a split. How am I doing? Where am I going? Kind of thing there.
We're just on Christian Blumenfeld, of course. We watching this man cruise through the marathon course, but yeah, just chatting about Kat Matthews rolling through and just cruising right now in the marathon. Obviously opening miles, she's going out hot, but we have now on screen Taylor Knibb on the right, KB on the left. And they both look fantastic, but yeah, we had some image of Kat Matthews and watching the tracker. Yeah, she's a woman on a mission.
That's right, and thank you so much for clearing me up there. Ultimately, too, I'm sort of just dwelling on the mental picture too of a Kat Matthews deciding that she is going to erase the deficit in 3 snaps of the finger. She's just so strong. It's exciting to watch the different approaches, because as you know, it is an energy equation here. It is a balance, a plus and minus. So when you give, do you dole it out, as you said, maybe Taylor is holding back a little bit early to be able to be strong later, whereas Kat Matthews also now on camera, she knows I can give to this extent and then still have that at the finish. So she's a little bit more, I think, in tune with what it's like. So that's in her favor.
Yeah, I think the more Ironman races you do and the more seasoned you are, you kind of just figure out that tipping point, right? Like, she's been in the Hurt Locker before. She knows that I can run to this level and I can hold it here.
That's right.
All day long. Taylor is still figuring that out. Like, she's like, okay, you know, she doesn't want to be Icarus and fly too close to the sun, right? Like, she's learning to push a little. Well, KB nearly ran over a child there. Thankfully, the child made it safely across the road. I wouldn't want flying KB to run into me. That would be painful. But yeah, obviously, KB looking phenomenal as he has throughout the race so far. But going back to Kat Matthews, she knows how hard she can run and what that level is, right? I think Taylor Nibb's still figuring it out. So I think she's going to be forced to push a little harder than maybe she wants to if she wants to win this race.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. And coming back to, again, the composure, while you did hear a few words fly out of KB's mouth, Blumenfeld did say, hey, what the heck? It's probably a little bit more concern for the child. Hey, take care of your kid. Like, make sure we stay out of the way here. I'm rolling along. I think it really does speak to the fact that this man is in 100% control of his race. And maybe that's stating the obvious, but I just can't say enough. I think he came into this race with a massive fitness base, a massive motivational base. His last Ironman didn't go according to plan. It was in Kona, and now he is prepared to just 100% deliver it. And watching this race just kind of move through the beautiful town of the Woodlands, it gets me fired up, and I'm sure you're the same. And guess what? This big show continues in 2026. I would encourage you to join us in the Woodlands for Ironman experience bigger than the rest. For over 10 years, the Athlete's Choice for Best Run experience here in North America has offered an epic season-starting moment that will test your limits, push yourself to the new heights, and a destination filled with distinctive charm, natural beauty, and an epic finish line. All those moments could be yours. And guess what? General registration opens very soon for the 2026 Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas. Please stay tuned for this big show.
We have KB having some words.
Can you brake for him?
Just trying to hear.
Could you just go ahead and just tell him, yeah.
I think he's asking for the biker to go ahead and clear the road for him to make sure no spectators. You know, as we saw a moment ago, a child ran across in front of KB and he nearly basically crashed into him. So I think that was the exchange there. He was asking if they could make sure the road's clear ahead so that he doesn't have an issue like that.
I think you're right. I think you're spot on. And it's a good move. Like typically, the lead vehicle is mandated to stay behind, and it's so that the runner doesn't get an unfair advantage. But in a case like this, when you have a multi-lap course, you have spectators, you have Hippie Hollow coming up, you've got all the things. I think it's a wise move and it's a fair request to say, hey, you know what, get away from me, I don't care. Just get up there and let people know that I am flying through here.
I think also as the lead athlete on course, like, people don't know that they're coming through yet. So good to have someone clear the roads ahead and make sure that everyone knows, okay, the lead is coming through, make sure the roads are clear. So I think a reasonable request from KB.
I think so too. I think realistically, if I kind of analyze all of our incredible rules that keep our sport fair and safe, I think it's one that should be actually mandated. I think we should always have a cyclist that's enough in front of. But nonetheless, they're doing that. Here, what we're doing is we're just sitting here smiling, as you said, Rennie, ear to ear at the incredible form, the incredible turnover, and the incredible determination of Kat Matthews. She is on a mission, and the time. No question. We don't even have to wait for the split to know that it's coming down. And so root for Taylor, root for Kat, root for them both. You can see what's happening here. She is running for it. She's not going to stop until she's at or in front of Taylor. And so we're just watching beauty, picture perfect running through. Rennie?
Yeah, and just looking now down at the Ruby transition 2 times. Alice Alberts was fastest in 2:14, sorry. Kat Matthews 2:19 and Taylor Knibb 2:22. So Kat Matthews rolling through that transition super quick. Kat Matthews on screen right now and moving, that's for sure.
You know what's cool? The two so Alice Alberts, great, well done. You saved some time, you took back some time. But what's super cool, Taylor didn't mess around. Kat didn't mess around. Both of those two, the two of our fastest transition times, they aren't resting on their laurels. They are taking that momentum and they are continuing to build upon it. So I don't know. I tend to get more excited often about the women's race, and today I'm certainly equally excited about what I'm watching, if not more so. Taylor, the real kind of current and future of our sport. There's just so much there in this Ironman distance. And then Kat, someone that you think that she actually loves to race everyone who's good. You put a name out there, she's like, let's go, ready all the time. That's Kat Matthews. And so, yeah, go for it.
I think when you talk about Kat Matthews, what's so impressive about her is that it doesn't matter the time of year, it doesn't matter the distance, it doesn't matter the occasion. She shows up with her A game every single race, and she's always going to be a force. Yes, you know, the only question mark is injury, you know, and we saw once with Kat last year, she had that calf tear take her by surprise in the middle of a race in Miami. And that kind of carried over to IRONMAN Texas last year, and she had to be pretty conservative on the run there. But that's been the only time I've ever seen a chink in her armor. But every single race she toes the line at, she is just a force, and it's a pleasure to watch her go about her business.
It really is, and I think what's fun, I remember when I first sort of saw her on my radar, she was kind of like, not trash talking by any stretch, but respectfully saying, you know what, Daniela Reef, okay, whatever. I'm here now. I'm ready to race her. I'm ready to get beat by her. I'm ready to try and beat her. That it's just a respectful kind of confidence, I think. And so watching her do that, and you know what's neat too, and I'll just make mention because obviously I'm a fan of this race. Kat Matthews loved this race. She comes in here and she feels like this is her home away from home. This is her U.S. circuit race, right? She has pride. She's come to the Woodlands. She's won twice. There's an extra oomph, and guess what? We do have a great partnership with the City of Woodlands. We're going to be back through 2030. I mean, that's cool. That means that from 2011 to 2030, at a minimum, we're still racing here. Kat Matthews is probably going to snag a bunch of titles in the mix.
Yeah, no doubt. Kat Matthews is going to keep. You see Taylor Knibb on screen now. You see her putting her kit back on. That tells me that she's had a porta potty stop. So she's jumped into the porta potty, and this is not uncharacteristic of Taylor. She generally has a porta potty or two stop in her marathon. We saw her do that in Kona. We've seen her do it in half-distance races as well. So that's something that in the future I think she'll want to try and work out how to avoid, because porta potties in Kona are not a good place to be. It's just hot. And
tell me the truth. Have you been in one?
No, I've never.
Okay, so that's just speculative. I can confirm that they're not that bad, but just kidding. They're horrible. Never go in a porta potty unless you have to. They're lifesavers, but some fun. Yeah, you know what? Let's stay there a minute, because it's the one thing that comes ideally with experience, right? But then the other thing that I see, and tell me if this is totally off base, your body throughout the year and your body throughout the years requires and accepts different nutrition. Like, stuff changes. And so it's a hard thing to get right, isn't it?
I mean, I think so. I think the difference now, and I think the reason we're seeing more porta potty stops is that athletes are taking on so many calories.
Yeah.
And it just at some point, it has to
go somewhere.
Go somewhere.
Yeah.
It doesn't just stay. I mean, obviously, yes, it's absorbed and used and in the form of energy for your muscles and so forth. But that amount of calories that they're putting into their bodies, I don't know. Do you dial that back a little bit and not take a porta potty stop, or do you take on all of those calories, have the energy readily available, and maybe take a hit on a porta potty stop or two during the marathon?
Right. Exactly, because if you're doing better because of the calories, so it erases any sort of time spent in a porta potty. Funny little question to ask, but I'll come back to this. So one of the things that is maybe again a plus and minus is that everybody is seeing a lot more about what everybody's doing. So we all know that high grams of carbohydrates per hour is, if not the thing, right? So, or if not the thing, either way. So I'll ask you this. Women watching these numbers, women are going to need fewer grams per carbohydrate no matter what. So if you're trying to emulate, or if you're trying to take, like, how important is that? Is the testing on? Like, where do you know if you're aiming for 100 grams of carbohydrate per hour as a man, what does that equate to the woman, and where does that differ for a Taylor versus a Kat? It's really hard. I mean, it's a hard thing to get. Does that question make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. I think it's something that the athletes really have to look into and think about. And is it about taking on the maximum amount of calories? To some degree, I think yes. Like having carbohydrates readily available, that if you can process that amount, it's kind of always been a bit of an eating contest.
Yeah.
But that being said, before the hydration and nutrition came to the point where you could take on over 100 calories, 100 grams of carbohydrate per hour, we were taking on 75, 80 maybe per hour, and had plenty of energy to get through the marathon. I mean, maybe,
That's true.
like, where is the sweet spot, right? Like, where is overkill? Like, is more always better in terms of how many calories your gut can process? So I think, it's something that I'm sure Taylor will be looking into and will want to look into prior to going to Kona for that Ironman World Champs.
Yeah, and again, we get the conversation sort of has been rolling now for a few minutes based on one porta potty stop. I think it's important to also note that I don't know if it's every 70.3, but pretty much every that I've ever heard, every 70.3 that Taylor has done, she's stopped. And so it is never a horrible sign when we see that. It's almost like, okay, that's normal. She's good at it. She gets in and out. She typically still excels and does better after. So while it is an important thing to figure out, also she's not bonking, right? She's not running out of calories, and I think that can be catastrophic when you start to see stars and you're walking and you're out due to a lack of carbohydrates.
Absolutely, and we have Kat Matthews on screen right now. She's going by these young men. I don't know what they were doing. Were they rowing a boat? It looked like rowing a boat.
I know what they're doing. Oh, yeah, it did. It was cute.
But Kat Matthews, again, making inroads. The last time check we saw, down to 3:35 down, so taking around 2 minutes out of Taylor. And this is opening miles. This is only 3.5 miles, 5.6 kilometers into the race. So Taylor definitely much slower on course than Kat Matthews. I'm not sure if that takes into account the porta potty stop yet or not. Regardless, Kat is making inroads on Taylor quickly. Quicker than I anticipated.
Here's something I just want to talk about. I'm going to go ahead and say that Patrick Longa, when he came on the show earlier to talk about the race, I'm going to say that he ends up being Nostradamus here. He was the predictor. I think Blumenfeld's going to run a 2:33. He's running 5:38 per mile right now with no pressure. He's got a minute on second place, not an eternity, but I think he really is on pace to run a very solid sub 2:35. Holy smokes. He looks like he's doing it.
He's on pace, Michael, but he does this. He goes out really fast, and to your point, in Cozumel, he went out in a 1:15, came home in a 1:20, so a 2:35, very fast. In same thing in Frankfurt, he went out in like a 1:15 or 14, and then came home, and I can't remember what, but it was a substantial amount slower than his first half. So KB, he banks it you know, in the first half, and then he just sort of, I don't want to say holds on in the second half, but he definitely slows, or historically has slowed in the second half. Is that going to change today?
2:32. That's what he came. So if he went out, no, what'd you say?
I don't even know.
Frankfurt?
It was
But
fast.
either way, I mean, I just still it's
2:32 in Frankfurt. We should say
that
that's
he
what he
ran
ran.
at 2:32 in Frankfurt. No, you're spot on, and I know I get excited. I think either way, if he goes through in a 1:13, which it looks like he's doing, he maybe comes back in a 1:20, and it seems like a horrible positive split, but it's actually an exceptional run. Nonetheless, he's not racing for the record. He's racing to stay in front of everyone, and at this point, he really wants to stay in front of second place, who is only a minute back, and that is Antonio Benito Lopez. And so, good way to bring me back to earth. I appreciate that. It's
I mean, it's always nice to
fun.
dream, right? He is. I believe this is going to be the man that breaks, unless Gustav Eden. He seems to be on the back of the upward trajectory. I think this is the man who breaks 2:30.
Yeah, I think
Patrick
you're right.
Langer, sorry, maybe you're the man who still has it up your sleeve. But right
I think
now,
you're right.
KB is, you know, right there.
And a lot of that is too because look, I mean, he is leaning into his best years, and he's still only got realistically the 4 or 5 Ironman finishes. He's still a relative newbie, and he's 31 years old. So really kind of, if we talk about the sweet spot is different for everyone, but he certainly has some prime Ironman years in between 31 and 38 or 40.
Yeah, I think that the 30s are the sweet spot. And we,
so
you know, then we look at Taylor Knibb, who's 26, 7.
Yeah, 27, and I think you're right, but she's also.
Yeah, her prime is yet to come, right?
Right.
Like she has, you know, many, if she wants to race for a long, long time, she has many years of being in her prime in the future. But yeah, I mean, phenomenal racing from both of these athletes. And right now, Taylor Knibb in the lead, but we have Kat Matthews just rolling right now, 2:33 behind. So we're taking another minute out of Taylor Knibb. I think we have a pass coming up in the next half an hour for the pro women's race.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Alongside Marinda Carfrae, I'm Michael Lovato, and we are watching some exciting action here in the Woodlands. Yes, that is Rudy Von Berg, who is overtaking Nick Thompson, the American, over the Australian. A nice move as he goes into third place. Rudy Von Berg staying cool, looking good, looking smooth. And yes, this is our fourth stop, Rennie, on the Pro Ironman Series. It is the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. These are big stakes.
Absolutely, yeah. Rudy Von Berg moving into third place right now. He is sitting, I'll get you a split imminently, 350 behind KB and 250 behind Antonio Benito. But there is a race right around him with Cam Worth. Daniel Bakkegaard also moving very fast. I received word down on the streets that he is possibly the fastest moving on course right now. So Daniel Bakkegaard putting together so far a really great marathon. We have, again, that's Rudy Von Berg on screen right now. And if we look at his current pace, I don't believe that is correct. His average Ironman run time is 2:48. When they clocked him, he was running at 4:17 pace, but I hazard a guess he'd be much quicker than that. But that was sort of the last little capture that they took, maybe at a slower or a bit of a rise in the road.
That's right. That's right. 8 Ironman finishes to his credit. Rudy Von Berg is 31 years old. He comes to us out of Boulder, Colorado, and he is just used to attacking races. When he feels good, he goes for it. And the fun stat is that he has also gone sub 240. He ran a 238 at Florida about 2 years ago, and he's a great runner. He's a great all-arounder. Like, he really can go with the best of the best in all 3 disciplines. Today, I think letting it go a bit on the bike just for some parts of that to then just be strong all around.
Yeah, he's always there or thereabouts. And when I say that, I mean great swimmer, rides with the front pack. Today he lost a little bit of time at the back end of the bike, but then he always runs around the front runners too. So tough to beat a guy that has that kind of triple threat. But right now sitting in third place. Again, he has won this race here in Texas before, putting together a really strong performance again today.
And you know what's funny? We're talking about how he kind of let it go. He still rode 3:57. So, I mean, he was maybe 4 minutes off Cam Worth. But you know what? Rudy, he's got good composure, 31 years old. I think, again, a bright future. He's made it very clear he wants to win, go up and win a world championship at the Ironman distance. He's done 4th in Nice, 3rd in Kona. He's got it. There's a good look at him just kind of breathing easy. And on the left, into the wooded bike path section, Christian Blumenfeld shaking out the arms, relaxing the upper body, relaxing that torso and the arms. Really a nice move to just shake it out. And I still look at him and say, wow, this is some of the best. He always looks good running, right? From winning the Olympic gold medal to all of the Ironmans and 70.3s he's won. But when I watch him run, this is some of the best. He just looks fluid. He looks relaxed. And you can tell from every angle that he is just not suffering. He is just really in a great spot. See, relaxed, but that's 2 of them in a couple minutes. Maybe that's a little much, but he looks controlled. He looks great.
Yeah, you see him, shaking his arms out a little bit there. That's, normal. When you're running for a while, it sounds silly, but having your arms bent for, a marathon, your arms get sore. Yeah. It's a weird sensation, and then you shake them out, you're like, oh, that feels better. Like, I don't know if it allows more blood to get into your hands, but yeah, you'll see athletes sort of shake out their arms. It's kind of almost a mental reset. Like, okay, relax my shoulders, shake my arms out. Okay, let's get back into it. So
I think
you see KB doing it kind of a lot.
Kind of a lot. When I see it 3 times in a couple minutes, I do feel like, well, I wonder if he's feeling that tension, because often where the arms go, the legs follow. Kind of where the arms go, the torso or the tension follows. But another one, is it nervous energy? Is it a matter of he is feeling some tension or some cramping and he's trying to shake it out and really kind of relax everything? Either way, he's still, to me, from a lot of angles, he just looks super smooth and very much in control.
On the left side of your screen there on the right, it's still Rudy Von Berg, the American out of Boulder. He's just rolling. He's tall. He's lean, he's thin, and so you see a figure like his, it looks like it's moving slower. He's got a longer stride rate than someone like Christian, but he's not running slow. He has a slower turnover, a little bit longer stride.
Shout out to Teresa Adams. She's a pro woman. Rudy just went by her. One of the age group men trying to go with Rudy as well. But Rudy now sitting in third place on course. Antonio Benito Lopez sitting in second, and KB leading the way. We are coming up to halfway on the run. The men through 20, almost 20 kilometers right now. So we'll see that half split from KB momentarily. And I'm very interested to see what he goes through. I'm going to say it's going to be 1:15. So right on the nose, which is not uncharacteristic for KB. He again went through 1:15 in Cozumel around that same time in Frankfurt last year. So he typically does go out pretty hot, and you'll see him sort of start to slow in the second half of the marathon, or typically you do. I don't know what's going to happen today, people, but typically he does sort of start to slow a little bit. You saw him take a little peek over his shoulder, has been shaking out his arms a little bit. So I think he's starting to feel the pinch of the heat. You saw him grab some ice, throw it in his cap just now, put it over his head, and that will melt nicely and help him cool down a little.
Help him out. So on the right side, you've got Taylor Knibb. She's in front right now, but not by much. So she has seen her lead all but evaporate. Rennie, she's now only 1 minute and 26 seconds up on Kat Matthews. So Taylor holding on to that lead in this second Ironman, where Kat Matthews is a woman on a mission, 1:26. She's just running 30 seconds about per mile faster. So if you look at that in 3 miles, she will catch her at 9 miles. So I sort of said earlier halfway, but it is well ahead of that. And so what will be fun on this side is to watch and see if Taylor has a response or if she's kind of like at the limit now. Either way, what can be, as you know, devastating is when you're in the lead. If you get caught, do you hold on? Does it break you? Do you end up having to worry about third place coming up your way? But right now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Taylor Knibb looks great. She's holding a 1:26. Kat Matthews is just ripping it, sub 6 minute miles.
That's incredible. Yeah, Kat Matthews is a woman on a mission, and yeah, just taking time out of Taylor at every single time check. Again, Taylor did have a porta potty stop, not uncharacteristic for her to make that, you know, small. I was going to say deposit. That's probably not the right thing to say, but that's what came to mind.
I like it.
Lightened herself up and is continuing on. But I am receiving a little bit of word from the course that Taylor is very concerned, or wants to mostly know about where the Kona slots are, like where are the women, what does she have to do to get that Kona slot. So that's an interesting insight into Taylor's mind, looking at Kona slots. And again, she did say that prior to the race, my main objective is to get a Kona slot. I don't believe that she doesn't want to win the race, because I know Taylor goes into every race expecting to do maximum damage or win at all costs. But I think, yeah, her main objective here is to get that Kona slot. And I don't think she'll be too upset if she doesn't take the win here today. But I think, again, she's still learning this distance.
Yeah, and I think that comes back to it. I've heard Dee Dee say this. I've heard others kind of make this point. She's not happy when things go perfectly and she wins, meaning she's always looking for something more. And I think in a race, when you go this well and you get a 4:19 bike split and you run extremely well, it's her second Ironman, there's going to be massive positive takeaways. There's going to be massive learning. So she wants to win. She's a competitor. And but she also knows, realistically, this is the second step on a journey. This is Ironman number 2. So get in there, be positive. I also think that what we're going to see is the rest of this race, right? Because we talked about this. There's ups and downs for each athlete, often minute after minute. So Kat can come through, get to mile 20, blow up a little bit. Taylor could feel terrible, match her, come up later. Like, there's so much racing in front of these two. And I think we're sitting here front row to see it. I wonder, is that Haley Chura in the background? I recognize the kit.
does
from
look like
earlier.
Haley
She's
Turin, yep.
maybe getting lapped by Rudy Von Berg on the front of your screen right now, racing down the road. He's in third place, so the American third place, and so much still undecided, so much undetermined. But we did see a halfway mark at 1:15.24 for Christian Blumenfeld, right on target for what he's used to doing. The questions at hand, will we see Taylor hold that lead? Oh, it's shrinking, and it's shrinking fast.
This is where I wanna be.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo. A revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship is brought to you by Hyper Ice. Keep moving. Better than ever. And by Roka. Find faster with Roka. Someone who's moving better than ever, I have to say, is Rudy Von Berg. He looks great, Rennie. He just looks smooth, controlled. He's not under pressure from anyone behind. He's not under pressure from to catch anyone at the moment. He's just in that comfortable zone. He probably wouldn't want me saying comfortable with what he's doing, but he just looks like he's in that nice spot where he's plugging along at a good clip. He's gone almost to the halfway mark. He's got 45, 50 seconds ahead of Nick. It looks like he's sort of slightly closing on Antonio Benito Lopez, but he doesn't have to. He's just in a good spot right here at almost halfway through this marathon.
Again, just another really consistent performance from Rudy so far. And again, Antonio Benito starting to fade a little bit. So Rudy, an option to possibly move into second, but he seems pretty solid in third right now. And again, lots of things happen at the back end of a marathon, at the end of an Ironman race. So he just needs to hold steady here, chalk up another phenomenal performance. He went through the half in 1:16.
Yeah,
so
great.
Moving real fast. Looking down the, sorry, that's incorrect. That was not the half. That was through 20K. So Antonio Benito went through in 1:17 to Christian's 1:15.24. Rudy went through in 1:20. So, you know, Rudy, is he looking to, you know, even split or negative split? Maybe. Maybe he went out conservatively and he's trying to negative split, and KB typically does not negative split the marathon, but he may prove us wrong today. But that's sort of historically what we've seen from KB.
Yeah, and just, well, before I give you it, well, I will let you know 106 is the deficit that we see Kat Matthews holding to Taylor. Taylor up 106 over Kat. And then I want to just touch in on what we said, and you were so spot on. When you see 115 for Christian Blumenfeld through halfway, that means he's got to really tighten it up and have that second half be 118 to hit that magical 233 that we thought was possible. At least I did after watching him start. Does it matter? No. What matters is being in front of everyone, and it is cool to see. Like, he's just dialed on that 115 first half. It works for him. So anyway, split screen. Taylor in transition. I'm sorry, in the aid station, grabbing fuel.
And to be clear, 2018 was the fastest run split time from Matt Hansen, and that was a 2:34.39. So, you know, that 33 we were referencing, that's Patrick Lange's prediction for KB.
Yeah.
That's sort of the mark we were referring to earlier, but a course record time from 2018 was 2:34.39. So certainly on pace for that, but we'll see how this second half plays out for Christian.
That we will. He still looks so smooth. I mean, for that matter, we kind of look at Taylor Knibb and we say, hey, is she giving up? Not at all. Is she worried? Not at all. She looks great, running a fantastic marathon. It just so happens when you compare it to Kat Matthews, who's really on a hunt for sub 250. It just looks a little different, but I think she's doing a great job processing everything, getting the fuel, getting the hydration. Her form looks nice, good turnover. To me, she looks really good still.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Taylor looks, any distress whatsoever. She looks as good as she did in the opening couple of miles. Obviously now only, 8 miles into the run. Kat Matthews only 30 plus seconds behind, so I think we're going to see a pass momentarily here. But again, I think Taylor more focused on that Kona slot and business at the end of the season rather than today's race. I did not expect to see this pass so early, but Kat Matthews on a mission early in the marathon, and I think we're going to hopefully stay with the pro women and see that pass happen. I wonder if we can get in close and see if we can get some of the audio from that. I wonder if there'll be an exchange between the two women.
Yeah, that'll be fun if that happens as we get back over here and we see 6 hours and 9 minutes into this race for Taylor Knibb. 6 hours, just chew on that for a second. If you're an Ironman athlete, hey, no big deal. But if you're watching this race as a new introductory fan to our sport, just think about it. These athletes, these incredible performance machines have been racing for 6 hours now and 10 minutes. So that's for Taylor Knibb, 5 minutes longer for the fellas. But look, we see Taylor looking just well-paced in a solid spot. When I look at her splits, if I don't look at anyone else's, I just look at hers, I say, hey, she's doing a pretty good job here in her second Ironman. I think that the Taylor Knibb fans are going to be, and the camp, her coaches, her people, they're all going to be pretty happy with this so far. They're looking at her going through the halfway at about 12:40 local time.
Yes, Kat Matthews, that is not Kat Matthews. That's a professional or age group male running alongside, most likely a professional male running alongside Taylor. But we are waiting to see where Kat Matthews is at last split. It was, 30 plus seconds and closing. So Kat Matthews breathing down Taylor Knibb's neck at this point of the race.
If I look at the men's splits and just kind of segue over there for a second, Casper Stornes has just made it interesting, and he's crept up into 4th place. He's only about 15 seconds behind Rudy von Berg at this last check at 13.7 miles. So watch out for that third Norwegian on the start list that we talked about. Casper Stornes is rolling through. His pace is exceptional. He's running very well. And while we see Antonio Benito Lopez fading a bit, we see Casper Stornes coming on strong. This would be the first Ironman he's able to finish on the professional circuit. But just watch out, something to look for down the road.
You see going through the tunnel there and enjoying the cheers from the spectators out on course here, running along the canal It's hot down there.
It is.
Michael, you know, you think maybe a little cooler by the canal. I don't think so. I think just everything is hot in Texas, and the humidity is certainly up here today with a fair amount of rain hanging around the last few days, and also that sun coming through after, you know, kind of a moody morning, a cloudy morning here in Texas.
Yeah.
Athletes are being treated to all of the elements.
If you look on the right side of the screen, Taylor Knibb holds a precarious 24-second advantage over Kat Matthews. That means that with most sections of this course, Kat Matthews can see her, can visualize her prey as she chases her down. We have Taylor Knibb that holding and really holding well, but right behind her, 24 seconds, is Kat Matthews. There should be a pass here very soon. Taylor giving a glance over the shoulders as she rolls through. Remember, there is a lot of spectator action. Some folks will be able to cheer for her and say, hey, good job, you too. She'll understand that she's right there. They can cheer for them by name, but all the signs are there. But the champion that you're watching on screen is going to fight. I have no question that whether she responds immediately or she kind of tries to come back later, she's not going to just lay down lay down easy on this one.
Yeah, absolutely not, and we'll sure stay with Taylor as long as we can here to see that pass. Taylor, again, doesn't look bad by any means. Taylor looks steady, solid, looks as good as she did at the first 3-mile marker. Now at 8 miles into the marathon, she looks steady and solid. Again, still a lot of running to go, but Kat Matthews just lurking behind her.
Yeah, just there. And if you look at the ticker there on the left, you'll see 17.9 miles. About that's what is left. That was at the last timing check, but nonetheless, quite a bit of running still to go. Quite a bit of running. Taylor Knibb in first, Kat Matthews, and then of course Lisa Perter from Austria, Rachel Zelinskis from USA, and Alice Alberts from USA. That's our top 5 right now. Cuddlebeck was in 6th from Australia. We saw her a lot early on the bike, but what a fun race! What a fun venue. You can go on and on about how great this spot is. There's a lot of really nice races around the world, and this certainly is one of them. As we watch now running past that transition area, a lot of back and forth here. If you stare at that map, ready to see where these guys all get to run.
Yeah, it's certainly a very windy run course, so lots of like sort of out and backs, and oh, there we go. Here we go. Here's the pass.
And just like that, 6 hours and 15 minutes of racing is under their belts, and we are about to have a lead change, the first since we started the bike ride. Kat Matthews from Great Britain. What goes down? We'll see.
Maybe a small exchange there between the two of them.
Very
I don't think Kat said a word.
I don't think
she's
so either.
like, goodbye, this is my race, I win here.
And that's right, I have the history. She just accelerated too. You could see like she came in kind of gradual, tried to sense a little bit of the energy or maybe get a feel, and then she just exploded out. There's Julie Dibbins again giving that split, probably splits behind and encouragement. Taylor looks back and sort of, you all want that, everybody wants that support, certainly in a time where you've just been passed. I think, obviously, we keep saying, oh, she's really focused on that Kona slot. Like, don't blow it, right? Don't try and wreck that by holding on to Kat's pace. But ultimately, she's a fighter, and she's in this race to do her absolute best. So I do think we're going to see her kind of try and surge here a little bit later in the run.
Well, if I look down, I need to double check on this, but I think Teresa Adam might be the last Kona spot available right now. And she's 25 minutes back from Taylor. So
yeah,
that's the cushion. I don't think she needs to worry about
I don't either.
To secure that. I think she needs to worry about the task at hand, and that is trying to put together a great Ironman. Is that winning the race? Maybe, maybe not. Is that putting together a fast marathon? seeing what it feels like to race all the way to the end. I mean, in Kona, obviously, she did race all the way to the end, but she did have a number of porta potty stops and a little bit of distress on the run. This is only her second opportunity at this distance. So I hope she keeps pushing on and doesn't just defend that Kona slot.
There you go. Well said. And as we watch Kat Matthews, the new leader on the day, she's going to try and make it 3. Can she hold off the likes of Taylor Knibb? Can Taylor hold off the hard charge behind? And does Taylor end with a Kona slot? So many questions left unanswered, and the action, it's just heating up.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And we have Christian Blumenfeld smoothly running at the front of the race. If your tracker shows you that he's not, the tracker's just kind of catching up, so don't trust it right now. We've got the man on camera in first place, our Norwegian Christian Blumenfeld. He's rolling along, got about a little over 10 miles to go before he hits that finish line, and he has not shown any signs of weakness whatsoever. A little bit of a grimace or a grimace. He's smiling and really talking to the camera, and he just still has that same form, light on his feet, very little contact time on the ground. Arms look good, smooth, and Rennie, I think still the same form that we saw at the outset of the run. A slight chest push forward and a little bit of hips look great. Leg extension behind is just amazing. The guy looks great. He's really in control.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think he certainly is cruise control right now. I mean, I think KB it has a pride in his run, and so I'm sure he's going after a very fast run time and to see, you know, how fast can I run? Can I take down Matt Hansen's run time here from 2018? Can I run faster than Patrick Lange has run here before? And so, yeah, I think he's going to still compete and push all the way to the finish line, but I feel like he has everything under control as it stands right now.
Amazing. And you know what else? We talked about this at the beginning. Maybe Magnus Ditlev is sitting at home watching. Maybe Lionel Sanders, maybe Sam Long, maybe all these names that watch, they're all watching. And if they're not watching live, they're all going to tune in and see the splits tomorrow. And I think what I mentioned that for is he's got the pride in his running. He also wants to stamp that. Once you see that, you can't unsee it. You have to know, okay, he just cranked out 230-something in Texas. That guy's coming for me in Nice. So it really is a little bit of a game within the game, the mind game. You could say all you want, you do your own race, you pay attention, you do your best, but
come on, let's be honest. These guys they're built to race, men and women. They're competitive. They are noticing, and they are saying, gosh, he looked really good.
Yeah.
And so you can put that in the back of your brain, but it's still there.
It sends a note, right? Like a notice to the other athletes that, okay, if you want to compete with me for the world title, this is what you have to do, right? Like if Christian races to his ability, that's what he is going to do. So now all of the athletes reset, and that's the great thing about when phenomenal athletes come along. They just reset what is possible for everyone.
That's
and so then, okay, now we're not running sub 240. Now we're like trying to run basically low 230s. And everything changes. The training changes, the mindset changes, and it's amazing how a performance like this can just rise, have everyone rise to that ability, right? Like to push to that level. It's a funny mindset, right? Like you think you're going all out, and 10 years ago they thought all out was sub 240. Now it's like, no, actually shoes play a part of that.
Yeah.
Nutrition plays a part of that, but it is interesting how one man does it and the next man all of a sudden believes, and that belief can just
it's huge.
Give you wings.
Well, and those three, you're spot on, and those three things are the big ones. As we watch Taylor Knibb, it's the equipment, it's the fuel, and it's the belief, and the mindset's everything. When you see someone do it, no longer is it a uncharted territory or a barrier. So Taylor Knibb, as she's at the beginning of her Ironman journey, second race here today in the Woodlands, we did get a chance to catch up with her, and we got to look in behind the curtain, take a peek under the hood. This is our favorite little series of Fighting Chance, presented by Hoka, here with Taylor Knibb.
Welcome to Texas. Do you know we're supposed to get 2 to 3 inches of rain today? That's what my weather app says. No. I'm a little soft that I'm not going outside in this, but we're good. I have a lot of thoughts. And you have a lot of time with me. Well, not really. So, sorry.
What is, are you focused more on a Kona qualifier, or are you focusing on winning this race?
Well, so I'm focused on executing my best race possible, and we'll see where that lands. But the primary aim is to get a Kona slot.
What's the hardest thing about showing up to a race like this? Not physically, but mentally.
The racing's the fun part. And you don't know what cards are going to be dealt on the day. This winter, I've been dealing more with, not just like me, but like, that's not the race. The training isn't the race. And there are going to be like 8 to 10 days this year where you get to just like lay it out there and see what you have, and that's the fun thing, and that's what you work the other 355 days for. And so, if anything, like Saturday is the day where you like get to be let off the leash, and that's fun. I want to see how good I can be. And so races, therefore, I think have 2 purposes. Number 1 is like to be the best that you've been ever. But that's not every race, you might not be able to do that. So then another would be to give an accurate representation of where you are. And so I think like for this weekend, it's like, this is a really big check-in moment. I feel like maybe it'll fit in both camps, but more so it'll fit like, where am I right now based on what I've done.
How important is this race to you and the rest of your season?
Oh, it's really important, but it's not the be-all, end-all. I have a big goal this year, so that's the be-all, end-all.
What's your big goal?
Oh no, we're gonna hold off on
You're
this.
gonna hold off, okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, we can talk on December 15th and see if I did it.
Win the series. There you go, Taylor Knibb holding her secrets, holding her cards close in her interview with the Fighting Chance. Of course, that is wonderful, provided to us by Hoka. And we have to say, at Ironman Tri and full 8, want to see all these episodes, you can go to that Ironman Tri website, also proseries.com or .ironman.com. Check it out. There's just a really good inside looks, and these people get to know the personality, have that fun stuff that's not just racing. But back on the race course, Taylor Knibb in second, Cat Matthews leading the charge, and on the men's side, this man, the superstar from Norway, Christian Blumenfeld. He has about 9 miles to go, and he is about to, we won't say it's coming close, but he is about to take out a big, big points grab on the Ironman Pro Series. He's going to take home a lot of money here today on the cash purse, and he's also going to set notice out to all of his fellow professional Ironman athletes. Hey, I'm back. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw him earlier sort of ushering the spectators off the side. You know, they weren't really in his way, but when you're running a marathon, you don't want to run a step too fast. So he's trying to cut the tangents. And in courses like this, where there's a lot of weaving and winding, you kind of want to just cut the tangents as much as possible, because if you don't, you could add, you know, half a kilometer onto a race if you don't run them all properly. So trying to cut those tangents, make sure he only runs the absolute maximum distance that he has to run. But yeah, a lot of spectators out on course looking to support their loved ones. Again, 2,600 age groupers started this morning. We had 62 pros and 26 pro women. This man here leading the way, has been in control, in kind of cruise control for the majority of this marathon once he dispatched Antonio Benito Lopez.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 4 minutes, and he's got 4 minutes on his one-time kind of shoulder-to-shoulder running partner. So he's really just exploited. I think you said it really well. Who's pushing forward and who's falling apart? They both did it here. He pushed forward, and Antonio Benito fell apart a bit. On the right side, I think that what I've noticed, and you could tell me if I'm wrong, but I think Kat Matthews, she's now kind of pulled it back a tick. She's running well, very fast, but she did all the effort to get in front, and now she's protecting the lead. I think she's probably got a bunch in the tank, but it just looks like the
cruise control.
Yeah, the accelerator just eased up a tiny bit just to say, hey, you know what? I'm smart. I've been here. I know it can get hot. I want to not kill myself, not bury myself, but make sure I win. I just feel like there's just a little ease up on that stride. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's her presence is different. You know, like the aggression has gone out of Kat Matthews. You saw her come off the bike, and there was a lot of urgency as she hopped off the bike and went through transition, and a lot of intent in every step that she took. And now she's taken that lead. I'm sure she, you know, is getting some splits to where Taylor is and what Taylor's looking like. And I think she maybe has heard that Taylor is just trying to get a Kona slot. So now she can kind of get into cruise control. I mean, Kat's still going to try and run a fast marathon, but she doesn't have to. All she has to do is keep everything in check, keep ticking it over, score that maximum 5,000 points, which is what's on up for grabs here for the Ironman Pro Series. And this is her first stop on the way to trying to get that Ironman Pro Series victory again this year.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And I think it's, you can tell. I think you saying the aggression has gone straight. Her race was to the front, and now it can be a more controlled effort. That was, good observation. So pretty sweet to see Kat Matthews in the works here in the 3-lap Hoka run course. She is just, she's just a gift to watch. So a lot of fun there to be certain. And we're sticking with some of these age groupers that are behind the gal on your camera. They're getting lapped, but they look pretty fantastic. And I bet you are wondering about this, the ability to get in and test yourself. Well, I want to welcome everyone here to take their racing to another level in New Mexico in 2026. Ruidoso serves as a gateway to adventure and exploration in a stunning natural setting as you race through history and culture, push your limits while surrounded by stunning views from the towering peaks of Sierra Blanca to the pristine lakes and pine forests. Elevate your 2026 season and prepare for the ultimate test of endurance as you make your mark on this inaugural year. Yes, general registration is now open. Scan that QR code over on the left or pop on over to Ironman.com to find your race. That's right, Ruidoso, it's on the calendar. Get it.
Yeah, it's always fun to pick an inaugural race. It's fun to find different new venues, and Ironman continue to find great new venues for races to take place, and I think that one's going to be a really cool opportunity to race in a new place. But
that's right. That's right. Next year, July 12th. Get on down there. Beautiful time to be there. That little part of the world. I'll just say this: there's a little place called Cloudcroft right there in New Mexico. Wonderful spot. I would encourage everyone to go down there. It's gorgeous. It's a sort of hidden gem inside the state of New Mexico. Has a lot of beautiful spots. Back here to Texas, the neighbor of New Mexico, the next door neighbor just to the east. We're watching Kat Matthews just crush it. We can pretty much say if she takes out this title, which seems likely, a 3-time champ she will be. And I think she's going to say that's my favorite race over there in the USA.
Absolutely. I think Kat spends a lot of time down here training for Kona back in the day, and obviously racing here as well. But she's a local favorite. Just that's the cool thing about coming back to races year after year. You kind of get to know the people, and people get to know you, which is really nice as well. So Kat Matthews now in very familiar territory, leading Ironman Texas in April.
Yes, and familiar territory. It's like, hey, here I go again. But what's pretty cool is to look back and say that, you know what, we've been seeing this this event. We've seen that lead for Kat go up to 53 seconds, around about a minute. As you watch behind that, she has a pretty dominant and controlling lead over the rest of the field. Lisa Petterer, who has a Kona slot, is 9.5 minutes back. Taylor's also pretty well secure in front of her, but you just start to run the numbers behind. Taylor certainly could slow and still maintain that second place. I think that she wants the Ironman qualification for Kona, but in addition to that, she wants to get more points, more money, fewer seconds deducted off of the 5,000, right? That's another one. If she continues to race hard, she continues to earn more points to that Ironman Pro Series. And guess what? I take back everything I said. Kat Matthews looks like she's going fast again.
Yes, she does. A little bit more urgency in her step. But no, I think she has things under control. She had a 5+ minute deficit that she came off the bike to Taylor Knibb, erased that deficit in not much time at all.
No time.
No time at all. And now, obviously a lot of running left to go. She's only, almost coming up to 20 kilometers into the marathon, 19 kilometers coming up here soon, and a decent amount of running yet to go. But
yeah, 15 miles. Great. You know what? Kat also has a good grasp on heat management, right? She knows what to do, where to put the cold water, where to put the ice. She knows, I think this is a brilliant underutilized trick. She's got the white closed off running cap. Now, not everybody loves that. Some people prefer the visor because there's less fabric, but I think on a hot day in sunshine and with the need to cool, I think that closed off white cap is a really smart trick on her part. You can make the white, you can make that hat just hold cold water right on your head where there's a lot of heat. So ultimately, good move on the part of Kat Matthews. And Kat Matthews with the white hat I was talking about also has a bottle in hand. So, or is that a sponge? I think it could be a sponge. But either way, I think she's got all the tricks. She has been, as has Taylor, but multiple times on the Queen K in Hawaii. Taylor's done it once. When you've been out there, Rennie, as you know, you develop all the tricks. What do we see here?
It looks like Taylor Knibb now taking her time through that aid station and taking the opportunity to walk. I think more than anything, she wanted to make sure she took a second to cool down the engine. And you saw her take the ice, put it down the back of her uniform and put it down the front as well. That will just sort of melt and sort of on her body and help keep her core temperature in check. Really important to make sure that stays in check. When you overheat, it is no bueno. It just things sort of start to go backwards quickly there. So just taking a minute to cool down the jets.
That's right, and great timing actually, because I was just talking about how Kat Matthews has all the tricks, and that's actually a really good trick. Not just the ice, obviously that seems a little bit more intuitive, but the fact that she is composed enough to stop, walk, and take care of that, that's a great trick. That is not easy as a racer from short course background. It's not easy to actually walk, right? I mean, you get into an Olympic distance and you walk, it is lights out. You walk in an Ironman, and it could be way better for your race overall than had you kept plugging. So I like that move. I love that she has that in her bag of tricks, and I'm impressed.
Absolutely. And this is back to the second place athlete, Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain. He's sitting in second. He looks like he's got a little bit of a limp going on.
There's just
right
an
now.
unevenness to his stride. I think
Yeah.
you're right. He's had it for a little while, but it's because he's also got really low knee lift. He's got more of a, not a scurry, but more of a glide across the surface there, and it goes with territory, his style of running. But I think you're right. A little unevenness. He's rolling. I'm impressed with his move. 7.5 miles to go. He obviously went for it at the outset with Christian Blumenfeld, and now he is trying to really hold on to that second place spot. Obviously, Kona, cash, and points all on offer today. Not Kona, but Nice, all on offer here today for the Spanish athlete. But he looks good. You know, he's a fighter.
He absolutely is a fighter, and he's sitting, 4:45 behind Christian at last check, and Rudy von Berg is at 7:30. So he's sitting pretty right now, 2:45 ahead of Rudy von Berg. So he has a little bit of space, and he looks like he's moving well. Again, you mentioned his stride's a little uneven. It kind of looks a little bit like a limp, but maybe that's just his rhythm and his sort of his stride is that. But yeah, I think he still looks like he has energy in his legs. He doesn't by any means look like the wheels are falling off or anything catastrophic. He still looks like he's running really steady.
Steady it is as we go back a few miles to a split. Christian Blumenfeld has his nice 4.5-minute lead over this man, Antonio Benito Lopez. Rudy von Berg was holding Daniel Bakegaard, getting dangerously close to making that pass. Kasper Stornes from Norway in 5th. Cam Werf just really doing a great job staying in the mix. Gustav Eden, we saw him with that mechanical, that flat, and that tire change. But he's still hunting it out there, maybe 10 minutes off the lead, but still in the mix. So let's keep an eye back there. Just as I say that, the next split showed that Rudy made a little surge and kept some space between himself and Bakegaard, about 36 seconds at their last split. So keep an eye on the Ironman tracker as we do, and keep watching the live action on screen.
Yeah, 36 seconds. That's getting close, and a podium position is important, right? Like that. Getting to step up on this on the podium, that's worth fighting for. I mean, we are fighting for every single second in the Ironman Pro Series, but getting on the podium, that's the difference between bonuses from sponsors and no bonuses from sponsors. And, being able to enjoy some athletic brews with the champions at the finish line. So third place by no means secure. Rudy von Berg, no stranger to sprint finishes in Texas either.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And it's just painful to think back. And I think it's so painful for the athletes, gratifying, of course, but I feel that pain so much watching that I have memories etched in my brain of some of these sprint finishes here in Texas. Ben Hoffman, one of them, and of course, as you mentioned, Rudy, and all the ones over at Oceanside as well. It seems like these early season, highly competitive races, there's just very little separation on that finish straight. So maybe we'll still get some of that today. With the overhead shot of Kat Matthews crossing the pedestrian bridge adjacent to the driving path there. She's coming past an age grouper and heading right back out for another loop. She looks great.
And I'm just waiting for the next time split, because that's the halfway point, and that's going to be around a 120. So Kat Matthews not messing around in the first half. I mean, I'm going to say 120.30 or maybe a 121 through the half. That is a 2:42 marathon.
Yeah, that's legit. And
I think she will slow, but I think she's on. Well, she's certainly on pace to obliterate her run course record of 2:49. But I think she might run in the 2:45 range.
And we
Which
sort
is
of
phenomenal.
Phenomenal, yeah. Sub her course record or her PB at 2:49. It really is. It's fantastic, and if anyone can do it, it's definitely Kat. She's fantastic. So watching here, her roll through this bike path or this footpath through this wooded section, very quintessential Ironman Texas territory there. No air, no breeze, humid,
woodlands.
hot air, and just no spectators, just you, your thoughts, and the footfalls, sound of your own breath, and a heart rate. I mean, it is Ironman racing right there. It's the 13-mile mark. So soon you're going to see that split pop up for 13.1.
Yeah, waiting for that little
refresh.
We're waiting the 0.1.
Refresh.
She needs to just run 0.1 of a mile, and we'll get that that little split there from her. I'm going to guess 1:21 through the half, which is moving for Kat Matthews. Again, she, I think, is in cruise control right now, but maybe not. If she's going to run a 2:45, that's not really cruise control, Mike.
I think she raced to the front, and then she just kind of regrouped, and then she is pushing again. Kat Matthews, will she break 2:45? Is she that incredible? Will we see that today? Kat Matthews, what have you got in store for us?
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We have more exciting action here in the Woodlands. I'm sitting next to Marinda Carfrey. I'm Michael Lovato, and we just watched Kat Matthews race through half of a marathon in 1:20:45. Wait, hold on. 1:20:45 for 13.1 miles in the heat and humidity of the Texas April day. I mean, this is really impressive. Okay, a 1:20. Rennie, you predicted it. Taylor's obviously cruising too with 2 stops already, and she's at 1:29. This is awesome, but let's go back to what you predicted and what you saw. 1:20:45. What on earth is going on here?
Yeah, I think we saw it early in the race from Kat Matthews. We saw her race. We saw her with the Eye of the Tiger coming out of transition. A lot of urgency. She raced very hard to hit the front of the race. She's not, I think she's somewhat in cruise control. I mean, she's certainly not in the hurt locker. She's at that threshold, comfortably uncomfortable pace right now. She is still pushing, but the urgency has gone from her body. Now she's kind of relaxed. She can relax into that pace. She's on pace for a really fast race. The question is, does she go for it and try to run like a 2:45 faster than she's ever run before, or does she just try and win? That's, I think, a big question. I think the other question is, Taylor Knibb is someone who possibly could challenge for the overall. Does she take as many points off Taylor today as she can?
Oh, man, good point. Good point, because you are in the driver's seat there. When you both of them are, obviously, but if you're Kat Matthews, you can sit there and say, hold on. This race is just beginning. It's a season-long race, and I'm gonna just continue to chisel and take away seconds. Wow, how fun. And again, what we're looking at is an Ironman Pro Series that is offering $1.7 million in total funds, and the winner gets $200,000. Kat did that last year in 2024 in its inaugural year. Now, gosh, a whole element of racing. Taylor looks really good on the right. Kat looks really good on the left. It just is an exciting race with still, realistically, a lot of road in front of us here on this Hoka Run course.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of racing yet to go. Obviously, only halfway through the marathon here in Texas. The back end of the marathon, always the most painful. I feel like 30 kilometers onward. So the last 50-ish minutes of racing in the marathon just start to become painful. But Kat Matthews just flying right now. And yeah, I wonder if that's in the back of her mind. I think winning the race, she has a lot of objectives this year. And she won the series last year. She's accustomed to that $200,000 check. I'm sure she wants that again.
Get used to that pretty quick.
Yeah, I'd like to keep cashing that check. But I know she really, more than anything, wants to win a world title.
That's true.
So,
that is at the top of the list. She'd trade that $200K for the world title in a heartbeat, and I don't think that's unfair to say. Series champion is big, but I'm talking to a three-time Ironman World Champion here. So the other question is, you said that 30K, everything past 30K hurts, so 18.6 miles. And I just want to bring this up because this is something that I think you and I both missed in our career. To some extent, what about the super shoe? Because I've heard the super shoe pushes that pain point back later and later in the run. Do you think there's some validity to that?
I mean, we'd have to ask athletes that race in them. I mean, I feel you see. Well, what we're told is that they can back up more quality sessions because there's not as much wear and tear or beat down on the quads, and the legs recover quicker. And yeah, I think from what I understand or from what I've been told, that pain point is pushed down further.
Right.
Is it not even existent anymore? Do you not hit that point in the race? I'm sure there are some uncomfortable points, but is it the same level of discomfort when you have those super shoes on? That's something that we need, the experts that are racing now to come and tell us. And we see Taylor again walking through an aid station, making sure she's hydrating well, getting the fluids down, keeping the body temperature in check. I mean, she is just making sure she's doing everything right now. I don't know if she's in distress or if this is more calculated and that I don't care about the win, I just want that Kona spot, or is she legit on the ropes right now?
I think it's more of the former. I think she is a very pragmatic athlete. I think she knows. I think she's in there going, holy smokes, it's hot. Like, I think she's feeling the pain of this race and the heat and the humidity, and just the uncharted territory to some extent. But ultimately, I think she's just managing. I think she knows that it's okay to walk. She's heard a split from her swim coach, Julie Dibbins. You've got 9 minutes. You've got 8 minutes. She knows those numbers. She knows she's not getting caught. So what she's doing is saying, hey, all right, how can I make this the best run I can do? I think that involves walking, but that's that. So coming back on an overhead shot of Christian Blumenfeld in front of all comers today, now 7 minutes in front of Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain, 8.5 minutes in front of Von Berg, 8:46 in front of Bakkegaard, and just incredible action up there up front. And I'll just take a quick second here to share with you a story, everyone. When I was chatting with Andy Potts, so Andy Potts, this is the only guy I know that was kind of at the front of these races on both the shoes and the not shoes era. In 2012, he won Ironman Cozumel. 2010, and then 10 years later he was back, 11 years later, and he was back in 2021 or 2022, and he did a better time, he did a better marathon. And I asked him, well, geez, Andy, you're much older now, you're 10 years on from your victory here, and you're running faster. And he said exactly that. He said, you know what, these shoes, they do help in training, but they push that breakdown point so late in the game. So if you are falling apart, it is way late, where it wasn't uncommon to feel that pain in some sort of racing flat that you're racing in at mile 15, and now it's all the way to maybe 24, 25. So I think there's something there, and everyone's going to be different. But nonetheless, a little anecdote about an athlete who crossed the super shoe barrier.
Yeah, there's those that raced before and those that raced after. Few raced with both.
Few did both. Yeah, and here we are with a super shoe athlete, a Hoka athlete here running along in a great bit of foam underneath. And I think it really does help. It's really great, but let's not take away from all the hard work, all of the incredible discipline that's going into Taylor Knibb's race today, and also Kat Matthews. Wow. Just hard-working, tenacious athletes that are in there doing battle today. Wow.
Yeah, and just looking down the field there, Lisa Pertner down in 3rd, Alice Alberts up into 4th, Rachel Zielinskis 5th, Stephanie Clutterbuck in 6th, and now I look down to 12th, Danielle Lewis making her way up onto that top 12, Tamara Jewett in 11th. We have a lot of action coming up. Can Kat Matthews run sub 2:45? Stay with us.
This is where I wanna be.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship is brought to you by Athletic Brewing, brew without compromise, and by Wahoo. And we have Christian Blumenfeld on camera again, and he has been up front. He does not stop looking at the watch, I'll say that. The splits, the data, the info, he's just soaking it up, absorbing it. I don't think it changes what he does, but I think he's very in tune with that. But watching this man and that front shot is just brilliant. Such great form, such great, smooth, and fluid running form. It's a thing of beauty, right? The efficiency there, I think you can say it's equal to what it was when he started. Nice quick turnover and just beautiful time on the ground there with that foot strike, the arm carriage, like every single thing that you would call as a metric, he's hitting it. And I think he's having fun. I think he's loving this.
I think he is too. I mean, he's winning the race. Like, that's pretty fun. But I'm just trying to look and see. Now I'm making guesses. What is KB going to run? We're predicted to finish in 2:32.39 right now. That's considering his fast first half. I think it'll be a little bit slower than that, but still, I think maybe the man, Patrick Langer, might have been right.
2:33? Wow, that'd be fun. I mean, I think to see it go into the course record, but also you made a good point to take seconds and points away from all of those athletes behind. He's got 7 minutes and 28 seconds. That is a boatload of points that you're losing, and he's still pushing. So, yeah, it could be. He's right now at a point where he's got about 4.5 miles to go. And he's just showing zero sign where we've seen him stop, walk, and struggle with a cramp, where we have seen him have absolute GI or gastrointestinal distress and vomit. We've seen all of those things with this man. We are seeing zero
today,
evidence of that today. Not one. It's a great show.
And he did say he fixed all his gastro issues.
And it's fun because you say it and you're kind of like, all right, let's see. And he did. He did not overdo it, underdo it. He is just cranking. Also, let's give credit here to this runner off to the side, even just for a little bit, matching the pace of Christian Blumenfeld. Even if you're a lap or two behind, that's great running there for that that
she's
woman.
moving. Yeah.
She's moving.
That's
and
incredible.
she also has that same, her form looks just as good. I mean, a little nod. If anyone knows her, ping us with the bib number because she's cranking it.
She is. Yeah, that's impressive. Hang in there with KB for even, 200 meters.
And she's gone.
Nah, she's gone.
But she looks good. Christian, here he goes, representing Norway, the Olympic gold medalist back a few years ago, not too long, about 4 years ago.
2021.
Right, but he is he's exceptional today. And he's come here on this 4th stop on the Ironman Pro Series for 2025. And he is competing for his share of 5,000 points. He's going to get them all.
Yep.
And then he's also going to walk away with $28,000 just from this race, just for the first place prize here today. So some good incentive to keep pushing. And still checking that split twice in the count of 3 seconds.
Yeah, he's definitely a student of the sport, and that, or a scientist of the sport, I should say.
Right.
They push the boundaries on all the scientific markers, making sure they are leaving no stone unturned. They sort of took the sport a little further forward in terms of how triathletes train, and the Norwegian method was a big thing. They were him and Gustav Eden crushing everyone. KB has sort of been on the front or leading edge of new science and new technology that's coming into the sport. So, Gustav sort of fell off a little bit for a couple of years. Again, Gustav, a 2-time 70.3 world champ, also an Ironman world champ. Christian in his own right, an Ironman world champ from 2021 when Ironman was held in St. George. 3rd in Kona a few years back. And obviously, yes, Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo. So this man has won everything there is to win. And now he's going to add Ironman Texas to that repertoire.
Yeah, that's right. North American title. But he's a fun athlete to watch. And I think the first time I saw him was in that Olympics when I really saw him. And he ran away on that long sprint in front of Alex Yee. He just took off. It was the longest sprint ever.
Yes.
And I think that was, playing the cards he had, right? On the paper, he was running next to a runner who might have been quicker. Here we go, running through Kat Matthews, grabbing some ice right out of the bin and going ahead and taking that cooling opportunity. So brilliant move by Kat Matthews to just quickly grab from the bin. I mean, she's picture perfect today. Textbook. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we look at the mortal hydration optimized results here, 14.3 miles or 23 kilometers. She was around a 3:53 average pace. Estimated next split at 6:54.21. But 3:53, that's moving. That's the 6... probably 20 pace, 6:20 per mile pace, or somewhere around there, maybe a little tick under.
Yeah, tick under. 3:50 would be a 6 minute. So, I mean, she's just above 6, really. She is flying.
Yeah, flying is Kat Matthews. And again, looking to be a 2:45-ish marathon. She went through the half in 1:20 and change, 1:20.45. So I think she'll slow a little bit, but
Why bother?
Well,
Just keep going, Kat. Don't slow.
Under 2:45, which is incredible.
Which is incredible. I mean, 2:49 was incredible here 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago when she won this race. Last year, 3 hours flat off that less than ideal build. But, I mean, really fantastic. Kat, she came in here, and I think there was a lot of focus at the press conference and just in general from all of us on Taylor Knibb and how she's in this other league on the bike. But guess what? She was within 22 seconds of that same split, and then she has come out here and just really lit into this run, and it's going to be an exceptional time.
And real quick, moving to the men's race, because we're getting some splits coming in fast and furious. Antonio Benito starting to show signs of cracking. He's 7:23 down from Christian now. Rudy von Berg 8:58. This podium is by no means set in stone. We still have 7 kilometers to run for Antonio and Rudy. We'll see what Daniel Bakkegaard is looking like. He was around 30 seconds behind Rudy a moment ago. So second, third, fourth. We might have a race on our hands for those minor places.
I think you're right, and I think Bakkegaard has been just about to pass for so long that he may not be passing.
Yes.
And so really a testament to the strength there of character and the competitive drive of Rudy von Berg. It is a long game here. So back with Kat Matthews, just really ripping it here on this 3-loop Hoka run course. Light on her feet, smooth through the arm carriage, just really pushing along nicely through this section of the run course, getting splits and getting feedback from the sidelines.
Yeah, that was her husband right there,
hubs,
Mark Matthews, and you saw him sort of tell her to settle down. You don't need to crush everyone that much. Maybe save a little bit for later in the year. I don't know. I feel like Kat Matthews is like, listen, I feel great. I'm going to go with it. Let's just see how fast I can run today. I mean, yes, there's a long season, but Kat's an athlete that's able to just bounce back and bounce back and bounce back. I mean, she raced so much last year. See the Pro Series, she did T100s, she did all sorts of racing, and she just turned up every single race and was competitive.
She is. She's sturdy. She's a resilient and sturdy athlete. So I don't think she's, she has had her setbacks. But to argue the point where I'm with you, like, go for it. You're here now, and she can still send that message if she runs 2:45. It's stronger than if she runs 2:48 backing off. She can still steal those points by running 2:45, where she could back off. So
points, right?
Will she continue to snag points? Let's find out.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
I'm Michael Lovato, and this is Marinda Carfrey. Together, we are here in the Woodlands at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship, and that is Kat Matthews from Great Britain. She's been racing for 7 hours and 6 minutes. That's right, 7 hours, and she is in first place in front of USA's Taylor Knibb. Rennie, this is the exciting part where we just get to see what we can do, what our boundaries are, what our limits are. And when I say hours, I mean Kat. She is in there just really driving forward. The coach, the husband, guidance was, hey, you know, take it easy. And she's sort of ignoring that. She's just racing forward and trying to see what.
I am taking it easy.
Oh, I have more than this. So, no, exciting stuff as she gets into this. And an age group athlete here trying to see if he can keep up. Hey, why not? I mean, it's only 6 minute pace.
It's only too easy, 6 minute pace. Yeah, Kat Matthews looks really solid in this this pace here. She doesn't look to be in any distress whatsoever. She's in cruise control, but has her foot still firmly on the gas. And again, we were chatting earlier about Ironman Pro Series points. And Kat Matthews' ability to take away Taylor's points, you know, at 5 minutes behind now. That's a chunk. That's a solid chunk of points that she's going to take away from Taylor, and that maybe that's what it comes down to in Kona this year.
That's right. That's right. So exciting. And it's really fun to have those races within the races. As we look over, too, on the splits board here for Christian Blumenfeld, he's at 7 hours and 13 minutes of racing, and so his last time check, he was still running 340 per K or sub 6 minute miles, 555s. The man from Norway just on an absolute tear, expecting to see him just absolutely break records and set new standards as he takes out the title here and runs home with $28,000 and 5,000 points. We'll get him at the finish line. Obviously, folks are wondering, but you know, sometimes we go with the cameras that we have, and to maintain a safe environment, we often have to go to or stay with something. And we understand everybody wants to see Christian. We'll get to him soon enough.
Absolutely, but for now, we get to enjoy the fresh heels of Kat Matthews. Again, a nice high heel lift and knee lift there.
Yeah, she does. She's got a nice stride, good hip extension, legs behind. They're getting after it, and of course, there's also those efficiency markers. Just you don't want to see breaking and thud, that foot hitting the ground. And she's a lot like this man, Christian Blumenfeld, in that she is just super smooth. The efficiency rating is just through the roof. Christian, again, taking a peek at that watch as he approaches. He's only got about 2.5 miles to go, about 4K, nearly there.
Yeah, so close. And yeah, I think as we mentioned, these last kilometers, you know, jury's out on whether it's painful with the super shoes, but from my experience, I think painful just mentally as well. Like they've been out there pushing. For the men, 7 hours and 14 minutes. That's crazy that it's 7 hours and 14 minutes and he's only 2.5K from the finish. But yeah, just ready to be done at this point in the race. And as we see Christian Blumenfeld making another turn here, he is moments away from taking the title here at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. Another accolade to his list. Long list.
That's right, long list. And just at 25 miles, a mile to go, and he's at 7 hours 13 of racing. So realistically, accurately measured and standardized sub 720. Is that possible? That's what we're looking at here today. That's, of course, if anyone's doing it, it's Christian. And so, wow, really phenomenal. We've had in the past here, we've got a course record of 7:13, but that was, I think, only a couple K of swimming, maybe 2K of swimming that year. So maybe you can check your records. We've seen fast times, but this one's going to be the fastest for a full-fledged 2.4 miles of swimming, 112 miles of cycling, and a 26.2 mile run to close it out. We are just in uncharted territory territories here as far as I'm concerned, with a low 2:30s run and a finish time that's going to be 7:20 barely.
So looking 2018, Matt Hansen finished in 7:39.25. So that's realistically probably the fastest time we've had here. 2018, a fast year on the bike too. We saw some course records there. Again, they have been reset today with
357, 353, sorry.
353 on the bike, and now like low 2:30 marathon times. But this is just, every time we kind of scratch our heads. How are they going this fast? But athletes just keep raising the bar. Technology keeps improving. Bike aerodynamics, shoe technology, nutrition. You combine all of that with an athlete that is just a beast, and this is what you get. You get ridiculously fast times, and I'm here for it.
I'm here with you, and it is, I think, one of the variables that we've kind of cleared up a lot, and we did discuss it with Taylor Knibb, but the nutrition is so much improved as well, the absorbability of these calories. So when we were talking about trying to get, if you were getting 100 grams of carbohydrate 10 or 15 years ago, you were doing it in such a janky way that it almost only favored the people that had a gift. Everybody else was jacked up, a gift to process and absorb. Now the fuel is so good. It's so absorbable. A gel pack is just easily consumed. Morton goes down, no problem, 100 calories like you never believe it. It's just, it really is. And I think that's a massive thing when we talked about nutrition as the fourth discipline. It's become easier. It's become more manageable with our advancements in nutrition. And then, as you said, a beast of an athlete like Christian Blumenfeld just breaking down barriers. So fun to watch. He's there with 10 minutes lead on the Spaniard he was once running next to.
Yeah, no faults. A flawless race here for Christian Blumenfeld from start to finish. Front pack swim, sat in the front group all day long. Didn't ever really look to be challenged on the run. Antonio did try to challenge him, but he looked composed and strong from the get-go. So, you saw a little bit of a grimace on his face just now, but that's what it looks like to run.
I'd hope so.
2:32 in this Texas humid environment at the end of a hard day of racing.
And every time we see him, for a guy that comes from Norway, Cozumel, Kona, Texas, he's just really uniquely built for these hot and humid environments. Really performs well, and a lot of that is, again, just the highest level of fitness. I think really wisely kind of analyzed. Someone once said, "Look, the fitter you are, the better you handle the heat," and that's really true to a great extent. So. He's going so fast, and he's just, I feel like he could keep going. He could do a fourth loop.
Do another loop.
Yeah,
should just do a victory lap. Victory lap?
Training,
yeah.
Push every step forward is training for Nice.
Exactly.
But nice shots again, and we've talked about how much we love this course here in the
no
Woodlands.
one in sight, Michael.
No one.
And this has to be so nice for him to just look back and be like, I could walk to the finish line at this point. You're within a kilometer. You could get there in less than 10 minutes if I walked and still win. And that must be nice.
He could walk and still have a course record.
Yes.
So great stuff today, and we know equally impressive on the other side is Kat Matthews, where she came off a 4:20 and change bike split and is likely running 2:45 today. So it's going to be just mind-boggling to run her splits together and recognize that overall time. But for now, the man of the hour is Christian Blumenfeld, the man of the day, the man who I think has sent those shockwaves. You have to expect that all those players that are not here are watching this going, okay. Now we know what we need to do before we meet this guy at the big one in September in Nice. And that's not even, he'll be in Frankfurt, like you say, he'll be at these other ones. But when it comes down to the big show in Nice, everybody's now got their work cut out for him.
Absolutely, and I think we're seeing that, I believe, is one of the pro women coming back the other way, so still haven't seen second place. I think 8 to 10 minute lead, that's a long way. That's like you've got to run a kilometer out to see that next athlete. That might be him That might be him there in the red. I think that was Antonio Benito that went back the other way in the red just there. So you saw him run a kilometer back before he crossed paths with second place.
So far away. Yeah. 8:30, that's 2 kilometers. I mean, it's just not. So we will then start to check, because another athlete that has survived that attack is Rudy von Berg. You can see the splits there, that he's managed to get that gap back out to about 54 seconds, Rennie. It was down to 30 and under. So von Berg really holding strong. He's not catching Antonio Benito Lopez, but he's also not getting caught, holding that position on the third step of the podium pretty well. So here it comes down to the very end, where we do have our Norwegian athlete rolling through. The show has been impressive, and it is going to continue to be so, as he's got less than a mile to the finish. Folks scrambling to get over there to watch him as we come back to second place.
Yeah, people scrambling. They didn't expect him for another 30 minutes, right? Yeah. We got to get the finish line ready. Hope the banner's up.
Yeah.
But he is, course record time by far here today in the Woodlands. We're looking at second place on course right now. Antonio Benito, he was with Christian Blumenfeld off the bike, and Christian dispatching of Antonio the first 6 miles of the run, and now Antonio holding strong in second, Rudy von Berg in third. You see a little bit of celebrating happening already. You've got plenty of room to celebrate. Yep, enjoy these moments.
Enjoy these moments, bottle it up, because this is what you're training for day in, day out, for these kinds of days where you put it together and you get to slap hands in the finish straight, see all of those folks screaming your name. You can bet there's a giant smile on the visage here of Christian Blumenfeld. Wow, what a day. I can't wait to see the finish time. 7:23 plus. I mean, just smoking with a sub-4 for the bike, and this amazing display. I know refreshing the Ironman trackers, what everyone at home is doing, and we're doing it here in the studio as well. But folks, this is it. Big credit to the man from Norway. He can't get enough high fives. I love the excitement. Arms up and more high fives.
Lots of energy in those high fives too. It's not just a like, oh, please kill me now. It's a, I am amazing and you are amazing. Just look at him go.
That's right. So take a look at the clock, folks. 7 hours and 24 minutes today. The Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American champion from Norway, Christian Blumenfeld. And that, Marinda, is how you do it right there at the finish line. A couple of knuckle bumps and a huge fist bump as we watch him receive that finisher's medal in absolutely epic fashion. What a day.
You had congratulations there from Scott Deroux, Ironman CEO, at the finish line there to greet Christian. And we have the Wahoo Element Rival run time. He just slipped outside the 2:33. He went 2:34.03. That was Christian's run time today. I believe that is a course record for the run. It will be a course record for the overall time, excluding that 1 year where they had to shorten the swim. You know, course records are interesting talking points, but this one certainly was an impressive one.
It really was. And this guy, I mean, we've seen him. I remember watching him in St. George. He jumped in the selfies of the people while he was racing. He was racing past, and folks were taking pictures, and he did a big smile for it. But guess what? He's a people's champion. He enjoys being there for the folks that have cheered him on. He's going to sign the autograph, shake the hands, kiss the babies, and take the selfies. So an incredible show. 2:34.03. He was just off of Patrick Lange's prediction, but under Patrick Lange's record.
Oh, look at that aerial view. A wonderful finish line picture there. That is what the athletes are greeted by as they run down that finish line. That's an epic finish line.
It's really a nice look there at Waterway Square, and Ironman has done an incredible job setting that up. A little shout out to our tech crew for making it look so good. We see you. So that's fantastic. Again, congratulations go out to the man from Norway, Christian Blumenfeld, who took the title in 7 hours and 24 minutes and just 20 seconds. So really one of the best performances we've ever seen. He was, I'm not going to say he was alone and unpressed, but he was really in control the whole day. And after those first 6 miles, he was just absolutely unpressed and untouched. So we love it, and we get to see what's happening in another epic performance. We have to see who's second and third. The battle is still on for the Spaniard and the American. Plus, will Kat Matthews be able to run 2:45 or better? We have to find out the answer.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Welcome back here to Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. I'm Michael Lovato, sitting with Marinda Carfrae, and we just watched an epic finish from Christian Blumenfeld, finishing this race in 7:24. And now the man on camera from Spain, who looks to be running with a slight lilt and a little bit of struggle. This is Antonio Benito Lopez. He is from Spain, and he is still flying. I mean, this is how good Blumenfeld was. This man is way behind, and he's flying. He's just flying. He's 7:30 and something when he gets to the finish line.
Well, Christian Blumenfeld's running a 2:34 marathon in this Texas heat and humidity, but Antonio Benito Lopez now, he's flying. He looks great. He's accelerating now. He's like, ain't nobody going to take this second place from me now. We had Rudy von Berg just breathing sort of down his neck a little bit in his last closing miles, but he's like, not today. I've worked too hard, I've gone too far, and I'm going to hold on to this second place finish.
There you go. Well said. And we're just kind of plugging along here with these closing miles, these closing Ks. We know the women's race, as we talked about, is still quite interesting because we are looking at the overall time for Kat Matthews. We are looking at the overall points that she's going to steal from all the other women, and we're looking at a lot of excitement there still. But right now it's about second place, and the man from Spain, who you see on camera, he's picking the pace right up as he rolls in towards this finish line. And again, just a crazy good time, still going to be under the course
the previous course record from what I could tell when he's now at that 7:31 and about to make this final right turn into the finish stretch.
Yes, along straight away, he'll take a left-hand turn here, and then he'll be able to enjoy those finish line vibes. A nice crowd awaiting his return to the finish.
That's right. Only 8 minutes ago, we saw Blumenfeld come through, and now here comes the man from Spain, Antonio Benito Lopez. He looks great. Also getting some high fives. What a man, as he comes around and soaks up his victory, because again, there are victories of all styles, right? Second place here in a well-fought battle. Still a victory. The guy gets a lot of cash, $17,500 to be exact. He gets a set number of points for the Ironman Pro Series, less than 5,000, and he's got a huge smile.
You can see that ticker coming down now. It's at 4,500-ish points, so still a nice chunk of points there.
That's right, and that is it. A little kick.
Yeah,
well
not
done.
too big. He's like, ow, that hurt.
Yeah, that's how it feels to finish an Ironman when you're up against Christian Blumenfeld and the Texas Heat. Wow, how close is this? Rudy Von Berg battling it out, fighting off the pressure from the chasers, and he's coming into that final roundabout. That doesn't ever feel good, that hard 180 at the end of a race.
Yeah, the deceleration does not feel good, and then having to re-accelerate in the last like 300 meters of a race. You can see that. We saw the year he was sprinting, and I think Ben Hoffman as well. They had a sprint around that section. It just did not look that fun.
It made my quad sore watching it. And here we have Rudy Von Berg from the United States coming home in third position here at the Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas North American Championship. Congratulations go to Rudy Von Berg.
And we see Rudy Von Berg's run time there, 2:42.52. Respectable, extremely respectable. Antonio Benito ran a 2:41.56. Again, Christian Blumenfeld, a lazy 2:34.03, which is why he was the victor today.
Yeah, I really had him pegged for 2:34.01.
Yeah.
Now that's fantastic, and it really is. I think the remarkable thing too is it's just incredible. You see him at the finish line. He's not hands and knees. He's not on the ground. He's not wiped out. He's tired, but he's there getting high fives, selfies, accolades from everyone, or sorry, just basically acknowledgement from everyone. It's really kind of cool. His level of fitness, just top notch, and what a show.
Yeah, absolutely. He's organizing the boys. Let's get a picture under the banner together. They're like, just give me a second. But you see Rudy doing the signatures.
Doing the what?
Signatures.
Oh,
kissing
signatures.
babies, signing, autographs. Lots of fans out here.
Shaking the babies.
Shaking the baby, not shaking the babies.
Here we go. Daniel Backegaard coming in fourth place here today. What a show. He got dangerously close to that third step on the podium, and then Rudy held him off. Von Berg held him off, but there he is at the finish line, rocking bib number 14 and representing the great country of Denmark. A little high five for Christian. We talk about how much this guy had to work to get that fourth place spot. Super close, 7:35 for his finish time with a 2:41.01 marathon. These guys are so fast.
Yeah, so fast. They make it look easy until they cross the finish line. Christian made it look easy even beyond the finish line. But yeah, this was what Daniel Backegaard was just so close to that finish. But we have first, second, and third. Christian Blumenfeld, Antonio Benito, and Rudy Von Berg.
Still some valuable points, as you pointed out, the ticker up top where it says male 736.03. Every time that those seconds go up on the left, the points go down on the right. So those points on offer for the Ironman Pro Series. The further back you finish from the victor today, the fewer points you have, and it's really in essence, every second matters, and if you do not keep going, you do not get those points. You must continue to push a fun little extra element in this race. And wow, that really is, you can start to see the breeze blowing here in those trees and the flags, so maybe that's feeling a little bit nicer. Maybe that's cooling them off on that part of the run. That'll be welcomed by everyone still running, including Kat Matthews.
Yes, the woman on screen right now leading this race with a nice little almost 6-minute buffer on Taylor Knibb, because Taylor Knibb got off the bike 5+ minutes ahead of Kat Matthews, and Kat making quick work of that lead early in the marathon. Again, Taylor is not running slow by any means. Kat is just moving very quickly on course today. I'm going to take a little peek. She's slated to finish in around 2:46 in the marathon, so faster than she's run here before. She's run a 2:49 a few years back, so quicker than that for sure. We'll see if she can hold on to that 46 or maybe even sneak under a little quicker.
Yeah, wow, so amazing. And I think the questions that we started the show with, can Taylor put enough time between her and Kat on the bike? Can Taylor win her second ever Ironman? All that we've answered. Now really the question is those finish splits, those total points. But Kat Matthews has just been unstoppable today. And she was so darn close to Taylor on the bike, 22 seconds. What have you got, Rennie?
Just looking down through the athletes at the moment, and Alice Alberts has moved up into 3rd place. So Lisa Pertier has slipped back, and Alice Alberts, I believe, has moved up. Now, unless she's dropped off the tracker, I believe that is the case as it stands right now.
Yes, good eye there. And looking at the men as we watch Kat Matthews run and looks so great. Casper Stornes finishing his first Ironman, 2:45 for his run time and a 7:37 top 5. So what a show.
Yeah, we have Kat Matthews sort of in cruise control now. Again, she's 6 minutes up on taking a little peek. You're good, Kat. Just keep doing what you're doing. It looks like she's going to take a second. And we're going to go down to the
top 3 finishers and the post-race interviews coming right up.
Tell me how it feels.
Yeah, it felt super good, especially the first 25K, I would say. But then the last 7-8K was getting quite tough. But yeah, it was really feeling stable, and especially with the heat, pleased with how I was able to get through, and also especially with how I felt by the end of the bike, because then I started getting a little bit of cramping in the quads, and of having been in the on and off the power for close to 4 hours, so I was having to sort of ease off a little bit there by the last 10K on the bike, but yeah, super pleased with how I felt, and also how well the body was responding, especially in the heats.
Well, coming off of Oceanside, where you had a disappointing bike, but a great run there, and putting it all together here, you're going home the champion in Texas, so it's got to feel great.
Yeah. I was pleased with how the race, if you look away from the puncture in Oceanside, so I felt the shape was okay. Just a bummer to lose some points in terms of the Pro Series, but to be able to take 5,000 points today, I think that's more crucial, because you can always do another 70.3, but back off with another Ironman is more challenging with the schedule.
Well, congratulations, Christian. Thank you so very much. And we have had such an exciting day down here. Of course, Christian running a 2:34 on that run course. It is warm and it is humid here in Texas, but we're seeing absolutely incredible times, and it's really shaped up to be interesting. Antonio Benitez Lopez from Spain next to me now in this hyper ice recovery zone. You had to hold on tight during that run, Antonio. Tell me about it.
Oof, really tough day. I started in the run course with Christian, but in the 10 kilometers I think, oh fuck, I started really fast, but yeah, after the second half marathon, I started to be cramps, and yeah, I stopped in the water, but yeah, I can finish second place. I think in my best performance of my life, so I'm really happy because my target in this race it was to get a slot to Nice. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Well, congratulations for a personal best for you here in Texas. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain. And I sat with Rudy a few weeks ago at Oceanside, and we are bringing him back here. Rudy von Berg coming out of the swim onto the bike, working his way all the way through this crowd to be sitting here in third place at this Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas. Rudy, I'll say it again, never vote against Rudy von Berg. How was it out there? How did you climb your way into this podium spot?
Oh, yeah, that was absolutely brutal, as every Ironman. It's kind of the same thing every time, you know. You try to... Well, I didn't think third was possible, you know, during the run. It's always just so tough mentally. But, you know, you just keep on going mile after mile. And somehow I try to convince myself that I'm rolling, I'm not too tired. I really, really feel it at the finish, but yeah, super glad with the podium and yeah, just finish strong and keep on that third place. I mean, it was really tough.
What does it mean with the competition that you saw out there to be sitting in this place? I mean, top three at this race with that competition is just an impressive point of your career.
Yeah, I mean, I won in 23, so third is, it's not a win, but obviously, but with the caliber of this field, as you said, I'm very happy with the effort. On the bike, I actually didn't have any legs and really had to kind of focus mentally to get back to the group towards the end there. And then a bit same on the run. It was just really hot, and yeah, I mean, the Ironmans are just really tough, you know.
They're really tough, but Rudy von Berg is tougher. Thank you so much, Rudy, for being here from the Hyperice Recovery Zone here at this Memorial Ironman Texas. It is a great day. We got the women's professional race coming up next.
Great stuff there. Rudy von Berg with a 7:33 in that final spot, just nicking under his previous best of 7:34. Humble Rudy. I mean, hey, I've been here, I've done well, but he's like, look, every time Ironman's tough. Yes. Ironman's hard.
Absolutely brutal.
As we come back to Kat Matthews, will she say the same, or is she going to be floating on air when she comes in?
I think there's something special about winning, right? Like it's going to be brutal, it's going to be painful, but I feel like when you win, it hurts a little bit less.
It takes away that pain. I agree. Never having won Ironman Texas
or
neither. Anything near what you've won, it does feel good. I mean, you got to win the local 5K, it feels pretty darn good. And so when you come in here and you win a big event like this, the fourth stop on the Ironman Pro Series, the second Ironman this year for the series, and then, of course, the big event that it is all on its own, Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas North American Championship, right? North American champion is about to be crowned, and that will be Kat Matthews. So big stakes, and we've been sitting here all day long, Marinda Carfrae and myself, Michael Lovato. We've been watching this race for 7 hours and 45 minutes. The women started 7:40 ago. And I summarize that because I just think that if you're tuning in now and you don't realize that Kat Matthews started racing at 6:30 this morning. Okay, she's still going at 2:10. So pretty good stuff. Kat Matthews from Great Britain going to make it a victory today. Zero chinks in the armor. She looks fantastic, Rennie.
And just to recap how the race played out, Taylor Knibb out of the water early with blanking on her name.
That's right.
It's been a long day.
Rachel Zelinskas.
Yes, out of the water. And Kat was around 5+ minutes behind out of the water. Taylor sort of started to take time out of Kat. It went out to around 8 minutes between the two. Then by the end of the bike, Taylor rides a 4:19. Kat rides a 4:20. So not really much in the bike. And then Kat hopped off that bike and was a woman on a mission and made quick work of that 5-6 minutes on the run, and has really just been going very fast this whole marathon, and took the lead, and now she's +6 minutes ahead of Taylor. Taylor holding steady in second place. I don't think there's any danger to either of these women in the first and second, but we expected these two titans to go head to head, and they delivered.
That's right. They certainly delivered, and the race is not over yet. As I look at our stats and I look at our Ironman tracker, I see that Kat Matthews is expected to hit mile 22.5 here pretty soon, mile 22.5. Taylor Knibb further back. There's just so much still to be done. The places feel pretty secure. I don't see anyone threatened at all, but there's still work to be done. It's again, just, I don't know, a worthwhile point to make. When you are racing Ironman, anything is possible. It takes all day, and that could be 7 hours and 20 minutes or 17 hours. It is a big deal, and it is a big event.
Less than 17 hours. 17 hours is the max amount of time allowed.
Stop at 17.
Do not make it more than 17 hours. But yeah, age groupers also getting underway here in Texas. 2,600 strong age groupers trying to get Kona spots, Nice spots. But we are focused, of course, on the professional women's race right now. The professional men just finishing moments ago. We had Christian Blumenfeld running a 2:34, new run course record and new course record at 7:25. So incredible racing today here in the Woodlands. A hot day, but a fast day.
Hot and fast, yes indeed. We've got Kat Matthews from Great Britain on the left side of the screen there. On the right side, Taylor Knibb from the United States. Both of these women are just legendary and superstars in the sport. Kat Matthews came here with the upper hand from an experience standpoint. I would say equal determination for both women, but how cool is this to see a 3-time winner being crowned today for Kat Matthews, a 3-time winner. That doesn't happen that often. You start to have a little legacy in town. But also on top of that, she's going to walk away with her 6th Ironman title. She's going to walk away with 5,000 points for Ironman Pro Series. As we said earlier, $28,000 in her pocket, and really great steps towards winning the $200,000 she won last year. That buys, I'll be honest, that buys a whole lot of Morton gels.
She might be sponsored though, so she probably doesn't need any more gels. She's got her nutrition sponsor intact. But yes, you are correct. $200,000 can buy a lot of cool things.
A lot of Texas barbecue if you're out going out tonight treating. She's got that on order. But
it's Kat's shout.
That's right. So there you go. But no, it's cool. And look what's coming up on the graphic below for this Hoka run course. Kat Matthews is fast approaching Hippie Hollow, one of the absolute best spots in all of Ironman racing across the world. We have good ones too. You can think about all those hot spots in Europe, in Australia, South Africa, the world over, but Hippie Hollow is one of them. The fans get rowdy. They are dressed to kill. They look great. I think Mark Allen's out there. From what I heard, he's in Hippie Hollow
that
dressed
sounds
up.
Like his natural habitat, Hippie Hollow.
He may have started that hollow. But we love Mark Allen, a 6-time Ironman World Champion in Kona. Those of you that aren't lifelong fans like Rennie and I, you may not know that. But Mark Allen, he's a Tri-Dot coach. He's a superstar of our sport, a great ambassador, and he loves it. You'll see him posting about events all year long. He's just really a fan and gets right into the mix. So I'll mention him as we approach Hippie Hollow.
Absolutely, and we have on the right screen, that's Taylor Knibb. She's making sure she takes care of herself through these aid stations, taking on the ice, the water, keeping that body cool, or that saving it from overheating, I should say. But Taylor Knibb defending that 2nd place right now, and still looking solid. Doesn't look as fluid as she did starting the run, but again, she sort of mentioned to some people out on course that her main objective was to get that Kona qualification, and that's really the race she's gunning for. But Kat Matthews, just beautiful to watch.
Right. Does she look any different? I mean, let's be fair. She's maybe slowed the pace, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I love her nice high cadence. You know, she's not a tall athlete. She's not a short athlete, but I think when you are running marathons and running for a long period of time, keeping the cadence high, it just minimizes the impact on those quads and legs a little bit more. So, yeah, I love that, you know, quick turnover that she has going and that nice rhythm that she has in her stride. We did see right before we cut to the men's high price recovery zone, Kat took a second to stop, and I think she was sort of stretching her calves for a moment. I don't think it was anything too serious. I think she's, okay, I'm secure in first. My calves could do with a little stretch right now. I'm going to make sure I take care of myself. It's a long season. But again, she looks just as good as she looked in the opening miles of this marathon.
She does, with Lake Woodlands in the background and a bunch of these characteristic trees, pine trees, deciduous trees, all that wonderful lush vegetation here in the woodlands in the background. I'll have to say she looks very Rennie-esque there a little bit in her form. You were light on your feet, probably still are, probably wickedly fast still, but nonetheless, in your day, watching you run, I used to compare anyone that was a decent runner, say, if they could be a little bit more like Rennie, and that's a true compliment. But same with Kat Matthews, like she has that, doesn't she? Just a very natural, great arm carriage, great, as you said, turnover, not a lot of faffing around there with the run.
No, not a lot of wasted energy. I think that's the key, right? Like efficiency is huge when it comes to Ironman racing, marathon racing, and yeah, she certainly does have that nice rhythm as well to her stride. It's a long stride length, deceivingly. It's long, even though that the turnover is fast.
Yeah.
So,
well,
which makes for fast running, of course. So,
there you go.
yeah, I think she has all of the right elements for fast running, and we're being treated to another great performance from her. I can't wait to see her in Kona at the end of this year. The last Kona we saw her at, she just wasn't herself. She ended up having to pull out on the bike, just couldn't push any power. So I think we'll see a different Kat this year in Kona. But, you know, we have so much racing between now and then to look forward to, but it's always fun to think forward to the championship season.
That's right, and good deflection there as I started to talk about you. You're just very modest, and I love that. Knowledgeable, incredible past, and now looking to the future, we see Kat Matthews. Will she run sub 2:45? Will she continue to chisel and take away points in the Ironman Pro Series from the others? I think she will, but I'm not sure. Stay with us.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
This is the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. I'm Marinda Carfrey alongside Michael Lovato, and we've been bringing you the action all day from the Woodlands here in Texas. And we are with race leader and defending champion from Texas last year, Kat Matthews. And it looks like she is on her way to her third victory here in Texas. And a moment ago we were in break, but we saw Kat walk through an aid station, and that's the first chink in her armor, actually. Second, we did see her stop for a moment and stretch those calves as we went to the men's podium presentation. And then again, she walked, you know, just maybe 3 or 4 steps through the aid station. And I think it's more preservation at this point. Yes, she is feeling the pinch of the effort that she's put in today, and it has been a monumental effort. Let me be very clear, 4:20 on the bike, running a 2:36 paced marathon, just a phenomenal performance that she is putting together. So yeah, just taking a moment, she is 6+ minutes ahead of second place, which is Taylor Knibb. So she is safely, I want to say, in first position right now. And we did see her do this a little bit in past years, where she would walk a little bit and stretch her calves, because that is one little chink in Kat's armor. And right now she has the luxury to be able to take that moment and, you know, make sure her body is in check and won't do any damage to it. She does have a long season ahead.
She does. She absolutely does. And I look back and I say, all right, last year, Kat Matthews was 8:42 for the win. It was 3 hours flat, and she biked 4:41. Pretty good time, to be certain. But as I look at it now, Rennie, I'm like, that's jump change. Today she's 40 minutes faster across the board. So, right, she's taking 35. And so, realistically, this is an incredible show where she's going to have just a fantastic finish split. I think when we saw her earlier and we thought, all right, what was we saying? Hey, ease up, take care. Maybe that makes sense now. Here it is, Hippie Hollow, folks. Let's look for Mark Allen and all these crazy Texas fans. There's not a lot of clothing going on in this. Not a lot of clothing going on in Hippie Hollow, but a whole lot of fun, a whole lot of action, and a whole lot of excitement. We were starting to say this, obviously, with Kat Matthews coming in here, doing an 8:42 last year, now well ahead of that pace, because last year she ran 3 hours flat, Rennie, and last year she biked 4:41. Conditions change year to year. Conditions certainly do go back and forth, but we're seeing a faster year and way faster time here for Kat Matthews today. Same result. First place.
Yeah, and this is where Kat will be able to compare year over year. You know, last year we did have that screaming headwind out in the toll road, and so 20-minute difference, though, that's significant. And she'll be able to compare, you know, the watts that she held last year as compared to this year, and was it just the course, or did she perform significantly better this year? I think the addition of Taylor Knibb on the start line, pushing up front, forced her hand a little bit to push a little harder on the bike than maybe she normally would. But I feel like last year she worked very hard on the bike as well. So yeah, I mean, it's always nice to do repeat races year after year, because you do get to sort of, even though conditions are different, you can somewhat compare apples to apples in terms of the same course, the same similar conditions, at least, that you can compare. But again, Kat has taken a big step forward in her performance this year, and I mean, just impressive all around.
Impressive, and I'll come back to something you said earlier, Rennie, where you talked about the athletes elevating the game of one another, the sheer belief increase that happens when you see someone else do it, you believe you can do it. And I think what's super fantastic here, and I'd love to actually ask Kat this, is having Taylor Knibb in here, where everybody comes in saying she's head and shoulders above, she's the one, she's got the watch, she's the power hound, she's everything. And then Kat Matthews is incredible, obviously. And so she then ups the ante. She goes in there and says, you know what, because Taylor's up the road, she's chasing, maybe pushing a little bit higher percentage of that max to get that 420. Maybe not, but you have to assume there is something to the fact that Taylor is in this race that has really enabled Kat to shave all that time off from last year.
Yeah, to unlock another level of performance for herself. And I think that's the beauty of racing phenomenal athletes and having phenoms come into our sport. We had Daniela Riff back in the day. It was Natasha Badman. Before that, it was Paula Newby-Fraser. We have Chrissy Wellington, you know, athletes that come along and raise the bar for everyone else and reset what's possible for a female in an Ironman race. And I think Kat is responding to the threat of Taylor Knibb being the next to sort of take up that that mark or that that next level raise, right? So
right.
I think, I mean, honestly, all around just impressive racing from Kat Matthews. And actually, we did get a little bit of information from one of our Australian athletes, Regan Hollyoak. She had to stop and she is in medical. We don't have any updates on her, but I believe just overheating and had to take some time in medical.
Yeah, there you go. Unfortunate news. Fun watching her up front. Third place in the women's race.
Lisa
and we're calling
Bertier.
this, yeah, there you go. I thought we had seen a change, and it was Alice Alberts. But ultimately, great stuff here in this women's race where there's still a ton of shuffling that can happen. Late stage in the marathon is going to be when you see really the deck shuffled up. And at our last time split, Alice Alberts, bib number 5, had rolled through. But then, yeah, it says there on her kit, so that we're looking at Lisa from Austria, Lisa Perter. So interesting. I mean, following the tracker and following the pictures. So we're looking at right now, they're saying, our camera's saying that's our third place female. So a little back and forth. It could also be that she fell off the tracker. In fact, I think she did because I don't see her as I scroll back, Lisa. So very good eye there to see the Austrian flag. And obviously, thank you for wearing your name on your kit because that doesn't make us mistake much.
Yeah, so our mistake earlier, we called Alice Alberts out for a third, but Lisa Pertier.
Yeah.
We've probably been butchering her last name all day long. We'll get it right eventually, but nonetheless, phenomenal performance. Lisa finishing second in Singapore just a few weeks back and having a phenomenal race here today.
Yes.
Second in Cozumel.
That's right.
Cozumel last year.
That's right. Yeah, the Austrian, and she's doing a great job today, just really managing the heat. If you race well in the heat and the humidity of the woodlands, you're gonna, as we talked about, likely have a good, at least skill set to handle what comes at you in the lava fields if Kona's on the schedule. But see, take a look there, folks, at our tracker, and sometimes little bitty timing chip update problems. So sometimes the timing chip actually falls off of an athlete, remember that, or stops registering. So this is why we triple back this up. We have the visual. People on course actually write down numbers as you run through checkpoints, but also we have the visual, and we'll get to see those athletes. So unfortunately, it messes up the tracker a little bit, but nonetheless, Kat Matthews in front of Taylor Knibb, and then Lisa Perter here from Austria in third. There's a lot of racing down the ranks, and we're seeing Jewett really just crank it through, rolling along in her first Ironman, and with her run pedigree, will we see her hit that top 5? Sarah Svensk also up front for the first time in a while. Stay with us because I can't wait to see if Kat Matthews runs 2:45 or below, and also who's going to get the rest of that top 5.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
This is where I wanna be.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Start in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
Welcome back to the Woodlands, and welcome back to more incredible Kat Matthews action as she rips it through these closing kilometers of the Hoka run course. To let you know just how devastating this has been, she did cycle a 4:20, and a shout out and nod to Laura Siddle, who knows this very well, said, hey, her coaching change, I think, has enabled her to get in there and really work on the cycling aspect. So it's not just chasing Taylor Knibb, it's really just some calculated moves she made in the offseason and really in her preparation. So a renewed Kat Matthews, well, that's scary, but that's what we're seeing today. And then also just a couple other loops to close. I would like to mention that our TriDot athlete, Lauren LeBlanc, the age group athlete we've been tracking, she beat her race X predicted bike time of 5:47 by almost 15 minutes. She's out on the run, so great to follow along with Lauren LeBlanc, and more on that later. Thanks to TriDot
for sharing that information. But on screen right now, we have Kat Matthews. Sorry, Michael Lovato just fell off his chair. It's fine. I've got it covered here in the booth for you guys. But Kat Matthews, yeah, making some coaching changes. She now has a swim specialist coach, Indian Lee's coach, coaching her swim, bike specialist, and also a run coach as well. So piecing it all together perfectly today. I mean, I feel like this is a great performance or indicator. Whenever athletes go away and change things in the off season, it's always a question mark as to how it's going to pay off, or is it going to pay off? Is it going to make any difference? Is it going to be worse, better? I think it's pretty clear that it is a very positive change for Kat Matthews with this result in mind. So yeah, I mean, Kat Matthews making moves, and real positive ones, which is already dangerous since she won the Ironman Pro Series last year and was second at the Ironman World Champs in Nice last year. So already one of the best or brightest stars in our sport, still sharpening her tools.
And you know what's cool too, as I am just floored by her abilities and her performance. You said this earlier, Rennie, like, man, she is going for a world title. She wants to win Texas. She wants to win the series. She wants to get the most points. She wants to earn the cash. She's bettering herself all around. She's also just an incredibly tenacious, driven, and fierce competitor that wants to win the world title. She wants to go to Kona, and she wants to win. And so look, she's going to do everything, and that includes the preparation, that includes the recovery, and then racing like this. You're going to walk away with so many lessons learned, good ones, bad ones, like all the things. Why were the cramps? Why were you walking? Was it, is this a near perfect race? Can you still find things that you can improve? So it's really fun to just watch an athlete like this in the flow, and that's what we see with Kat Matthews.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think any champion athlete is always looking for areas they can improve, and Kat, there is a question mark as to, was she cramping a little bit, or was it something else, or was there some other reason for her to take a walk? Did she just feel like, hey, I deserve a walk, I'm crushing it,
That's right.
I'm going to take a little walk, and maybe this is a flawless performance with no chinks in the armor, but yeah, I think maybe there is something there for her to continue to work on, and that in itself is pretty scary, like an almost perfect performance, and going this fast, 40 minutes faster than she went last year, 20 minutes faster on the bike than she went last year. Again, I don't think she ran to her abilities last year. She walks a little bit in the run and ran a 3-hour marathon, so nowhere near her ability. But now, to bring it down a notch, most likely faster than she's run here before, which is a 2:49. We're looking at a 2:46 range marathon for Kat Matthews. Overall, it's positive from every way you look at it.
Positive, and the only thing I'll point out is she ditched that white cap that was keeping her cool earlier, now getting a little more breeze, a different kind of cooling effect when you remove fabric or take away some element of clothing. But as we continue to watch Kat Matthews stride out this Hoka run course, I want to revisit on some of our top professional men that we talked about earlier, and some we haven't. Cam Wurr, 41 years old, managed to punch out a 7:40, closing with a 2:50 marathon for 8th place. But I'm interested here also to share Matt Hansen did secure an 11th place finish. He's always in contention for that Ironman Pro Series, but 2:42 was his run today. And then something else that I love to see, we were worried about Gustav Iden because of his flat. We were worried he wasn't having his day. That didn't stop him from getting it done. He crossed the finish line, 13th professional male. He did run 2:55, so maybe a little bit of a jog for him, but nonetheless, Gustav getting it done. And then finally, a highlight we had out the outset, Matthew Marquardt. He did get it finished in 15th position. Matthew Marquardt, he did run a 2:47. We don't think that was his best ever day, understatement, but he still got it done. And then just this, watch, Marinda, 17th place, Ben Canute, was the 17th individual to go under 8 hours. That's the era we're in right now, and that's the conditions we had today. 17 professional men under the 8-hour barrier. That's just so awesome. What a time to be watching or participating in Ironman.
Yeah, absolutely. Just super fast racing all around. Conditions were good or prime for a fast day today, but wow, did they take this opportunity and run with it literally.
Yes, they did. They ran with it. And Kat's doing the same. So here's what I see. They're predicting Kat. She's coming into that final stretch, 25.9 miles at 2:45. She's going to be under 2:49, not quite the 2:45. You know, we're getting nitpicky here when we're talking about how much faster she is than her best. But really, let's just, as we build towards this finish line of this great event, let's celebrate this champion who's going to take home her sixth Ironman titles in 5 years, right? Her first kind of debut, 2020, when she kind of hit the scene, and now Kat Matthews from Great Britain is going to take out a 6th title. She's also going home with 5,000 points. She's also going home with $28,000. She's going home with the knowledge that she came in here and made a statement, absolutely rivaling Taylor Knibb on the bike, and then running away from her on the 3-lap marathon. So great stuff just to prep in advance of our finish line.
Yeah, we've been singing her praises all day today, and she's going to be most likely under her previous course best marathon time. That was a mark of 2:49. Some smiles on the face now. She can soak it in a little bit. Still a little bit of running to go, but Kat Matthews starting to enjoy the crowd. She'll go out and back of the section and then roll down that finish line, but 2:48-ish possible with a couple of little walk breaks. I mean, I'd take it.
Oh, for sure. And
4-minute
off of a 4:20 bike ride. So it's not like she was out there twiddling her thumbs saving up for the run. Last year in 4:40, and this year in 2:20. So that's massive. But I want to say this, all the Kat Matthew fans can unite right now to say, here she comes with a huge smile on her face, building for the ever important finish line stretch, being told, head on down because yours is this finish line. Once again, 8 hours and 10 minutes into this race, and we have a new Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas champion in Kat Matthews.
Can you believe that time, Michael Lovato? 8:10:34. She stops the clock at, gives Mark Allen a high five. We're chatting about him. I thought he was supposed to be down in Hippie Hollow. I think
he's already scurried back. And speaking of 8:10, I think that was his time back in the day in Hawaii,
Yes.
8:09, 8:10. So really incredible. So can I believe that time? only right now because I watched it start to finish. Kat Matthews, what an incredible performance, and we're going to get those stats, of course, here to you soon, where all those splits and all those numbers come to you from. But let's just say this. There it is. The Wahoo Element Rival tells us the female pro champion and fastest run here we've seen so far, stopping the clock at 2:49.19. Yes, that is for the entire 26.2 miles or 42.2K. What a show. Can I believe it? 8:10? Holy smokes.
Yes.
Yes, I believe it, and I'm still
and
impressed.
Just under her mark. So she did beat her run time from 2023 was when she ran a 2:49.32. She ran a little over 3 hours last year in 2024, 3 hours and 15 seconds. But just a little under that mark. We thought it was going to be closer to 2:45, but that last sort of 6 miles, she had a couple of little walk breaks. But again, she deserved those walk breaks. She had a nice cushion and space, and still faster than she's gone there ever before. So a win in my books. She
Yeah, win in your books, win in our books, and all the fans as well. This is the day of the selfie. This is the day to celebrate with your fans for Christian Blumenfeld and now for Kat Matthews from Great Britain. And guess what? Here's the story. Here's the spoiler alert. She did that 2:49. This just still blows me away. For an 8:10 time, she did that off of that amazing 4:20 bike split. And so this woman, I think if you're talking about serving notice and letting everyone be aware of what's in store across the world now, you've got from everywhere from Germany to England to USA and Australia and everywhere in between, we have people going, huh. Now we've got something serious. Kat Matthews, she's doing something a little different, and she was doing something great before. Kona is going to be a special day if Kat Matthews can continue this track to any extent over the next 6 months. So let's not speculate too much. Let's just get excited for what she did today. She is your now Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American champion. And now back here with the one and only Taylor Knibb.
Yeah, and Taylor leading this race from basically 1 mile into the swim. She swam with Rachel Zielinskis, swam right on her feet the whole 2.4 mile swim, and then onto the bike and made quick work of that. Off she went, a 4:19 bike split. We thought that was incredible, and then we saw Kat 4:20 right there, maintaining that gap that they had from the swim, and then it just became a battle on the run. Taylor, definitely the less experienced athlete. Again, this is only her second ever Ironman race at 27 years old. A bright future and lots of upside left for Taylor Knibb, but Kat Matthews getting the job done and closing out with a beautiful 2:49 run split.
Fantastic. It's just really remarkable. And as I kind of look, I don't know really that I've ever seen an 8:10 before for a professional female Ironman athlete. And so if I could just get some numbers run over there from our statisticians, I'd love to see it. I know we don't always throw out world bests and world records, but 8:10, I mean, that's really the fastest I've ever seen someone move. And especially knowing that this course has roundabouts and turns and U-turns and,
not a fast swim.
It's not a fast swim. There's a lot of turns throughout all of it, and it's exciting to watch. We're going to rush over to the podium.
Ice recovery zone, and I am with the 2025 Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas champion and the new women's record holder for an Ironman, Kat Matthews from the United Kingdom. Kat, tell me how this feels. This is a big, big win for you.
Yeah, I'm really proud to pull together that against this field. Seriously, I'm really happy.
So coming off the bike, you had to make your way up with some time on the marathon. What was your strategy coming off the bike and into the run?
I wasn't feeling great to start, to be honest. I thought just ease into it, but the speed came quite easily, and then the time just hemorrhaged. So I feel lucky to sort of claw back the time really quickly, so I was able to stay positive for most of it.
You know, these ladies, these professional ladies in the Pro Series with you, absolutely incredible competitors. How does it feel to be with a field of ladies like this?
It's so great, and to race them all last year and to come up against the same girls this year, I really feel like the depth of the women's field is just growing and growing, and the competition at these Pro Series races, it brings everyone together to really get the best, clearly, like record-breaking times at these, regional championships.
Amazing. Kat Matthews from the United Kingdom, congratulations. Our 2025 Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas Women's Champion. Thanks, Kat. We've got more to come.
How's it compared to other?
There you go, 8:10, and that is a new Ironman best across the world. We thought so, and confirmed there at the Hyperice Recovery Zone, right? These guys are killing it. Rennie, now you're really glad to be sitting next to me, huh? You're like, I don't have to go that fast.
No. That was a pro men's time for a long time, right? Like 8:10. That's incredible. And Kat Matthews just looks so composed and not completely wrecked either. I think there's more in the tank. So dangerous, yes. Impressive, absolutely. But, you know, it took having Taylor Knibb on the start line and pushing that bike to get that performance out of it, right? Like, I think having that threat to try to take away the title from her made her, you know, find another level. And that level is insane.
It is, and I think that an athlete like Kat Matthews, so competitive, so absolutely tenacious. I've used that word a bunch, but to really just dial it in, she's competitive, and so she sat here and had to listen to a lot of pre-race hype and read it on the social media channels and look at YouTube and watch all of these fighting chances, everything. We're talking so much about the others. We talk about Kat, but I think for her that just adds more fuel to her fire. To come in here and do what she did. Doesn't that make sense? Where she's like, no, I'm going for this. I'm the one. Watch out for me. I can also do that. That 420.
Yeah, just incredible. And a course like this, it's not like the swim was fast. I mean, it's not non-wetsuit swim. That's not going to be a faster swim. Lake swim, again, not a very fast opportunity to have a crazy fast swim time. So you're not getting any favors from the swim. The bike flat, but still some windy sections, as you mentioned, Michael. And then the run on concrete. I mean, I think, yes, the super shoes helped that situation, but she ran every bit of that marathon and biked every bit of that 180 kilometers and swam every bit of that 2.4. So all that to say, an accurate course, not, slightly shortened or a with current swim, and to go 8:10, that is just... Ladies and gentlemen, the women's level has been risen again.
Yes, again, and it will continue to, because we're only in April, and that's where you say, all right, you have to have great fitness to hit this Ironman Pro Series, but you have to also pace yourself if your goal is a World Championship. So theoretically, we're still on the build. We're still able to reset, recover, and refocus on a next build if we're on the team of Taylor Knibb, Kat Matthews, all those women. But right now, let's put our hands together for a fantastic second Ironman for the American, coming in second place here at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. This is Taylor Knibb out of USA, Boulder, Colorado. Way to go, Taylor.
And that is what the second Ironman in your life feels like. Not having so many of them under your belt and not going that distance. Yeah, it's painful.
It's painful. I mean, she also went sub 8:20. This is ridiculous. I mean, her last Ironman 8:35 in Kona, and now 8:20, 8:19 rather. And congratulatory hugs from Kat Matthews, a gracious champion, a gracious competitor, is an understatement. Kat, good, struggling to stand up. That's
at least a little sign that she worked pretty hard.
That's comforting. And then nothing like a little cola with some caffeine and sugar at the finish line. It's like the nectar of the gods there for Taylor Knibb, getting 10-2 by medical. But I would say job well done. So it feels that way. It should feel that way, Rennie, because she crushed it. 4:19, and then she backed it up with just realistically not only a PR, 5 minutes faster for her marathon, but just an overall smoking fast time. Taylor Knibb, 27 years old, and our second place finisher today. You could see kind of the points. She was in the range of 4,400 points. I think you guys can get it exactly, but yeah, 3 hours, 3:04.
Super interesting. Yeah, we were chatting. On paper, Kat Matthews can run a 2:49 here. On paper, Taylor Knibb can run a 3:04, 3:05. That is exactly what they did.
That's right.
Isn't that?
That's so funny.
On the rare occurrence that actually the paper translates to real life, that's what happened here today. Kat Matthews did exactly what she does best and put together a great swim, bike, run, finishing off with a 2:49 marathon. And Taylor Knibb came in at a 3:04. So, yeah, that was the equalizer.
That was. It sure was. And there's more action coming. We're watching the Austrian in third place, Lisa Perter, come through and see what she can do to secure points and an incredible finish time. Plus, there's all the action of the other pros and age groupers still yet to come. So much action here in the Woodlands.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We are back here in the Woodlands with our third place racer here today from Austria, Lisa Perter. It's really the only unknown. We knew this was going to play out exactly like this, which is why we predicted it early. Kat Matthews for the win in front of Taylor Knibb. And of course, we knew from the outset it was Christian Blumenfeld. I mean, usually we're close, but today spot on with accuracy. Couldn't have done it better without you, Miranda. No, let's come here. This was an exciting race. You know what we had no idea? We did not expect these incredible times because we knew it was hot, humid, muggy, tough, but we did not expect an 8:10 for the women's winner and that incredible 7:24 for the men's winner. What is going on? Such a great day.
Yeah, an amazing day of racing all around. And this is one of the dark horses, actually. We mentioned briefly in the beginning of the race, Lisa Pertier, second in Ironman Cozumel. She was second in Singapore just a few weeks back. And now here in Texas, just a solid all-around performance from this young woman, and making her way to the finish line. And she will, whoop, I think she, go back.
Get her. Thank you.
Somebody
Couple
stop
extra
her.
steps. Someone's not.
And this is what I was talking about earlier. There was a clear arrow that said go left. But when you're at this point of the marathon and you're just seeing double, you need people to clearly tell you which way to go, because easy decisions all of a sudden become hard decisions, and that's when little mistakes like that can be made. But fortunately, we had someone stop her or yell at her and say, no, back here, other way.
No need to run extra. So, yeah, here we go, watching her come down this final section of road, and she gets to roll into what is everybody's favorite part of a race, that finish line energy, that finish line vibe, and, of course, the signal you can stop running. But, you know, all joking aside, this has been an incredible day full of surprises. And we've seen mechanicals, we've seen cramps, we've seen great breakthroughs, we've seen incredible times. We've really seen it all, which is what we've come to expect. The one thing we can kind of count on in these amazing Ironman Pro Series races is dynamic and competitive racing. So through and through today, we've gotten that. And if you're just tuning in, you're catching the very end of the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. Marinda Carfrae is sitting to my right. I'm Michael Lovato, and we have been just absolutely enamored of all these athletes that are racing and their performances. And it's just really fun, Rennie, to sit by your side and watch these records be taken down and these times be thrown up there on the board. Whew. That's all I have to say is a big foof.
Foof. Lisa Pertier on screen here. She is running, making her final approach into the finish line, and she'll take third place here today at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship. A great performance from her. I think she'll be really happy with this. Again, racing against Taylor Knibb, Kat Matthews, some of the big stars in the sport. She is happy. You can see that excitement now that she's thankfully in the finish chute now. She's gonna enjoy some high fives.
That's right.
And celebrate.
That's what you love to see. Just pure joy. She comes home, our third place finisher today, and grabbing a whole host, almost 4,000 points for third place.
Congratulations, your top three ladies. We will be doing a podium celebration for them in just a few minutes. Her boyfriend Elliot racing with her today as well.
And there we go, finish line embrace from another one of our professional Ironman athletes there at the finish line. Elliot, good to see.
I think that's a boyfriend.
What did I say?
I think competitors.
Yeah, competitors, boyfriends, girlfriends. We're all the same. Yeah, but Elliot there at the finish line, another racer, and he's there embracing. So I'm excited to see. No, I'm excited. This is this is it right here. She's gotten her third place finish, and I think a big breakthrough here today. Obviously second in Cozumel, but this is a great show at a bigger, more competitive event and a great finish time. So let's not discount that incredible show today.
And also, just to cast your eyes up into the top left corner of the screen, the ticker is ever so slowly, 1 point per second, ticking down. So Lisa was able to secure around 4,000 points today. Kat Matthews taking away a lot of those points, but going so quickly at 8:10. But now we will watch as that ticker continues to go down, and athletes now racing for positions, yes, and prize money today, but also those points, those valuable points that will go towards the Ironman Pro Series at the end of the year.
There you go, 8:28 for the finish time there for third place with a 3:03 run. and that's a great show. So to summarize, 8:10 for Kat Matthews, 8:20 for Taylor Knibb, and then Lisa Percher in 8:28. Just really great times, very fast as we look at all of those, well faster than last year's winning time. Conditions dictated a lot of that, but I just have to say the game was elevated today on the men's and women's field both, and they just made the most of the calm conditions.
And we're getting ready to go over to the high price recovery zone with Taylor Knibb momentarily. We'll wait for them to pop up here.
Recovery zone here at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas with the women's second place, Taylor Knibb from the United States. Taylor, this is your second Ironman distance, absolutely crushing the bike, setting an Ironman record with a 4:19 and some change. What was the strategy on the bike and coming into this run?
Well, so I didn't execute it super well. I probably rode, I would say, I rode very hard, way too hard the first, probably third, for what I needed to do. I backed off the next part on the highway, and then it was just, to be honest, it was a little scary out there, because there's just so many people, which, it's great when they have so much energy, and yeah, but it's just try to be safe, try to get to the finish, try to get my Kona slot, and so I'm very grateful that this race is done. It's a very hard way to qualify for something, so.
Well, we're seeing just an incredible female feed out there with Kat Matthews setting an Ironman record today. I mean, what is it like being in this field and competing with these caliber of ladies?
Well, seeing Kat on the first lap of the run, I'm like, oh my God, she's having a day. And Christian had to have had a good race, right?
He had a great race, and he ended up winning a 2:34 marathon.
Holy smokes. Yeah, I think even when you don't have your best day, you have to be, I'm very happy when everyone does well, because I think we probably understand how hard we work, and so you just want people to have their day. You want them to get to have their day. I know there's more to come from both of them, but it's great to see that, and it kind of buoyed me along a little, but that was tough out there.
Well, I think there's more to come from Taylor Knibb in the Ironman distance. Congratulations on second place. We're going to bring in Lisa Percher. She is from Austria, and she just came across this finish line in third place. Lisa, come on over and join me. I was standing with Elliot as you were coming in, and he was just so proud of the execution out there today. Tell me about your race.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm still so happy, and it was so hard. It was the hardest day I ever had. The swim was okay, and on the bike I was working so hard to stay with Kate, but after 142K I say, okay, I go my base, I need to run a marathon, and yeah, I just try to do step by step, and I can't believe it that I made it to the finish.
Well, Kat Matthews setting an Ironman record with her time here. Taylor Knibb, an Ironman record on the bike, and you were right there third on the podium. What is it like being with these women?
I don't know, I was just riding, and then at the end of the bike, I looked at my time, I was under 4:30, I was wow, I can't believe it. I worked so hard over the winter, I had a month's injury in March, and could not even, didn't know if I can even race, and Singapore, and now this is amazing. I just need to thank all the people around me, my coach, and my mom who is always there for me, my family, my boyfriend, and everyone support me that I can reach this.
Lisa, congratulations on an incredible Texas. Amazing job out there. Congratulations. We are from the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone here in Texas of this Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas 2025.
Very good stuff there. Grateful podium for sure. I think you can see that with everyone, and it's great to see as we continue to watch athletes come across the line with just fantastic performances, great times. And I like when Taylor, who was visibly exhausted, visibly spent, when she was able to just sort of share what I think is a great message. Hey, it's nice to see people have their day. And it doesn't mean it's the best day. It doesn't mean it's the best thing they'll ever do. But it is nice to see people have that, and where they put it together. They work hard all year and all season, and then you put together something like Christian and Kat did today. It really is nice, and I think you can tell she's happy for them. So very cool stuff, and there's a lot of action. We're still trying to wrap up. We have the podiums across. We have points handed out, but there's more of that to come, as well as some gorgeous recaps and some stuff to look forward to. So we will stay here, and we'll watch a lot more of this action. I'm still curious what's coming down that finish stretch.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
And we are back here watching some happy finishers, some grateful finishers. Take a look at that. 8:43 is the running clock for the pro men, 8:38 for the pro women, and the age groupers at 8:30. And we are going to rush right on down to the podium celebration here presented by Athletic Brewing. Can't wait to see our champions. They're queuing it up, and it is going to be that celebration we all look forward to. And, of course, celebrating the victories of our top 3 men and our top 3 women, giving them that credit. Yes, Rennie, we're waiting for that. But what are you seeing over here?
We also see Alice Alberts just across the finish line a moment ago in 4th place. She ran a 3:09 for an 8:36.34. Again, a phenomenal finish. We're going to go down to awards now.
Yeah, here we go. We've, of course, got our 3rd place finisher today on the podium representing Austria. And, of course, that is Lisa Pertwer. What a show today. 8:28, I believe, is the finish time there. So fantastic. 2nd place, Taylor Knibb. Rennie?
Taylor Knibb swam 50.42, 4:19.46, and ran a 3:04.43 for an overall time of, can't see it, of 8:20.15. In 2nd place, Taylor Knibb from the USA.
That's right, and she swam 56.24. She biked a staggering 4 hours and 20 minutes, and then she capped it off with a 2:49 run, a total time for our champion of 8:10.34, an Ironman best. This one from Great Britain is our champion today. Kat Matthews, representing Great Britain in fine form, top the podium. Congratulations. And, of course, this is the celebratory moment, cracking that cold can of Athletic Brewing beer and either dousing your competitors with it or having a nice, firm sip of that delicious beer. Well earned today. And yes, cheers. So good.
Beer showers all around.
That's right.
Well deserved from these 3 women and all the athletes racing out there today. Tough conditions always in Texas, but at least they were fast today.
Yeah,
right?
tough.
Like
Yeah,
fast day.
That's right.
Didn't make it any easier?
No.
Maybe 30 minutes easier because they weren't still out there racing right now.
Yes. Wow. And a nice overhead shot here of our finish line where athletes will continue to come home for the next several hours. And then we're going to hit that men's podium and watch the fellas do their best rendition of that celebration. Here we go. You got Rudy Von Berg in 3rd. And, of course, Antonio Benito Lopez in 2nd. And from Norway, in a smoking fast time of 7:24:20, the Christian Blumenfeld we've all come to love, a champion. And look at him with their Texas hats. How fun is that? Go, Christian, Antonio, and Rudy.
Christian's had a few practices at that beer spray. I think he did a really good job of making sure he got all of the cameramen.
That's right. That's right. He's not messing around on course or on the podium. So what a day today, and we get to see that action recapped here soon enough. But rest assured, there is going to also be finish line cameras in action all day if you want to sit and watch as these athletes come home. And I encourage everyone who hasn't done so yet to download the IRONMAN.com tracker, because that tracker gives you all kinds of great insights and information. So look for that to be certain you're gonna want to be informed as an Iron fan. And then we're getting ready here, Rennie, to see how it all played out. And I also know that we have a lot of great stuff. But here we go.
With the men's race recap.
This is how it all played out early on. And we did dive in at very early hours, pre-dawn, into the Lake Woodlands for our Roca swim course. 1 lap, a point-to-point swim, and a non-wetsuit swim it was. This was a massive bunch, upwards of 21 men together for a long, long time. Ben Canute from USA was our longtime leader, but he couldn't shake a single soul. They all stayed with him, including that man, Antonio Benito Lopez from Spain. Really close company there, as well as some of our other incredible American athletes. They rounded that final turn and headed home. Rennie, not on record pace, but certainly going well with, of course, Thomas Gordon, one of those top 3 from USA, hitting solid ground into our Ruby transition. They absolutely smoked it throughout that first discipline, the Roca swim course.
The Roca swim course was fast and furious, and then into that transition with 20 strong in that front pack. They blew up transition, and out they went on to the Zoot bike course. Transition was fast and furious, but the bike, off they went, the Zoot bike course.
There you go, and that's another look at American Ben Canute jumping on the rig and getting right after it. Ultimately, he did fade a bit throughout, but that man, Christian Blumenfeld from Norway, found himself firmly entrenched in that lead pack, overtaking Rudy Von Berg, the American, early on. But both of those men and others managed to stay right in that top 6, essentially, for much of the day.
Rudy Von Berg as well into that front pack, just hanging in there. But it was Christian Blumenfeld, the early aggressor, along with Gustav Iden. Gustav later succumbed to a front flat tire that he had quick work to get that fixed. But the Norwegian's train was rolling early on.
There you go. That's Gustav Iden right there, cooling off midway through this bike, managing everything. That was before things went south. But one of the few turnarounds here, that top Elite 6 bunched together, and then again 7 through 20 still together. But this man out of Australia, wow, an impressive show to see him. Nick Thompson fighting it out, the 25-year-old, and this one, the 41-year-old Cam Werf, just getting to the front and pushing the pace. He ultimately linked up with Nick Thompson and dominated, just dropped folks. But there's that sorry flat tire and the incredible switch of tires. Just 30 or 40 seconds lost there, Marinda.
Yeah, he basically went from the front of that group of 20 to the back, so Gustav not losing too much time there. Still, you know, a little bit of a buzzkill, a blow to the to the day, but he was back on course and rolling. But Cam Worth making quick work of that front group, getting to the front, and then him along with Robert Callan really starting to push the pace.
That's right. Worth coming through from Callan right there. The two got away, and as we mentioned, the other Aussie, Nick Thompson, they're still in the mix. Right here, the two Aussies coming off in front on the right. That is Cam Worth on the left. Nick Thompson just stopping at the mountain line. Both of them feeling pretty spry as they ran into the Ruby Transition 2, and they made their way out onto the run, hoping to hold off what was an imminent pass and a fast charge from behind. But there he is, Cam Worth, with his compatriot there rolling through early miles, glancing over the shoulders, wondering where is KB. And here he was, KB, Christian Blumenfeld from Norway, together with Antonio Benito Lopez. Those two rolled through, and we thought this is going to be an epic shoulder-to-shoulder battle, Rennie.
It was an epic shoulder-to-shoulder battle for about 6 miles, and then Christian Blumenfeld just running away with it. And then as we look back through the field, Rudy von Berg moving up into second place, passing Nick Thompson in this vision here. But Antonio Benito Lopez holding on to that second place, hanging out, hanging strong. It did look like that second place was in jeopardy a few times, but this man, Christian Blumenfeld, the victor on the day today.
That's right. Doing a 2:34 marathon off of a 3:57 bike split enabled him to finish in a 7:24 time, taking that North American Championship title and 5,000 points in the Ironman Pro Series. Second place from Spain, Antonio Benito Lopez, looking over his shoulder saying, that was so hard, the hardest race I've done, but he managed to take second place. And then in third, Rudy von Berg, he closed it out with what he said is an always tough Ironman. It's always hard, but he's also a hard man, taking third place, representing USA in fine fashion. Looking at all of the money and all of the points on offer, 5,000 points there. You see it. And that is our Ironman Pro Series, all for Christian Blumenfeld. Antonio Benito Lopez taking a very close second. Rudy von Berg in third. And the rest of the day, those points, that's our finish, our top 10 Aussies there. Nick Thompson and Cam Worth, wow, grabbing some points. And what about the overall standings, Rennie?
Yeah, to look at the overall standings, Rudy von Berg takes the top spot for now with 1 Ironman and 170.3. Then you look down, Leon Chevalier, 2 Ironman races. He's down in 4th. Blumenfeld moves up to 2nd with an Ironman and a 70.3 finish. But yeah, it's all happening now. You know, these athletes are going to bounce around throughout the season, but some movement here today.
Some definite movement, as we saw Magnus Ditlev running in first place at the start of the day with his victory in South Africa. Now only 1 race in his favor, so he's bumped, but that's why we keep racing all year long. And you're wondering about the women. Certainly you want to see this. I'll tease it with an Ironman best time. How did she do it? Kat Matthews. We're going to recap her race and all of the Ironman Pro Series women tallies here after this.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Here we are at the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship finish line, and we have seen some incredible racing today. Incredible, absolutely barn burners here today, Rennie, and you and I have watched it all with mouths agape. We're going to go right into how it played out for the professional women. It started early this morning in Lake Woodlands. Yes, a non-wetsuit swim for 26 professional women. They dove in and they were led out by some serious talent. That's Taylor Knibb. She was right behind American Rachel Zielinskis for most of the day. That's Zielinskis on the left and Knibb on the right. They torched the swim. They dropped all of the other women and they got busy trying to get to that transition too. There's Zielinskis running in, making very, very fine work of that swim. And Taylor Knibb, second in transition, putting on her socks.
Putting on her socks, making sure her bike computer is ready to go and getting herself ready for that Zoot bike course. We see her forgetting that that's foreshadowing. Forgetting that her bottles were attached to the back of her bike there, but the women were out onto the Zoot bike course, and Taylor Knibb making quick work of the opening miles, but Kat Matthews around 5+ minutes. That's what we were looking for. How far down is Kat Matthews? 5+ minutes down out of the water in T1.
And once onto the bike, calm conditions, but still hot and humid conditions for the bike. Taylor Knibb from the United States got right after it. She's only, prior to today, done one Ironman, and today she went after it, trying to learn, have fun, explore the possibilities of getting to Kona and doing so with a wicked time. She just got away. The company she had early right here with Zielinskis, it was dispatched, and she was all alone.
And then we had Kat Matthews slowly but surely making her way through the field, ticking off athlete after athlete. But Taylor Knibb rolling through the pro men's field and just making it look easy.
That's right. The only company she had was from those professional men. Kat Matthews did see a little bit of company, but you could just see her subtly burning up the rubber there, burning up the roads, and really just delivering a very balanced and even approach throughout this 112-mile bike race.
But Taylor Knibb just cruising along through those aid stations and through the bike course, you know, looking like she's working, but making sure she's staying within her realm of reality. But yeah, incredible cycling from this young woman in only her second ever attempt at the Ironman distance.
There you go, out of the saddle and crushing it, pushing for every second. Taylor Knibb off the bike with a stumble, again forgetting those bottle cages were so highly mounted on the back of her saddle. It didn't detract from a 4:19 bike split as she ran into the Ruby transition.
Yeah, new bike course record for Taylor Knibb in Texas here today, but she was out onto that run course and looking very controlled and composed in the opening miles of the marathon.
Very smooth. She was taking care of all of the nutrition and hydration needs. She looked like an absolute veteran despite the fact it was only her second Ironman. This woman in the pursuit of first place, Kat Matthews, she has won 5 before. She had taken home 2 Ironman Texas titles, and today that smile just shows us a light grimace and a full smile as she was just delivering a performance of the ages, hydrating, fueling, and pacing so perfectly.
She's a woman on a mission in the opening miles of this run, just laser focused on Taylor Knibb and making inroads at every single time check. It was incredible the amount of time she was taking out of Taylor, and Taylor running very well in the opening miles. So yeah, just a phenomenal bike run from from Kat Matthews, and here the pass that we see for first place.
Yes, nearing about 9 miles, Kat Matthews just erased that 5+ minute deficit, ran past. One quick word probably from Taylor, but Kat remained focused and just charged forward. A woman on a mission. This walking by Taylor Knibb did not mean she was suffering. Although it was hard, it meant she was tending to all the details, Rennie. She was very calculated, and I think just battled it out today in the Woodlands.
Yes, but we couldn't take our eyes off of this woman, Kat Matthews, just rolling through this marathon course, looking effortless at every single angle. But Taylor Knibb, you know, holding steady in second place, but certainly defending that second place position by walking through aid stations, by taking on her nutrition and making sure she kept everything intact.
Not even the fans of Hippie Hollow could keep up with Kat Matthews. They kept her spirited, but she just rolled through, and third place, just gradually making her way forward. And then we come back to the finish line. Kat Matthews did it in style like no one's done before, 8:10:34 for a world's best time, as we saw Taylor Knibb take an incredible second place.
And Lisa Pertier rounding out the podium here today from Austria, taking third place, and she can't believe it. An incredible day of racing. And we can now go take a look at the pro points allocation for today's race.
That's right. Here's our finish results today. Kat Matthews in first, Taylor Knibb with a close second, Lisa Petra from Austria in third, Alice Alberts really rounded out that fourth place, and Sarah Svens, we didn't see her much, but she crushed it there for fifth. Tamara Jewett, first-time Ironman finisher, took sixth, with Haley Chura, long-time great, she got seventh. And all those points on the right, they add up to something super special, because this, our fourth stop in the Ironman Pro Series. There it is, Rennie.
Yeah, we have equal first with Kat Matthews and Annie Reichman, both winning Ironman races this year. Tamara Jewett scoots up the list in third right now. She has one Ironman and 170.3 finish to her name. And you go down, Taylor Knibb with one score. She's down in eighth.
That's pretty cool to see that we have Taylor Knibb in the Ironman Pro Series mix now after one big race. A lot of excitement, a lot of racing still to be done across the course of that Ironman Pro Series. But ultimately, when you look at it, we have very, very, very good, I think, looks into what the professional men and women are facing this year. Let me tell you, if you are not paying attention to that 8:24 by Christian Blumenfeld, if you are not paying attention to that 8:10 by Kat Matthews, then you are not really in it here. I think everybody saw that, and I think that it is a inspiring and intimidating time to be at the Ironman race circuit.
And at this time, we'd like to talk about how amazing those performances were. The 8:10 from Kat Matthews, just incredible, and Christian Blumenfeld, 7:25. These are just insane times.
I mean, you're right. And here's what really is impactful to me is to see that we had 7 men under 8 hours for our finish time. We had all those men under 4 hours. Like we had 17 men under 8 hours for the finish, but we had 7 men under 4 hours for the bike, under 4 hours. And that is just a little preface to me saying sub 420, fantastic. Okay, tell you what, it's a great day to be an Ironman fan. It is absolutely fantastic. We'd love to thank you for watching the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN Texas North American Championship, and we would encourage you to watch on-demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts exclusive in the U.S. and Canada, and sign up for Outside Plus today. Globally, you can watch the Pro Series here at proseries.ironman.com, and then Ironman Try YouTube channel. Of course, any of our global distributors. The next stop for us on the Ironman Pro Series is the broadcast on May 4th of Ironman 70.3 Venice Jesolo. That will be fantastic. And I'll tell you what, it has been a pleasure on behalf of Marinda Carfrey and on our entire production team. I am Michael Avato. It has been quite a day here in the Woodlands, and we cannot wait for the next show just down the road.